removal spell here, but not very many of them in Loveman's deck.
See Cub, Spider Manifestation, and Nature's Rhythm, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't believe you are.
Love to be correct. None of those are removal spells. None of them are lizards. The Nature's Rhythm could become a lizard.
It could. This is the spot where boss needs to find a way to basically kill Loveman this turn or go after that Ouroboros. Or Badger Mole Cubs? I think Loveman is asking so many questions of boss already because this Nature's Rhythm out of Loveman's graveyard with enough mana could represent a Craterhoof Behemoth.
Land here is going to trigger the Vine Lasher. Loveman to 12, but a ton of toughness back on blocks, a ton of power represented on the way back. As you mentioned, Brian Boss back against it. Going to cast a Badger Mole Cub of his own. Earthbend this Verge Awake. Tap that and cast a Spider Manifestation as well. Laughing Jasper gives you more than just one of the cards.
It's a start.
Yeah, these are some bodies on the battlefield. They're not contributing to getting lethal this turn. This kind of just jump blockers, it looks like.
This is the rough position where you do have to ask yourself if Laughing Jasper Flint should just make the attack here to maybe trade for a Badger Mole Cub.
That is tough. Especially with this new spread of allies joining the party. But as you said, yeah, Laughing Jasper is just attacking.
And that even that feels like it might be the best case scenario. Loveman could just go to 7 and maybe kill boss on the way back.
Yeah. We also are in the territory of potentially having that one of Craterhoof Behemoth making an appearance on the following turn.
I think Loveman's pretty likely to just take this, actually. Given that this is an open decklist event, Burst Lightning and Scales of Shale are both things that are likely on Loveman's radar at this point, and it would be an absolute blowout if Loveman were to go for the double block and boss were able to convert in such a way that both Badger Mole Cubs are answered this turn cycle.
Definitely makes sense. You want to do the math. You don't want to find yourself just dead. It is open decklist, but despite having been legal in Standard longer for a lot of these Rakdos aggro cards, I would say that the Lizard deck is still less of a known quantity.
Right. I think at this point, Loveman is saying, okay, I have 3 mana from Blooming Marsh, 3 from Pollinator, 3 from Verge. That's 9 mana. 1 from my Forest, and can tap a Badger Mole Cub to Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof. Can I die if I just say take it?
So Laughing Jasper connects. Loveman to 7. Untaps, draws for turn. Gonna play a Verge as the land for turn. The Wastewood Verge. Has access to 9 mana off of the Mana Dorks, plus 2 lands here. So Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard. It seems to me that Loveman has access to Craterhoof Behemoth one way or the other through the Harmonize ability.
Oh my god, is it in their hand?
It's easier to cast.
Can't argue with that.
Lively Dirge.
Okay.
Gonna be the play. That escalated quickly. All right, giving some respect to some potential interaction here. The Lively Dirge is gonna go and put a Deep Cavern Bat in the graveyard. Gonna find that and Badger Mole Cub onto the battlefield. Awaken, or Earthbend, excuse me, another land. Sees a couple lands in the holding for boss.
That's not a trick. Oh, is it possible this is still going to let Loveman do it? Because the extra Badger Mole Cub makes that pretty close to a free spell.
Right. Here's a big tap.
Okay, 4, 8. That's 8 mana off the Pollinator in the freshly earthbent forest.
A little bit of untapping, retapping, doing the math here.
I believe the Verge and tapping one of the buffed cubs to reduce the Harmonize cost does get you to X equals 8.
So Pollinator is good for 4 mana. That Earthbent land's good for 4 mana. 8, 9. Harmonize for 3, yeah. 12 minus 4 is 8 where I'm from. And there it is. And hoof, there it is. Is it lethal? Of course it's lethal. It's going to pump the Ouroboros, which is then going to give that wealth right back to the rest of the team. That's an attack for approximately 74,000.
Ooh, do you want the actual number?
No.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. I would like to know how you get that so quickly.
Well, there were 10 creatures in play. One of the nice things about Crater Hoof is you can just square the number of creatures in play for the total number of damage, or just add that to each attacker. So in this case, it would be +10, +10 to each of them. There were 3 potential attackers. We already have sideboards up, and the next thing I would have to do is tell you how much the Ouroboros then pumps everything by, and I think people want to hear what's going to happen next.
I'm sticking with 74,000, but we're going into sideboards here. Eli Loveman on the top of the screen pulls off an impressive win on the draw with a Golgari Ouroboros. So we reach to the sideboards. I can't imagine that Rakdos aggro was something he was really prepared for this weekend. What's he going to do in sideboarding?
I don't think that much is really going to change in the postboard games in a lot of ways. You really just want to be really good at executing your game and keeping the game bigger, because that's going to favor any deck that has just a bunch of really big expensive spells in their deck. Requiting Hex is the first thing that sticks out to me as a card that is really good at just buying a turn or two worth of breathing room. Let me double check. It's possible that this Predator Ooze could come out of the sideboard if Loveman just wants a really strong singular blocker.
Big indestructible thing. It does have to attack every turn, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm thinking of the right card.
It doesn't. No, that was one that I actually had
What card
to
am I
double
thinking
check.
of?
Yeah, no, it's just it gets bigger whenever it attacks.
Okay.
But
neat.
Other than that, you could maybe see Keen-Eyed Curator if Loveman wants something that's a little bit better at blocking early on, but I don't think that they're going to want to mess with the formula too awful much at this point.
So for Brian Boss, definitely got to be prepared for these Ouroboros Badgermole Cub decks as we go to sideboarding. You see some pretty loud messages here for Duress, for Magebane Lizard, so hopefully some of the rest of the cards can play here.
Right, we were kind of talking about this going into the round when we saw the deck list, that there were a bunch of cheap, efficient removal spells that we kind of suspect the post-board games are -4 Burst Lightning and Requiting Hex, +4 Duress and Magebane Lizard against, say, Is It Lessons. But here, I think Boss is more going to be looking at Abrade, Bitter Triumph, and Twisted Fealty in particular is a really nice card against the likes of Ouroboros.
Yeah, we've seen a really powerful threaten effect with the Twisted Fealty grabbing an Ouroboros 2 weeks ago in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff there. And speaking of really cool stuff, we're playing the regional championship here in Portland. We'll be doing that next month in Milwaukee. For information on those events, you're watching at home, check out standard deck lists for any format, news about Magic in every way. Subscribe to the StarCityGames.com newsletter. It's free. You get to learn so much about a hobby that you're clearly invested in. If you're not subscribed, what are you doing? I'll tell you what you're doing. You're going to StarCityGames. You're missing out. And then, in order, you're going to StarCityGames.com/newsletter and subscribing.
And then you're no longer missing out. Really good for people who struggle with multitasking.
Very important step 3, stop missing out.
There you go. I have a deep fear of that.
Same. That's why I'm here at the event.
Ooh.
Players presenting here for game number 2, Eli Loveman up a game over Brian Boss. And Boss was on the play for game number 1. We'll be repeating that on game number 2, hoping not to repeat the loss. Spot some lands, spot some Hired Claw. Definitely stuff that Boss is looking for the opener, but it might not be the best texture of follow-up, as you see head in hand here.
Yeah, I think maybe missing a black source.
Definitely going to be tough. Some strong mana fixing in standard, but yeah, I think there's a multiversal passage. Maybe it has to name red here is what you're spotting. That can always be tough. Not really a full dual land.
Or if you end up in a spot, let me double check if it's something like Cavern of Souls that just isn't going to be able to cast a lot of the requiting hexes of the world or scales of shale.
That makes sense. Loveman here will mulligan. Going to bring a live look in here. Joseph Hunt on the Bant airbending against Zevin Foust on Azorius Flash. Ooh. I think we have something mixed up here. That's actually just not what's happening here at all. We have a Demir mid-range deck playing against a Simic or a Boroid deck. This match is well in progress, but we're underway in our live match. Let's just go back to what we were watching and with the players that we know. All right. So here's that Hired Claw on the play for Brian Boss. Eli Loveman answers with the turn 1 Gene Pollinator. Once again, Hired Claw goes to work. Attack, 1 damage trigger, 1 damage connects. Loveman to 18. And turn number 2, we have Flamekosh Gecko.
Yes, that's the one. In a lot of ways, doing a great Burning Tree Emissary imitation. And look at that. Having the threat of activation on the Hired Claw gives so much power because then Loveman can't really afford to block and give up turn 1, but that lets Boss use his mana in the post-combat main phase.
Gecko mana was just used for Hired Claws. We head back to Loveman, who's going to play Badgerable Cub into Deep Cavern Bat. Going to take care of Iridescent Vine Lasher. Actually, that one can stay, looks like. Valley Flame Caller is what's on the deck list.
That is true. So that's a 3-mana 3/3 that adds 1 damage to all of your lizard sources.
Okay. Currently held hostage by Deep Cavern Bat.
Bat, even a creature type from Bloomburrow, so this isn't really that far out of bounds.
All right, here's an attack by the Gecko and the Hired Claw. You get 1 damage off the claw. 2 lizards connect. That's 5 points at Loveman. And here's an offspringed Iridescent Vine Lasher. No landfall triggers this turn, but 2 bodies.
Not bad. I mean, if anything, this is sort of going to be able to do a really good Phantom Warrior impression of just being an unblockable 2-power thing in some respects.
Phantom Warrior is so cool.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the ones where you first read it and go, really? I can just do that?
I can attack every turn.
Whew.
And they have no choice but to take 2 damage.
The art's sick, too, just coming through the door with a sword. And I mean through the door.
Yes.
Not through the doorway, not breaking through the door, phasing through it.
Heading back to Eli Loveman's way. Once again, untapping with Badgerable Cub. So much mana output on this card as Multiversal Passage is going to shock in. Looks like we're going for black mana, Multiversal Swamp. And looking at escalating Lively Dirge once again.
These cards look really nice in these games, kind of feeling like extra copies of Nature's Rhythm in some respects.
Right. Yeah, it can't go all the way up to Crater of Behemoth, but it can give you up to 4 mana value of Ouroboros from your graveyard.
Yep.
There's Ouroboros, here's Gene Pollinator, and you're about to see the team get massive right away again.
So many dice.
So there's the Ouroboros trigger. Growing Deep Cavern Bat, it's always something. Now you have a 2-power lifelink creature. That's going to fly in. Boss to 18, Loveman to 13.
And this is so much of the strength of Deep Cavern Bat as well. We saw this come up a ton with Rafine, where the fact that Deep Cavern Bat is a lifelinker means that any way you're able to incidentally grow it is going to have a disproportionately large impact.
Yeah, makes sense as we head back to Boss. And there's nothing in the way of like a fetch land kind of effect here. Those Vine Lashers are just good for 2 damage if there's a land. 13 seems like a tall order from here. I think once again, maybe you're really looking for an answer to the Ouroboros to step 1, as you see a land there, knock Loveman to 11.
Well, a Twisted Fealty would be lethal here. So
all right.
that would be steal the Ouroboros, put the roll on the Ouroboros, 3 counters on everything, shove.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but, you know, tapping 2, probably not going to be the 3-mana Twisted Fealty.
No. Looks like going to be rummaging with the Gecko. Fun text on a card.
It's nice. I mean, it just makes sure that you have a little something to do if you work to build around the card.
Yeah, definitely. You don't run out of cards, but that tends to come up in matter when both players are stalled, and Eli Loveman has been all gas, no brakes here.
Whoa.
Speaking of all gas, no brakes, here comes the team. You get a point off the hired claw. Loveman to 10. You have 2, 4, 6 power spread among the creatures, so Loveman's going to line up some blocks.
Scales. Scales of shale. Scales of shale. Scales of shale.
I love when cards have theme songs.
Listen.
Loveman going to contemplate the blocks. Doesn't want to get blown out by that Scales of Shale, as you're alluding to. You would hate to lose the Ouroboros for kind of no reason. Pollinator is going to jump in front of the Gecko. It looks like no additional blocks. Respecting the double scales, or like burst lightning scales, anything in that territory.
I mean, this is a spot where Loveman is just measuring how close to death am I.
Looks like Scales of Shale is there. Going to save the Gecko, going to eat the Pollinator, going to gain 4 life. It looks like 4 points come across, so Loveman to 6, Boss to 22. But now it's time to untap with the 2-power Ouroboros. After this iridescent Vine Lasher shows up, which surely will be enough.
And 22 is a respectable life total, so at this point we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, plus the 10 power that Ouroboros is currently poised at is only 21 at the moment.
Well, only 21 at the moment, but I'm looking at a big tap here. Loveman has other ideas in mind. Nature's Rhythm for big number when you have 2, 4, 5, 6, second Ouroboros. So we're not in Craterhoof territory, but we are in very large, deep cavern bat territory.
So assuming Loveman sequences these correctly, you are going to end up seeing the first Ouroboros put 2 counters on everything. The second one put 3 counters on everything for a total of 5 across the table, which means that Loveman is likely going to just pass, but have a giant flying lifelink blocker, which is the real squeeze here.
Yeah, so there you see the Ouroboros growing. Large pips of dice spread across the table here.
Ooh.
It looks like the bat is chunking in for a mere 7.
And I do appreciate this because what this means is Loveman saying, okay, you're only going to attack me. Whatever this is blocking is only actually preventing, say, 2 damage. But getting to attack with it now means that if Boss were to, say, untap and draw a removal spell and prevent the Deep Cavern Bat from getting to gain life on blocks, Loveman might find themselves in a position where they just die on the spot. This is just locking in, getting that life point swing from lifelink.
That makes a lot of sense. Good swing there for Loveman up to 13. Boss at 15, but the story of this game is not Brian Boss's life total. Those Ouroboros have given more than enough damage here, and once again, Boss starting rummaging with the Gecko. Rockface Village is not going to be enough, and Eli Loveman, quick 2-0 over Brian Boss on Rakdos Aggro. The Lizards still in it. You know, the tournament's young, 1-1, but Eli Loveman with Golgari Ouroboros, and definitely an aspect of those games here consistently see we saw added with this black build of the Ouroboros deck. Over Simic, we usually see a Lively Dirge doing some really good work in terms of card selection and output.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It felt like this deck is a lot better at creating a very redundant version of the quote-unquote broken draw that these decks are really hunting for a lot of the time. We're seeing additional tutors in the Lively Dirge like you were talking about, and we also saw Overlord of the Balemercs, both selection and additional permanent on the table for Gene Pollinator, come up and matter a lot in the first game, which is a choice that Loveman has made to play in this deck over the more traditional Quantum Riddler, which we're seeing all across the format.
Yeah, and that Deep Cavern Bat, that's a one-of, but you get access to that with all these tutors.
Yes.
And we have access to more Magic here in round number 2 in Portland. Let's go ahead and check in. Looks like we have Slater Claudell on Demir mid-range versus Eric Nidita on Mono Red Aggro.
Ooh.
So we're starting this one from the top. Slater on the draw. Eric Nidita at the top of your screen on mono red aggro. Looks like plotting a slick shot show off. All right, into face up swamp. Respecting a requiting hex. I like that.
Yeah, requiting hex in particular, one of the larger gets for the Dimir mid-range decks out of Lorwyn Eclipse, but that's not the only thing that these decks picked up. We see Bitterbloom Bearer showing up and Flitterwing Nuisance rounding out new cards from Lorwyn Eclipse.
Some nice new options there. Just swamps as the land in the first couple turns here for Claudell. It looks like we're going to see an Opera Love Song on end step for Nidita. Gives access to a Mountain and a Burnout Bastronaut on this turn. Slick Shot Show Off is going to enter off of plot after that Mountain is played as land number 4. Here's the Burnout Bastronaut. Start your engines. Speed is 1 for Nidita. Vroom, vroom.
Claudell notably missing a land drop.
Yeah, no third land, no access to blue mana. You were mentioning Bitterbloom Bearer being one of the new cards from Lorwyn, very much represented with this mana. I spot a Requiting Hex that's going to go for the Slick Shot Show Off. That makes sense. We head over to Claudell. Do we have land number 3? There it is.
Ooh.
Basic Island. A lot of blue spells in hand that unlocks the hand a bit as we head back to Nidita.
Looked like a lot of Claudell's thinking was, okay, do I want to have Shoot the Sheriff and be mana efficient here, or Requiting Hex back for basically just have it to use later on and maybe gain some life? A lot of respect being paid to Nova Hellkite.
Burnout Bastronaut attacks. There's an activation here. Tishana's Tidebinder are going to counter that ability. And if this goes off, the Tidebinder sticks around, that would make the Bastronaut lose menace as well. But Nidita has it covered. Here's Lightning Strike. But it will counter the +1/+0, so just 1 point across. Claudell to 19. Speed to 2 for Nidita. We head back to Claudell.
It's strange to say that this is a game that it feels like Claudell's pretty comfortable in, despite missing some lands earlier and still struggling a little bit to cast a few spells. But it's what, the 4th turn, and Claudell's made it here at 19?
Right. And we're kind of in the danger zone in terms of how the draw is shaping up for Nidita. I play a lot of red decks.
Yes.
When you have 5 mountains and you've only played 1 and 2 mana spells, that's a bad mix.
Right, especially last turn we saw the mana sink on Bastronaut being used.
Emberheart Challenger plus Rockface Village could have been good, but here is Spell Snare. Reprinted into Standard out of Lorwyn Eclipse. Going to take care of the Challenger. No targeting with the Village. The Bastronaut's going to try to pump twice, but it will be Shoot the Sheriff. That has to be the right way to say that.
Yeah, Bastronaut's fair game.
And here is Flitterwing and Nuisance, a 2/2 that enters with a -1/-1 counter out of Lorwyn Eclipse. So it's a 1/1 flyer functionally here. At some point, Claudell could remove that counter for 3 mana to draw a card off of a hit trigger, but not going to be happening this game. This Plasma Bolt will take care of that. But every burn spell that targets a creature is not going upstairs at a Claudell, who will immediately replace the Nuisance. Just the Plasma Bolt on the Nuisance again. Nidita really needs to find some of the higher impact cards in the deck, which only 3 Nova Hellkite. That's really the kind of card he needs to draw here.
Right. Nova Hellkite would have been so nice against either copy of Flitterwing Nuisance there.
So here's Bitterbloom Bearer, a reference back to Bitter Blossom. Quickly answered by a Lightning Strike. That one can get out of hand, but it would have made a token at the cost of 1 life every turn. It's the kind of card that can show up, and in some games, Nidita would be fine with it because of that life cost. Not in this game. Has to answer it very quickly. There's a backup Burnout Bastronaut.
And this is the scary spot if you're in Nidita's seat, where you really don't want to just be trading 1 card for 1 card over and over whenever you are playing against a deck where so many of their cards can draw a bunch of cards. But to that end, all of these threats so far have been threats that if you leave them in play for a turn or 2, they're just going to run away with the game.
And once again, Burnout Bastronaut tries to activate, and Tishana's Tidebinder is here to shut it off. Nidita contemplating a response. Going to be a Burst Lightning on the Tidebinder. Does not want to give up the Bastronaut here, and now does get to pump. Would have gone in for 2 damage if not for Bitter Triumph. Going to discard a Swamp. Claudell staying very comfortably at 19.
Oh, second blue source. I know we've seen Enduring Curiosity hanging out in Claudell's hand.
Oh, wow. Hired Claw is going to get haste from the village. Going to attack for 2, going to trigger for an additional point. Claudell to 18. Enduring Curiosity flashed in. Going to jump in front of the Claw. The Claw can pump to trade with the creature side, but then the Enduring Curiosity will endure. Going to stick around as an enchantment. And that Hired Claw hits the bin. Right, no creatures just yet for the Enduring Curiosity, but a nice pickup here. Deep Cavern Bat, and actually gets to exile this Plasma Bolt because that's a sorcery. Just a mountain in hand for Nidita.
This is a tough one where it's not going to run away with the game in the same way that Enduring Curiosity or Flittering Nuisance would. But Lifelink, when there's already an Enduring Curiosity in play, is so brutal.
Just a draw and a pass for Nidita, and here comes Deep Cavern Bat. Claudell back to 20.
It begins. A card from Curiosity coming.
Ooh. And there is Restless Reef, and here is Cecil Dark Knight with a lot of life to play with.
Right, this is the spot where Claudell's going to lose, what, 1 life a turn effectively because of the Deep Cavern Bat with this?
Right. And Lightning Strike's going to go for the Bat over the Dark Knight. Going to get back Plasma Bolt.
Okay, and that was able to go after Cecil. So there's just a Restless Reef.
Just a Restless Reef that does draw a card when it connects.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You see a mill for 4. There's one of those, 2 of those Nova Hellkites for Nidita.
Oh, no.
That's a brutal mill. It's going to net Claudell a card as well.
Okay, so if Nidita from here could find something like Opera Love Song, there are ways to get back into this game. Things are looking tough, though.
Yeah, it looked tough when there was 5 lands. Now there's quite a bit more than that. Does Restless Reef going to try to connect again? Burst Lightning Kicked does answer it.
Yeah, despite being a blue and black deck, a lot of what the blue is for in Claudell's deck is actually card advantage. There aren't a ton of quote-unquote real counter spells here.
You mentioned Opera Love Song as a potential way for Nidita to get back in this. He does have it. Here's Ember Hearth Challenger and Hired Claw exiled as well.
Whoa, okay, hold on.
Challenger, going to activate the village. Going to trigger the Challenger. Hits another village. All right, you can play that.
You're not stoked to hit a land, but when you have this Hired Claw off to the side, it's not embarrassing.
Yeah, there's the Hired Claw. That's going to get +1/+0 in haste as well. So you currently have a 4-power Challenger and a 2-power Claw. Recording Hex going to take care of the Challenger. But the Claw plus the trigger will connect for 3. Claudell 16.
And this is what the path back into the game looks like. There's a point where Nidita is not necessarily trying to have better cards or have an overwhelming advantage. The goal is to get Claudell to 0.
Right. Has some battlefield presence, but now here is Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Kind of the deck the card these Dimir mid-range decks are built around.
Ooh, and rolling up with Kaito is a huge sign of strength instead of tapping down and freezing the Hired Claw.
Right, making an emblem to give +1/+1 for ninjas. Strongly suggests there's something to do with this 2 mana left over. But we will find out as we head back to Nidita. Now with 2 rock face villages and a Hired Claw, plays a mountain for turn. You gotta stop doing that. No more mountains off the top, please. Looks like double activation of village, but Shoot the Sheriff dispatches the Hired Claw.
Ooh, and especially when you've activated the second one, if you're in Claudell's seat, you know that means Nidita can't play a haste creature from hand either.
Right.
Oh, wait. You can't Shoot the Sheriff Hired Claw.
Oh,
It's not fair game.
It's an outlaw.
It is an outlaw.
Okay, okay. Yeah, there's a spread of different black removal options in the format. We see representation of a couple different ones. There's some bitter 2-2 split on Bitter Triumph and Shoot the Sheriff here. Makes sense. There's some real cost to Bitter Triumph, but here's a cost of Shoot the Sheriff. Doesn't kill everything. All right, it's a little judge calling the resolution here. So that Shoot the Sheriff couldn't be cast. Kind of just has to go back to the hand. You untap the land. There's just no real other way to resolve this. So now we are looking at a 3-power Hired Claw.
Right, there's a spot if that removal spell were something that maybe just wasn't good at killing it, like a -1/-1, then it would go to graveyard. But in this spot, you literally are not allowed to target something that a spell like this can't target. So it just goes back to hand.
So the Claw is going to do a point upstairs to Claudell. Claudell 15. Hired Claw is going to grow up to a 4-power creature. Put the Kaido to 1. Unfortunately, that trigger that can only hit the player, not a planeswalker.
Yep. Though the Hired Claw wouldn't have been able to grow if that's what happened. So it's fine. It all comes out in the wash.
Right. They're getting you both ways there. Kaido going to attack, and now the 0 ability. Going to Surveil 2 and draw 1 card. See a land and a Bitter Bloom Bearer. Land definitely going to the graveyard. A Bearer going to go on top and then to the hand.
Yeah, at this point, Claudell likely just happy to have any spells.
Here is a Deep Cavern Bat. Responsive Opera Love Song for Nidita.
Ooh.
Another good one.
Was that Spell Stutter?
Ooh. Spell Stutter.
Wow.
Yeah, after all that village activation, even with all these lands, can't pay for that. Brutal. Nothing left over for the bat to take, but that means it's an empty hand. Now this Claw is sticking around. We know Shoot the Sheriff can't kill it. As we head back to Nidita. Here comes Hired Claw. Tracking the speed. We're at full speed now. Nothing to do with it, but 1 point plus Claudell of 14.
Their engines overfloweth.
It's like Deep Cavern Bat. Gonna jump in front of the Claw. Kaito gonna stick around here, and here's that Bitter Bloom Bearer. Very alliterative card name.
And the degree to which Claudell just has more resources than Nidita is really being felt at this point.
Right. And among those resources, the life to make these fairy tokens. Goes to 13. 13 is a lot as the Bearer makes its first token. And notably, fairies, rogues, Kaido's emblem does not pump those. But kind of the story is that Kaido is sticking around, and this Deep Cavern Bat just looking at a mountain in Nidita's hand.
And in some ways, that's kind of better than it taking a spell.
Right. Yeah, your hand is empty. I guess I don't mind.
Right, you go, you know what? There is not a spell you can get back from this Deep Cavern Bat.
Right. Kaito and the Bearer will attack and connect. Nidita to 4. 2 cards coming off the Enduring Curiosity for Claudell. Kaito going to Surveil 2 and draw another one. Nidita's going to draw the last mountain for this game.
Oh, wow.
And Slater Claudell going to be up a game on Dimir midrange over Eric Nidita on Mono Red Aggro.
And in a lot of ways, that is the game that Claudell really needed to try and get. I think game 1 is where you see a lot of these mid-range decks struggle a good bit of the time, where you have a sort of good half of your deck and a bad half of your deck, where you want to be flexible, but you are going to have cards that don't line up well against certain matchups, and then you board all of those out and bring in the good stuff to have a more streamlined deck in the post-board games.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, and that is bad news for Eric Nidita. Let's take a look at his sideboard first on the Mono Red aggro side of things. I think in a lot of matchups, the Mono Red deck is really trying to take advantage of players maybe not being ready for this specific kind of deck in game number 1, but does he have some tools in the sideboard to help for the sideboarded games?
Things here look pretty tough, specifically against Dimir midrange. there are a lot of tools that Nidita has for something like the Is It versions of these blue mid-range decks. We've seen Is It Lessons as well as Is It Prowess, where Milchman Lizard is really going to shine. And despite this Dimir mid-range deck feeling like a blue control deck, it has 22 creatures on the deck list sheet. So I can imagine worlds where you're bringing in Milchman Lizard, but you're not thrilled about it. I think Soulstone Sanctuary is a way that Nidita can try and actually just change one of these mountains in deck into something that can convert into something else a little later. Stingerback Terra and Sunspine Links are also just ways for Nidita to maximize the impact of individual cards, where in a lot of these games, if you're the aggro deck, you know your opponent's going to be better at answering cards early post-board, so you're incentivized to just make yourself better at top decking and having individual cards that are going to have a higher impact as long as one of them can stick for a turn or two.
Right, definitely makes sense, and would have made sense the way the game one played out too, just having some more high-impact stuff. You mentioned on the Dimir mid-range side of things for Slater Claudell, there's going to be some inopportune cards in the main deck, and as we look at sideboards, surely Claudell has mono red in some respects. It's not necessarily aimed for, but some tools here on the sideboard.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I would guess that Claudell is mostly just trying to get cards out of the deck more than he is necessarily excited to be reaching for a ton of these. I think Day of Black Sun is something where it is pretty good at attacking really small creatures. And I could even see something like Vren the Relentless just being something that is pretty good at actually locking down creature aggro decks, because it is just a pretty reasonable blocker in its own right.
Yeah, pretty hard to kill and pretty good at closing the game.
Right. Spell Snare is also a card that is going to be pretty good against a lot of the twos that Nidita is bringing to the table. We saw how much work Opera Love Song did in that first game. And then a lot of cards in the space of Slickshot Show Off, going to be super punishing in its own right. And then also Emberheart Challenger is just another card advantage engine that Nidita's going to have access to.
Yeah, makes sense here. Thank you for joining us here for live coverage of the Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. This is release weekend for Lorwyn Eclipsed. We are already seeing a ton of cards from this set be impactful in the standard format. And you can order your own Lorwyn Eclipsed product at StarCityGames.com-MTG-ECL. Love the art here. Some really cool stuff happening. If you're not familiar with the Plane of Lorwyn, it's been like 18 years since the first Lorwyn block.
What do you mean that all of those cards could vote now? That's just... I don't want to reckon with that, like anecdotally speaking for me myself, but people are thrilled to be back. I know I'm one of them. I know you're one of them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You can pick up your Lorwyn Eclipse stuff over at StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL.
We are underway here for game number 2. Eric Nidita opening up with Hired Claw. One drop, an important box to check for a red aggressive deck. Claudell is going to open up with a one drop of his own. There is Flitterwing at Nuisance once again. A little bit smaller than the Claw. Shows up as a 1/1 thanks to that -1/-1 counter. Nidita has land number 2 and some pre-combat action. A second Hired Claw.
Whoa.
And a Burnout Bastronaut starting his engine. Speed as 1. 2 Hired Claws means 2 triggers, assuming an attack. Yeah, there it is. Claudell to 18, probably to 17. There is 17. There is speed number 2 for Nidita.
It ain't wild, Nikado, but it works its butt off.
Heading to turn number 2 for Slater Claudell. Swamp is the second land. Verge now online as double black or access to a blue here, so the mana looking good, unlike game number 1.
Right, and this is one of the strengths of these aggressive strategies is even though Claudell has a bunch of cards where if you read their text boxes you think, oh, well, Shoot the Sheriff killed stuff, and all of these counterspells answer cards, you're going to be doing it at a bad mana exchange, which means you're going to be down some amount of life in a bunch of those exchanges, and that's at least how it shakes out in practice. So now Claudell is really under the gun to find a way to get back onto the table or get Nidita off of it.
We'll see what the play here is on turn number 2. Claudell looking at a sorcery speed game action here. It's going to be Deep Cavern Bat. Not a lot of cards left over. Ooh, and 2 of them are mountains, so the Bat will take the only spell in the form of Emberheart Challenger. Nidita has a lot of material on the battlefield. Not all is lost, but really wants a spell off the top here. So there's mountain number 3. Looks like Hired Claws are attacking and Bastronaut staying home. 2 points from the Hired Claw triggers. One of them will grow. 3 more points coming across. Claudell to 12. We head back to our Demir mid-range player.
And you know, my initial knee-jerk reaction was some amount of surprise that the Bastronaut didn't attack and maybe try and get the trade with the Deep Cavern Bat and the Nuisance by just paying 2, but Nita's speed is up to 3. That'll be a double striker when it hits combat next turn because Hired Claw will put Nita's speed up to 4 before the Bastronaut deals damage. So this threat, extremely strong when we know Nita already has the 4th land lined up as well.
Ooh, yeah, that definitely makes sense. It's just going to be a better attacker next turn, would not want to risk it.
Exactly.
Cecil Dark Knight joins the party for Claudell. The Deep Cavern Bat connects. Claudell up to 13, Nita to 19 as we head back his way. There is land number 4, as you mentioned. We knew about that. And here comes the team. You're going to see 2 triggers off the Hired Claw, speed up to 4, so that Bastronaut now has double strike. And Claudell is at 11.
And Nita now is also forced to respect Cecil transforming. Or the possibility that Cecil will transform.
Right, Cecil jumping in front of the small Hired Claw does threaten that. Claudell also with mana up here. Definitely a tense moment. You have access to activate any of these creatures' abilities.
Interesting.
Believe we're seeing double pump on the Bastronaut. We grew the Hired Claw and then we're pumping Bastronaut?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Claudell thinking about some action, maybe a removal spell here for that Bastronaut, threatening to connect for 4.
Requiting Hex looks to be the card that Claudell's thinking about at this point.
You're exactly right. I do spot the Hex in hand here, thinking about what to do with it. Now, I think the level 1 play is just the unblocked creature. What do you suppose he's thinking about here?
At this point, some amount of it is, do you want to Blight to gain a couple of life? And is there a world where you want to go after this Hired Claw that Nita has sunk a ton of resources into?
Yeah, looks like that is where he's going. Gonna save that Nuisance. Gonna take the 4 points off the Bastronaut, plus 2 more off of this Cecil. The Cecil's gonna eat the Hired Claw, but then it will transform.
And that's what's so scary if you're in Nita's seat. There's all of a sudden a big lifelink creature.
Regional championship players,
All right, so Claudell down to 5 after all that resolves, but importantly, that Cecil is about to become a redeemed Paladin, a 4/4 lifelinker.
Ooh.
Kind of the first actual plot point in the Final Fantasy franchise. It takes until Final Fantasy IV for anything to happen in terms of meaningful story, but Cecil Dark Knight becoming a Paladin is that moment. So,
I mean, this card's really nice.
pretty sweet card. Definitely a favorite, Final Fantasy IV. One that I grew up on. Here's an attack for 6, 5 of it lifelinking.
Whoa. I guess if you don't think you're attacking or blocking with either of those anyway, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that menace on the Bastronaut means your Nuisance isn't much of a blocker. You don't want to give up the bat. Cecil's got to attack, right?
Exactly. So this makes a lot of sense.
So Claudell at 10, Nita to 13. And just the Bastronaut now. Both of the Hired Claws have been answered. And oh my God, a grip full of mountains. And Slater Claudell 2-0 over Eric Nita here in round number 2 at the Regional Championship in Portland. Dimir mid-range, definitely a deck that's been around. It hasn't really been on the top of Standard for some time, but it's been a player here. Picks up some nice cards. I think Requiting Hex the big one.
Yes, there's a lot coming out of Lorwyn Eclipse that helps the deck, especially shore up its aggro matchup, which we just saw play out in a pretty big way. Flitterwing Nuisance giving you another way to just get on the table in the early turns of the game, and it makes it pretty easy to justify something like Deep Cavern Bat, where that card is really in a spot where it is made or broken by if you are able to get something out of the incidental body that is being kept around while it holds onto a card. We saw this historically with Rafine, for example, which could put a bunch of counters on it and grow it into basically a Baneslayer Angel that took a card. And in spots like this, the fact that you're able to see it more reliably convert for additional cardboard with not just Enduring Curiosity, but as well as Flitterwing Nuisance is just a really big deal.
Yeah, we never saw an activation of Flitterwing Nuisance. This is not the matchup where that card's really going to shine. But it plays for 1 mana. It can get into combat with something. It's actually not that much with 1 toughness in the red deck, but even chump blocking kind of gets you somewhere. Getting a card off of Enduring Curiosity. It's not the worst card in the Dimir deck against mono red. But it sounds like we have a live match to jump in here in round number 2. Let's go ahead and watch some more Magic. All right, so we're jumping in live here. Tom Tang, another Dimir mid-range player here against Aaron Baric on Simic Ouroboros.
Ooh, I was listening to her talk about her list yesterday, actually. A couple of Archdruid's Charm, the big spicy tech on the weekend.
Ooh. Yeah, 2 there in the main deck. It looks like Baric is up a game here. Deploying a High Noon. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we had the wrong deck list on the screen here. I do a, yeah, wrong decks and players entirely here. We'll get this sorted out. Apologize for the technical difficulties in the display here, but looks like we're watching a Bant Airbending deck against...
I'd guess Jeskai Control, based on High Noon. That's one that we've seen a few different times throughout the last year or 2.
So there's a backup High Noon. The deck has Multiversal Passage and Starting Town. All right, so High Noon back in play. Seam Rip answers the first one. All right, so I think technical difficulties kind of made that. We have to get this sorted out. We want to tell you who we're watching. We want to have the correct names for the decks on the screen. I do apologize for that. We're shaking some stuff out. We're going to get it figured out. We're going to watch more. We already watched a great match.
I'm going to talk more about Flitterwing Nuisance.
Yeah, bring it.
We saw Slater Claudell. You mentioned that we didn't really get to see his Flitterwing Nuisance draw any cards, but that's because it died immediately twice, where that was a spot where, in spite of the fact that Nidita did not really want to be able to kill it or have to use burn spells when the opponent is at kind of a high life total, you don't want to be trading resources a bunch. If that were something like a Spyglass Siren, then you don't really have a reason you have to go after it, but you know the Nuisance is going to be able to just start gaining a bunch of cardboard over time.
Makes
it
sense.
Also can eat the counters if you were to say Blight with a Requiting Hex.
Big brain. Well, Dimir mid-range seems a little bit of a dark horse, familiar deck, but we have a metagame breakdown for you. Deck lists are due before this open deck list tournament, so we're going to tell you what is showing up here on day number 1 at the RC in Portland. Number 1 deck, we talked about this a little bit, we've already seen it. Is it Lesson? It's not really surprising. This is a deck that's taking up a reasonable percentage of metagame share. A little bit refreshing, 16% of the field, 146 players of the nearly 900 there. Less than the other category, which you always love to see.
Yeah, and you know, also very pronounced that Is It Looting, there are less than a 10th as many Is It Looting players as there are Is It Lessons. Lessons consensus best version of Is It on the weekend.
Right. Second most played deck there, very close, just under 15%. That's going to be Simic Ouroboros. We've already seen a little bit of Golgari Ouroboros. That's just 1% of the field, but you put those together, you got about 15, 16% Ouroboros in the field there.
Yep.
Not surprised to see that. Some very strong cards there. And Jeskai Control, very close in representation with Sultai Reanimator. I knew there'd be Jeskai Control on the field, but I'm a little surprised to see it as a 3rd most represented deck.
It's the kind of deck that if you have a defined metagame, you can have a really successful weekend by slanting your deck towards what you think is going to show up, assuming you end up being correct. And I think a lot of players were a bit skeptical that ECL was going to have that large of an impact on the metagame and really wanted to come with their sights on, is it Lessons and Simic or a Boroid? Naturally, that might pay off for them. We see 30% of the field is represented by those decks at this point, but the real question is going to lie in if the winner's metagame also looks like this. Jeskai Control looks very, very well positioned in day one, but looking a little further down, Sultai Reanimator, we've seen this deck get a bunch of tools from lore when eclipsed, and it is not clear to me if Jeskai Control is going to have great answers to Deceit, to Wistfulness, to honestly just the additional layers of consistency that we're seeing out of Reanimator.
Right, even just a formidable speaker attacking every turn while you get to set up whatever your Deceit for interaction, your big Superior Spider-Man combo makes sense. You see Bant Airbending here, the 5th most represented deck. That's the deck that won Magic Spotlight the Avatar 2 weeks ago in Atlanta. I believe this is going to be an increase in metagame share for that deck. And it's not surprising that it's not the most played deck. We're still kind of feeling out the format. And there's been a downshift. I'm looking for landfall. You have to go all the way down. What is that, the 9th most represented deck, Celestia Landfall?
I'd never guess, but you see, if you were to add up all of the landfall decks, 4.5% is what you're looking at there. And I believe we have almost seen exactly Bant Airbending and the landfall variant swap positions on the metagame grid. In particular because we saw that despite Landfall having a very high win rate in its own right a couple of weeks ago at the Spotlight, it was such a heavy dog to Bant Airbending. Even the Landfall players coming out of the event said, well, Bant Airbending was in top 8, so I was cooked.
Yep.
So whenever you hear that that's what's going on and you feel like your deck might have similar matchups otherwise across the board, I know I would rather be scissors than paper in that relationship.
Sure, sure. And that uptick in the airbending representation, of course, a bad sign for landfall. Not surprising. And then you see players move off as a reaction. So that makes a lot of sense. I know that if I was playing this weekend, I'd be playing Steam Vents. You know, maybe I would swallow my pride and play Is It Lessons if I wanted to play the best deck. What do you think you might be playing if you were competing this weekend?
I personally would probably be on Bant Airbending. I really like creature combo when I'm out in the wilderness, and I particularly love decks with what I affectionately refer to as a mediocre beatdown plan. Where you go, okay, you answered my combo. I have 3 2/2s and a dream and an opponent with a life total. Let's get busy. And I think Bant Airbending is the deck that is most in line with that sort of pattern.
It has a really good, fair, flash kind of game plan. I know that that's something that you have been a fan of historically, and then it can just convert into a combo kill out of nowhere. Really cool stuff there.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't complain if I were playing Sultai Reanimator either. I think that deck looks like it's got the bones of something really cool and novel. So, I don't know. It's really tough. I think there's a lot of cool new stuff going on in the format, and in a lot of ways it is really a novel standard format compared to the formats of old.
You know, I just mentioned Sultai Reanimator. That's a deck that might be surprising to some folks. That's in my range. I actually qualified for a Pro Tour playing a Soulflayer Carmanicore deck once upon a time.
I don't know if I could have guessed that.
This deck has some similar bones there.
Definitely.
Superior Spider-Man and Soulflayer, they're kind of cards of the same nature, and kind of playing Deceit as a fair card or a part of your big combo finish or just something strong to do with Superior Spider-Man. The texture of those decks are actually very similar, at least from my experience of exiling Sagumauler and Chromanticore to Soulflayer or bestowing Chromanticore onto Sagumauler. That's the big one. That's what I really like doing. But we have some really cool stuff to watch. I'll stop talking about my 10-year-old stories.
No, it's fine. No, I'm totally with you. You know, speaking of Superior Spider-Man, I'm doing the Spider-Man meme of Town Greeter and
Satyr Wayfinder. Oh, I love Satyr Wayfinder.
What year is it, you know?
Really happy to see Sound Greeter in a standard. So yeah, that's one that I can definitely endorse as well. That's going to be it for round number 2. I do apologize. We're still getting those technical difficulties figured out. We have a lot more Magic to bring you this weekend, and we're going to get Corey Baumeister and Ailey Lonely in the booth here to bring you round number 3 before you know it.
Everybody, hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the next 2 rounds here of Standard to see who is going to work their way closer and closer to that top 8. Corey, what are you most excited about this
Oh,
weekend?
God, I'm just excited to see the evolution of Standard. Every single big tournament we have, we see the metagame shift, minor changes here and there, and then, of course, see the impact of Lorwyn Eclipse here on the Standard format, which it seems like it's going to be a lot more impactful than I think a lot of people thought initially.
Well, I'm just going to say, I'm putting it out here, I think Formidable Speaker is going to be one of the MVPs of the set.
I mean, JAD is one of the MVPs of our Magic
absolutely.
community, so it
Absolutely.
makes sense that it would be. I mean, that card is amazing. I gotta agree.
Here's a look at our metagame for day 1. Is it Lessons coming in hot with 146 players bringing it, but only 16% of the field, followed closely by Simic Oroboroid and Jeskai Control. Pretty steep drop off thereafter. So is it Lessons and Simic Oroboroid definitely going to be the decks to beat here this weekend?
Yeah, definitely agree. Those top 2 decks are really cementing their position in the metagame as the decks to beat. And then we see some other subtle changes here from Spotlight, the avatar here a couple weekends ago. You know, Jeskai, about the same. Sultai Reanimator had a nice boost. Believe it or not, Ban Airbending, the deck that won the tournament, got quite the increase there. Went from, you know, having like 6 people in the event up to 62. So, and then Demir had a bit of a fall as well, but should be a nice metagame, Ailey.
Yeah, and as always, you've got your mono red diehards doing their best to kill their opponents as quick as possible. And a couple of smatterings of other archetypes too. We'll see if anyone brought the spice here this weekend, and if they're able to take out the top dogs in the field.
Agreed. Seeing Sultai Elementals as well. That's just a straight new deck. So going to be a lot of spice. Maybe even a lot of spice in the feature match area right now, Ailey.
Oh, you think so?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take a look at what our feature matches are here for round number 2. Or is this round number 3? Round number 3.
Round number 3. Yeah, players are 2-0.
Yes, players are 2-0 currently. We'll get this updated in a jiffy for you, friends. But we are going to be watching Rakdos Monument up against Bant Airbending. So, Corey, you took a quick look at the deck list. Tell us what Rakdos Monument's trying to do.
So first, Javier Romos, fresh off a top 8 here at Spotlight Atlanta. So had a nice finish already. So congrats to him on making it back. But yeah, to your point there, Rakdos Monument, this deck is really, really cool. So it's, of course, playing Monument of Endurance, but a lot of creatures to trigger it. We have Inti, Iron Shield Elf, a new staple from the Elf type deck here in Lorwyn Eclipse, as well as Moon Shadow, the 1-mana mythic rare from the newest set, making an appearance as well. So just using Monument in a much more aggressively slanted deck right now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Kicking things off here, we've got Llanowar Elves on the top there for Miles Noset. And we also have the Flail down below there for Javier. Bloodthorn Flail. Didn't think I'd see this card again outside of Lost Caverns of Ixalan.
And not even that good of a Lost Cavern of Ixalan limited card at that point. So yeah, very interesting.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it equipped all too much, but I guess if you want to discard, it's there to discard things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just being able to equip to different things, you get to discard, so you can discard a ton of cards with Monument, and it can do some serious work. But from Miles, here's the play that we see time and time again here in Standard. Turn 1 Accelerant, turn 2 Badgermole Cub, and now you have 2 more mana. So this is the bread and butter of Standard here for green decks.
Oh, yeah. And Badgermole Cub, he's had a bit of a rough time. You know, the first time we saw the card in Standard, it kind of got targeted. Like 39% win rate, I believe, at the World Championship and previous events. It just got absolutely kicked.
It really did.
This poor little guy. Then everyone kind of focused their attention somewhere else, and the Badgermole Cub has made a bit of a resurgence now. So let's see how he does here in the hands of Miles Noset.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing the metagame shift like that. You know, I mean, Lessons just beat up on these Cub decks, just beat up on Ban Airbending. But, you know, with some of the new inclusion, the Interdimensional Web Watch being a card that was not really played at the World Championship and gives you some more game against these as it Lessons decks. So it's just really fun to see the ebb and flow of the metagame.
Absolutely. Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, now has a flail attached to him. And now we got Monument to Endurance as well. This card is an absolute powerhouse, and together with Inti, this is just an engine that is going to be very difficult to stop.
Yeah, this is really cool. So we can discard kind of as many cards as we want here. Get yourself some treasures, get the value going from Monument. But all that being said, I mean, look what Miles' board is right now. Like, you can essentially, you know, do some devastating things. I wouldn't say necessarily win the game next turn, although I'm sure it's possible with this much mana. But just a huge advantage already from Javier up top.
All right, so it does look like our overlay is correct. Apologies to the players if we got their names wrong, but I think we're in the right spot now. Woo-wee! We've got Phoenix out here too. We got Inti going off, drawing, discarding, giving itself trample, and you know that Javier doesn't want to block with the Badgermole Cub or Doc Orlock.
Yeah, the airbending deck just doesn't really want to block in general too much at all. And, you know, all that being said, this is a gigantic smack here.
Yeah.
With Inti being strapped up with the flail. I mean, that's 5 damage. The Phoenix is 2 more. So, I mean, this is a gigantic hit.
Yeah, and not much doing about it currently. Javier tapped out. It's just going to take a big bop on the noggin.
And at any point, you can turn one of the cards in your hand into a free lightning bolt. You know, anytime it's sorcery speed for equip, but that's a powerful effect.
Yeah. Nice little piece of tech added into the decks that care about discarding stuff.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, the elf from Lauren Eclipse making its way in there too. You know, powerful 3/1 kind of has the Adanta Vanguard effect going for it.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, that was one of the most annoying cards ever to play against. It was so incredibly difficult to kill, so makes sense that that card's going to do something in Standard as well. And still, this deck just gets to play Marauding Mako, you know, a card that is kind of forgot about since it's no longer in the dominant Izzet shell with Vivi, but it still looks really good in this deck. You have Bloodghast to be bringing back and to discard for free value. This deck looks sweet. I really hope it's good.
Flamewake Phoenix from Foundations. Haven't seen this played much, if at all. It's just a flying haste, attacks each turn if able, and then if a creature power 4 or greater, you can pay red to return it to the battlefield. So, like all good Phoenixes, it does rise from the ashes and just provides a little bit of extra stick and power here for the aggressive decks.
Yeah, very tricky card to deal with. You know, it doesn't hit extremely hard these days, so it hasn't seen as much play as it has back in the day, but still very, very cool looking here.
Yeah. Foundation's kind of, what would you call it, the bread and butter of the format. You know, bring in the Llanowar Elves, all that sort of thing. Now we see Seamrip take care of the flail, so no more discard shenanigans there.
Didn't think our first match in the booth would be, all right, we got to get rid of this Bloodthorn flail.
Yeah.
But hey, it's an enabler right now, and it does seem very scary with Monument to just keep re-equipping back and forth to your creatures, discard some cards, and get the value going.
How come we didn't go for Inti there?
Yeah, Inti seems decent too. I don't know. Clearly, we must have a plan for the creature already.
Another piece of removal or something. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I would have thought Inti seems like the card to get rid of first, but
yeah, just enabling the draw discard with every attack and putting himself out of reach essentially.
Yeah. All contextual to the hand for sure. And if Javier does have something like an Aang Swift Savior here, that would be unbelievable. Having something like Aang Swift Savior here would just be great. Be able to airbend out Inti, block the Phoenix, have a nice little 2-for-1. And clearly Javier has something. So I'm guessing we're going to have Appa, we're going to have Aang, one of the best buds here coming on in.
Yeah, they're going to have a gotcha or something for sure.
Yeah.
Got, 4 or 5 mana essentially up there for Javier Ramos up at the top of the screen.
Yeah,
Miles now has to figure out what he wants to do about what is pretty clearly a threat in hand here for Javier.
So there's another Phoenix in hand, but yeah, without that flare, it is tough to get that to be discarded easily. And yeah, just hard casting that looks much worse here. And this looks like this attack might be a bit of a blowout.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes an Arclight Phoenix just has to be paid for 4 mana. Okay?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's a callback.
So let's see here. What does Javier have in response to what's going to be a very powerful attack nonetheless? 2 little 1/1s blocking against a trample creature is not going to do all that much here.
Yep.
So Javier now has the opportunity to respond.
The nice thing that Javier has access to if he does have a copy of Aang Swift Savior here is you can actually still proactively play it at the beginning of combat to get rid of Inti, because those Phoenixes have to attack into
Yeah, they
Aang.
do, they do.
So I think beginning of combat Aang Swift Savior on Inti looks amazing here.
Nice. There you go. Okay, so there's the answer for Inti. There's Aang Swift Savior. He's going to gobble up one of these Phoenixes that have to attack. 2 points of damage will get in. Javier will go down to 5. But Javier is looking in a much better position as it stands.
Definitely. I mean, this was a great start for Javier. Pretty close to the best possible draw you can have. Maybe, you know, arguable having Aang at the crossroads on that turn as well would have been awesome. But this was a great start. And everything coming up. Javier Romos to be able to, well, make it to back-to-back premier event top 8s. Not an easy thing to do. And, of course, a lot of tournament left to go. But
Oh, man. You say it's not an easy thing to do, but we've seen a couple players be on absolute heaters at the moment.
yeah.
You know, Michael Palmer being one of them, just crushing it on every single level that he's been playing. So, yeah, let's see. Javier might be able to do that as well.
yeah, Michael is the heater right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he went, what? He went from taking 9th, or went from winning Pro Tour Edge of Eternity, taking 9th at the World Championship, and winning the Arena
Yeah.
Champs. Is that good?
You know, I would say so.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, he's probably got an okay chance in Richmond next weekend.
Time will tell. We'll see what happens there. But we turn our attention back here now to a moon shadow that is on the board.
If you were planning to do that, you know, you would have liked to just play that pre-combat as, you know, when the Phoenix dies, you get a counter. But the thing is, Miles had plans to discard it to Inti to get some more value off that monument. And when the Inti gets disrupted, when your other discard outlet gets disrupted, all of a sudden you're playing a mopey Rakdos deck that just looks less impressive. But, you know, that's the give and take, I imagine,
Yeah.
with this kind of deck.
You know, all the aggressive decks look fantastic until they run out of things to do. And then they kind of
Yes.
just, you know, limp along and try and get over the finish line here. But we're going to see Javier casting our friendly little Bramble Familiar. Are we going to fetch quest here?
Looks like fetch quest. We definitely have 7 mana tapped.
Yeehaw. Let's go.
So no ability to clearly have a Airbender Ascension or something to be able to just play it, airbend it, and go from there. And Javier's list is a lot different. That's a nice hit to get in at the crossroad here. Javier's list is a lot different than our champion at Spotlight the Avatar a couple weeks ago. Only 1 Airbender Ascension, only 2 Interdimensional Webwatch, and actually playing 3 Oko Lorwyn Liege, which I think is a nod to the matchup of Visit Lessons. So probably won't be as good in this matchup, but definitely the choice Javier made.
Well, looks like we're going to start having some fun here. Are we close to comboing off here for Javier?
We are definitely getting close. And Formidable Speaker, you know, is playing a big role in a lot of different decks right now in Standard. Sultai Reanimator, you're seeing it here. You know, the Ouroboros decks, they're playing it in some numbers. But it's really, really nice with Badgermole Cub, the fact that it also is kind of an elf that generates mana.
Yeah.
As you get to tap the elf with 1 mana, untap the elf. So your Llanowar Elf and Formidable Speaker will generate 3 mana together. And if you have multiple cubs or anything like that, you're really doing it.
Oh,
so,
man.
yeah, JUD is not messing around.
This is a very impactful card right out of the gate, which is awesome to see. You know, sometimes it takes a while for the World Champions cards to find a home.
Yeah.
But immediately, JD's card has been like, yeah, cool, I work well in everything.
Yes.
Because who doesn't want to go and find the best creature in their deck by chucking something that I want?
It's so good. N4 toughness on a 3-drop. It is a phenomenal card we're going to be seeing a lot of. And I love the lore behind it that he's just like, well, I just want my card to be good in cube.
Yeah.
I want to go search up Restoration Angel and then Restoration Angel it and blink it and do some more looting. But it's going to be a big player in Standard and other formats as well.
Miles doing the only thing the Rakdos deck can do right now, and that is turn sideways. So here comes Moonshadow alongside the Phoenix.
Now, this being said, though, this could be some dangerous stuff because we're attacking with this battlefield here. Monument gets a trigger. Inti's getting a trigger.
Yep.
Moonshadow's getting a trigger. Javier is only at 5, so let's see what mode was selected. It looks like we drew a card to start. And wow, with that flare, You're still not. The problem with this Rakdos Monument deck that I'm noticing is you get to utilize your turn very well, but utilizing the discard on your opponent's turn to be able to have them lose 3 life on your turn, lose 3 life in their upkeep, kind of what we see from Is It Lessons.
Yes,
that doesn't seem to be on the menu for this deck.
Yeah, Artist Talent being, you know, the main proponent of that, just enabling that strategy. So.
And instance. There's not a lot of instance in this Monument deck.
No.
It is, hey, that is actually not true. There is Bitter Triumph. So if you can instant speed that, discard a card, trigger Monument on Javier's turn, you could get some stuff done, but you need a couple more cards for that.
Javier assigning blockers now. Plenty of extra fodder to jump in the way here of these creatures. Miles is taking a look at the backside here of Ang at the Crossroads. Do I need to worry about that? Yes, you do. If he survives to next turn, yes, you do.
Yeah, so it's basically, do I want to kill Ang Swift Savior? Do I want to kill Ang at the Crossroads? And Ang at the Crossroad will flip. You'll get that extra ability going. But that's not the biggest thing, because Javier did search up Appa. So, so the fact that if you don't kill Ang Swift Savior, I think you just lose the game.
Yeah.
So Ang at the Crossroad is great, but the powerful 4-drop is going to close out the game next turn. I mean, I guess not fully close it out, because making infinite tokens, you could still lose to Monument. But the one trick that Javier could do is, in the process of making infinite tokens, could make an infinitely large land with Badgermole Cub. So could win on his turn.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're going to see as long as Javier sees the line.
Yeah, that's what we saw Nicole Tipple do in round 1 as well. Instead of going for the infinite 1/1s and giving, you know, her opponent the opportunity to clear the board with Bring of the Last Gift, just saying, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig through my deck. I'm going to find Badgermole Cub. I'm going to blink it multiple times. I'm going to get massive lands and just kill you with those. Cool. Great. That's how we do it.
But I would think Javier has this all locked up as long as he does go through the motions here with Ang Swift Savior. So that was a good call to get rid of that. So now the Crossroads, you can get some pressure going. And you can try to dig by airbending out Ang at the Crossroad and try to find Swift Savior, but does need one more piece.
So a permanent left, right? So that should flip now?
That should flip, yes.
Whenever the leaves transform it, it's not a May. So that should flip.
Well, it flips
at the beginning of the next upkeep.
Yeah, exactly. That should be flipped. But I would imagine that is something that can be missed.
Yeah.
This is competitive IRL here.
IRL? Well, it is IRL, but REL as well.
REL, that's what I meant. This is a competitive tournament where players are needing to remember all their things.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, Javier just gets to kind of pop off here. You get to airbend the Bramble Familiar. You get to airbend Ang at the Crossroads. I mean, even Formidable Speaker. Just airbending that should be able to find you Ang, as long as you can have one other card in hand, which you should. So,
all the pieces you need, basically.
I think they're there. The Formidable Speaker is only a 1-of in this deck, too. I guess why play more than one when you just draw the 1?
Here comes Appa, Steadfast Guardian. Now Javier explaining how this is going to go. Airbending away 2 things.
Airbending away everything, and then
any number, yes.
Doc Orlock is the only one that's going to stay.
Yes. So everything in the exile now is free.
Exactly.
And then all of the enters effects get to be re-triggered. And this is gross.
And this is gross. That is well said.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing being said here is we need to leave open some blue mana so that you can cast Ang Swift Savior that you fetch up off the Formidable Speaker. So that might be a small misstep here. Very unlikely to matter, but also, like, with this airbend on the stack, you could use Formidable Speaker to untap Hollowed Fountain to get some extra value, but we'll not be able to do that anymore.
All right.
It's nice to see this deck have a resurgence, I must say.
Yeah.
Also, having a resurgence after it won Spotlight the Avatar is just the coolest flavor, success ever.
Yeah.
It is a huge flavor win. Oh, it was a lot of fun to watch Kai Nelson take that down here a couple weeks ago.
Woo-wee. Look at all that value. So many options here now for Javier. It's choose your own adventure time. How would we like to kill Miles?
Exactly. Pick the way to figure it out. Creature or enchantment, so you are not able to get the interdimensional web watch, but still hardly matters.
So we got Appa to airbend Appa.
That is nice. That gives you a redraw at all your things. You get Aang at the crossroad. You get to replay Bramble Familiar, and then up again. Then you get to Fetch Quest again. Then you get to Aang at the crossroad.
Okay.
And that will do it. As long as Javier knows the line of you Badgermole cub your land infinitely.
Yeah.
Which, it's not the most common line.
No,
you know?
it's not, no.
So
I think most people go for the, just all out, cool, I have a million tokens, do your best.
Which works when your opponent is not at 2, which I believe Javier is at 2 right now. I don't think our life total was updated because Monument did put him down to 2,
Okay.
if I remember correctly. So
Yeah, I do see on his life tracking pad there that he is at 2, in fact. So as long as there's no, shock out of nowhere, I think we're all good to go here. Miles sees the writing on the wall. Javier displaying or representing what it is he's going to kill him with. And there we go. Let's go to game number 2. Sideboard time. Okay, let's start with Miles because Miles is now on the back foot and is going to have to figure out a way to get around this combo. So sideboard time, we've got Bitterbloom Bearer, Magebane Lizards, Preacher of the Schisms, Raven Eagle, Boulder Dash, Deathmark, Strategic Betrayal, Abrade, The End, and Soul Guide Lantern. What do you like here,
I
Colin?
like anything that kills creatures here. Deathmark's a classic. I haven't seen that one in a while, but it's going to be very good up against the Bant deck, believe it or not. As well as Boulder Dash looks like it could be a nice 2-for-1. Boulder Dash is a new little hot tech that actually kills Badgermole Cub altogether.
So good.
Yeah.
And it kills the land that it animates,
Exactly.
too, that it earthbends. So.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is it kills every piece of Badgermole Cub, and it can actually prevent the value of Badgermole Cub if you get a little frisky. You can go during their upkeep, kill the Cub, and kill the land, and then it comes into play tapped. So really, really nice one at dealing with Cubs. Strategic Betrayal you could bring in, as well as Abrade and The End. Anything that kills creatures, I'm bringing in.
Absolutely. And this Boulder Dash has been such a performer in Limited as well. So.
Oh, yeah.
Now looking at the other side of things, we've got Aven Interrupter, Beza Bounding Spring, Kutzel's Flanker, Surak Elusive Hunter, Wistfulness, Avatar's Wrath, Get Lost, Negate, and Origin of Metal Bending.
Okay, I think I like Origin of Metal Bending. I like Wistfulness, being able to destroy Monument. I mean, this isn't the type of Monument deck that I think Javier was looking to be able to defeat, but it will still work there. Outside of that, I just really want to keep my game plan intact. Probably get those Okos out of there. They don't seem very strong in this matchup, so I think it'll be a little bit more of a product of what cards do I need out. I really want the Spider Senses out as well, so probably bring in those Get Lost as well to be able to control that initial flurry of tough to deal with creatures like Inti and stuff like that.
So it's always a fun little game of, okay, how much is my opponent sideboarding? How many threats do I actually need to answer?
Yeah.
Am I over sideboarding? Because that is a thing. You can't just go, cool, 15 cards, dump, and then take out the 15 cards you don't want to play.
One of the toughest aspects of Magic is wow, this card can be good, but I destroyed the whole, just streamlinedness of my deck, and now all of a sudden I'm just not functioning at the same level.
Yep.
So, yeah, there are certain decks that can sideboard a lot. There's certain decks that cannot. A deck like Bant Airbending, where it is essentially a combo deck where you need about 3 parts to do it, that's a deck that can trim off the edges a little bit. It can't really just be all right, I'm taking out all my Angs,
Yeah, no, you still need to have a way to win the game here,
exactly.
So. And Javier would love to be able to get a clean 2-0 here against Miles. And for any Rakdos aggro fans, anyone who likes to chuck things in graveyards, we're hoping to see a much quicker clock here from Miles. Be able to keep threats on the board, be able to kill Javier before he's able to do what he did there at 2 life.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Friends, if you are interested in getting into Magic or, just want to Just want to sell some cards, to buy some new cards. Well, you can do that at starcitygames.com. Sell your cards.starcitygames.com. There's a handy-dandy QR code right there, too. So we know you're on your phone. If you're watching this on your PC or something, just go take a picture. It'll take you where you need to be.
But
30%
Ailey,
off bonus trade credit, man.
if they're already on their phone, how can they scan the QR code?
Well, I don't know. ask your preteen child. They'll be able to tell you how to do that. Maybe even your toddler.
You know, honestly, I could see there's a way to do it, but we're just too old to know how to do it.
No, you can actually. I know on Google you can do the press thingy, and then it's like, tell me about this screen, and then you can do it.
Oh, okay.
It is possible. I'll show you later.
Those kids, those young whippersnappers know how to do everything.
Get off my lawn. But yeah, great prices, and you get a 30% trade credit bonus when you sell your cards to Star City Games. They really want your cards, so go sell them.
Yeah, absolutely. They sold a bunch of cards over the holidays for all those Christmas bonuses for people, so they need to buy more cards. I sell cards to them all the time and get that trade-in bonus because, well, I'm going to buy more Magic cards, believe it or not.
And speaking of selling cards, you can do it at these events too. So if you want to come and hang out, come and get some games in, events, whatever. If you want to play in the regional championships, usually there's an re-CQ or a last chance qualifier on the Fridays. So
yeah, I mean these events are already really awesome, and now they added that extra layer where they have the limited championship qualifiers.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I mean, same. I was like, I have just been trying to think of ways where someone could cover our shift for just a little bit, so we can go get a couple sealeds in.
I'm not feeling so good. Just give me 50 minutes.
Yeah, those events look really awesome, and it's a nice condolence or a secondary prize.
Yeah.
If you do scrub out of the main event, you get to play in those really cool events, which is going to be really cool.
Oh, what? You can't play more Magic? Go play more Magic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Players shuffling up here now.
We are going to see play slow down a little bit. If you were really tuned in to Spotlight the Avatar in Atlanta, this event, the big difference is day one is open decklist, so this is going to add that little extra layer of people reading the cards, thinking a little bit more about what they sideboard, instead of just being in the dark where they're like, I think you play a deck like this. And, a player like Miles playing this really cool Rakdos Monument deck that, may have popped up on a challenge here or there, top 16, top 8 or whatever. But for the most part, it's a relatively unknown deck. And when Javier gets to look at that and see all the cards in it, huge neutralizer to, playing a spicy deck and getting that advantage day one at a Spotlight versus day one at a regional championship.
As a player, what do you prefer?
I love closed deck list. So my favorite thing to do is to have a kind of transformational sideboard to really think like, okay, if I'm playing a creature deck, everyone's bringing in removal against me. Ooh, I pivot into a planeswalker or a powerful thing like Monument or something like that. When your opponents see it face up, it takes away from being able to do that. So I like closed deck list, but open deck list is very much needed for an event like this. Like it's tough to run coverage if someone's showing off their new deck. Maybe they don't want to be on coverage then, so it's a necessary evil. But most of the time I do like closed deck lists. It's more fun.
I do like it. I like seeing, the spicy little one-off making an impact in a pretty big moment. That's how you get your clips, okay?
Exactly.
That's how you start trending on social media, friends.
And I have such a bad memory, so when I look over a deck list and then I'm in the game, you're like, was it 2 of this card they had or was it 3, Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun little game of puzzling together what your opponent has in their list.
Exactly.
Let's have a look at one of our other feature matches right now while our players shuffle up and draw their opening hands. Here we have Alexander Lakem on Jeskai Control doing things with the Unagi of Kyoshi Island, and Ryan Mullins on Is It Lessons getting grand otter shenanigans going. But it looks like the otter's going to eat some fish scales here.
And Ryan Mullins, known as Burnt Taco on Magic Online, a very, very good player. Made it to the top 8 of our last Modern event, where he was playing Boros Energy and, ended up losing in the top 4, I believe, but still just a phenomenal player, always going really, really deep in these kind of events.
Yeah, I was about to say, I recognize that name.
Yep.
I have absolute goldfish brain when it comes to what players did lost and when. But jumping back in now to Javier Ramos up 1-0 against Miles Noset. Banned airbending versus Rakdos Monument. Definitely one of the underdogs here this weekend, Rakdos Monument, but still got a lot of firepower in its cards.
Firmly in the other category, I'll say that. Yeah.
Firmly.
And Miles, something to take into account there. It could be a bluff, but 99% of the time, at a regional championship especially, you take 2 damage and you pass the turn. You got a removal spell ready for Llanowar Elves. So Javier either used that information and didn't play into it to make sure Miles doesn't get to use their mana efficiently. Or just, of course, didn't have it. Well.
Or it's just absolute mind games.
Yeah.
Either way, here's the elf. Let's see if it survives. Seamrip takes care of the Iron Shield elf that has very cool flavored text. Flamekin Metalcroft saves minion elvish life but mortally wounds their pride.
I love it. I love it.
I love flavored text on Magic cards, man. It's so good.
It's what it's all about. And a nice answer to a card that can gain Indestructible. I mean, the fact that this is very different than like a Danto Vanguard. Discarding a card versus paying for life, gigantic. You'd much rather be giving away life, especially when you're in an aggressive deck. So this card is far worse than a Danto Vanguard, but it is still a nice enabler for this Monument deck for sure.
Hey, you know what it's got going for it? It can block pretty decently, even without its indestructible claws. So.
Hey, the other one could block great too.
It was a 1/1.
It could take down 1/1s with ease.
Getting chomped by a dinosaur.
Javier, with the second Seamrip, is huge here. I saw Miles had another Monument there, so I mean, if you can just discard all your cards and get the value of all of them, it doesn't matter if your creature's tapped. It can be tapped again. So that is really nice and does cut off that very nice synergy with Monument.
Javier doing a good job of answering all the questions Miles is putting forth. Inti, Seneschal of the Sun now. Could be a bit of a pickle here if Javier doesn't have a way to keep him from getting that engine going. You mentioned you saw the Monument to Endurance, so that'll be a good way for Miles to start putting his foot on the accelerator.
Third Seamrip would be awesome for Inti here. Seamrip just seems incredible against this Rakdos deck. I mean, Rakdos notoriously cannot get enchantments off the battlefield, and that remains true in this deck list from Miles as well.
Enchantments and schmantments. Here comes Monument.
Now it's the Aang Swift Savior test. You got it. You can go to combat, and you can airbend it out then if you want.
Yeah, do you want to do that, though? You don't want the trigger, right?
I mean, you definitely don't want Inti and Monument to just do its thing this turn. You know, discard a card, get a card revealed off Inti, plus draw a card off Monument.
Yeah.
Ends up being really nice synergies.
Because also Inti's a 3/3 when it attacks with this trigger, right?
Exactly, yeah. So discarding, you're going to target Inti with the counter.
Hi, Mako.
Draw 2. Essentially draw 2. Reveal 1, draw 2. Or reveal 1, draw 1. And looks like I saw a couple new cards in hand, Moon Shadow and the Requiting Hex.
Is it requiting or requiting?
You know, I have never...
To Google.
Yeah, I'm really not sure, but I would think requiting, but either or. It is the new almost Fatal Push-S card. A really powerful card going to make an impact here in Standard. So the flanker coming down. Let's see the modes that we're going to do.
It's requiting.
Requiting. Okay, okay.
No quitting. Only
no
quieting.
Quitting. I love it. I'm not good at quieting.
Me, no. We know that. That's why you get paid to talk. Kutzel's flanker now hitting the board here for Javier. What's he going to do with this?
Looks
scrying and getting some life?
Looks like we're doing some scrying.
Yeah, life is a good thing to have when you're up against an aggressive deck, for sure.
This is a nice thing to be able to block this flanker. It gets around the Hex. So, yeah, a great card right now.
Neat. Inti down. Kutzel down. Kutzel's flanker, I should say, down.
Tramples for a couple of damage. And now Moon Shadow comes down, but the enabler is gone. And like we saw last game, when Monument sticks around as, you know, just the cheerleader of the game, it looks a lot less impressive. But when you have the enabler, the card looks incredible.
We need the quarterback on the field, man.
There we go.
Well, as a cheerleader is useless. I don't know. I don't know American sports very well. So.
You nailed it.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely nailed it.
Although half the time the cheerleaders are doing a better job than the
Then
players on the field.
quarterbacks, yeah, ain't that the truth?
Anyway, halftime shows, woo! Moonshadow on the board now. It's got a lot of -1 counters on it, so just a 1/1 currently, and doesn't have a attack trigger, so just chipping away here as much as you can. This is kind of a combat step here for Miles.
That's well
It's not
said.
where he wants to be at all.
That is well said. It is nothing too impressive. I mean, that card just can really get out of hand. But in a matchup like Bant Airbending, where there's seam rips, where there's ways to bounce it with Aang Swift Savior, there's ways to airbend it with Airbender Ascension, it does not seem like a strong card in this particular matchup. And in general, this matchup has felt very, very strong for the Bant Airbending side.
Absolutely.
Of course, it's a new deck, so you can't really judge it by just this match. But
Bant Airbending has definitely had more laps around the track, as it were.
Yeah.
It's been finessed. It's been fine-tuned. It has the answers for most of the known threats in the format already. So Javier might not win super fast unless he gets the combo at a ridiculously early place or a stage in the game. But as the game goes on, it's inevitable that Bant Airbending will win.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bant Airbending has just been notoriously very good against aggressive decks.
Ooh.
It struggles against
Wistfulness.
lessons. It struggles against, control, those kind of decks that can really just kill your creatures with really high efficiency. So, and this is a card we're going to be seeing a lot of. I think this is probably the better of the incarnation. It's so hard to tell because we've looked at. When the incarnations came around, like Grief, Fury, those kind of things.
Yeah.
Which one was better at the time? And a lot of people didn't call those correctly as well. So we'll see. But Wistfulness is incredible in a lot of different decks.
I love all of them. I think it's so sweet just to have, basically a modal spell on a massive body.
Yeah.
Great at any point in the game, whether you need it or not. And it looks like Javier just has a quick question away from the table, following a Llanowar Elves and Formidable Speaker. Chucked the Spider Sense to go and fetch that Wistfulness.
A lot of new cards. We're going to be seeing a lot of judge calls here.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I was playing, I'd be calling a judge a lot to double check how these interactions worked. Remember, everyone, judges are your friends. So asking them to just be double, triple checking how your cards work. It's much better to ask and get the right answer than just try to play it because you don't want to ask. You feel whatever, some kind of way, and then you get blown out and you lose a match because of it, maybe causing yourself the tournament. It's not worth it.
You don't want to be all regretty spaghetti after,
Well said.
misunderstanding how something works. So, Moonshadow on top of the deck there.
I would assume it just removes a counter. Oh, you actually do get...
No. You'd remove the counter.
I would think you remove
negative
the counter.
counters and +1/+1 counters cancel each other out.
That is what would make a lot more sense to me.
I am 100% confident about this. So, no, you do not get a +1/+1 counter.
I'm pretty confident on that as well, but we shall see. Once again, new cards.
I will fight that judge. No, this interaction, 100%, that's how it should be.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. I spoke to the designers of the Blight deck myself, so I know.
Yeah, I like that we went from, all right, remember, judges are your friend, to I will fight that judge within the same sentence. That's range.
Hey, listen, they sometimes get things wrong. You know, everyone's human.
Absolutely.
We're all fallible. Requiting Hex,
Absolutely.
getting rid of the little elf there. So now just the Formidable Speaker sticking around. I do like Requiting Hex. It's kind of Fatal Push-ish, but not as good.
Yeah, interesting that we didn't actually get in there with this Moonshadow. It does have Menace. It is only a 3/3, so the Formidable Speaker, essentially outclasses it. But, of course, the Menace clause. And I don't think you want to block there. So I'm thinking that is maybe a bit of a misstep here. Maybe there's something I'm not thinking about. Badgermole Cub to get it going. And now you think, like, the Botanical Sanctum, the untap, like now Javier does have 4 mana available, where normally this would be 3. So I'm kind of shocked this Bant Airbending deck does not play more Formidable Speakers. Or maybe just Javier's list in general.
Maybe it's just testing the waters first. Wistfulness hits the board here now. And are we going to untap?
If you...
Okay. Wistfulness takes care of Monument to Endurance, just using the Evoke to destroy an artifact. And no... Not yet, at least.
Yeah.
It's not instant speed that you have to, or sorcery speed you have to activate that ability, right? It's anytime?
For the Formidable Speaker?
Yeah, untap
No,
it.
anytime. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. You can do that at any point.
Yeah. And, you know, it might be, okay, cool, yes, shove it all into one deck. You know how people kind of treated Shieldred, the Apocalypse?
Yeah.
Yes, 4 of. Yes, it's the best. Meanwhile, after the format evolves, it's like, okay, yeah, just 1 or 2 is fine.
Yeah, let's calm
Hey,
down a bit, huh? Yeah.
Personally, I'm with the 4 for 4. Let's do it, man.
And now Miles just has 2 lands in hand, so completely out of gas. You can just see how much this deck really needs the looting effects to be able to prevent your top decks of just extra lands. And that's where the Is It Lessons Monument deck,
that's where it shines.
It shines. It never runs out of steam. It does the same thing every time. And maybe the strength of that deck in comparison to this Rakdos deck.
Yeah, Carmen and Ryan points that out in the previous rounds too, where it looks like, oh, you know, your opponent's just flooding, getting unlucky with draws, but it's always going to look like that up against a deck that's just continually churning through the top of its library, you know?
Yeah.
Every other deck looks, I don't want to say pitiful, but I'm going to say pitiful in that regard.
In the sense of longevity for that,
yeah.
I would agree. There's not a lot of decks that just never run out of steam, and Is It Lessons is for sure in that camp. And there's a Monument at least. All right, that's a start. And
but it does nothing.
It's
just a cheerleader.
It does do absolutely nothing right now. But if you can find, you know, a way to discard, you're going to be looking really good here. But yeah, once again, you got to find it.
Oh, man. I want this Rakdos deck to do well. I want it to be good. It needs more oomph.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what yet. Players will find it out.
And I mean, hey, Miles is 2-0. You know, maybe this deck absolutely crushes certain decks, you know? Like, could easily see that.
Let's see what Miles played previously.
Ooh, all right. There is a solid hit. Being able to, that's interesting. Being able to bend this out, that seems very risky if you're going to bend out these seam rips. Because you would be able to discard immediately with Monument. So, this might be a big misstep here from Javier Ramos. If you give that access at all, that is a way to trigger that on your opponent's turn. So right now, Miles just has 2 activations of Monument ready to go. Like,
that's powerful.
And I mean, I get it. You want to deal with Moonshadow here, but yeah, I do not love that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Miles played against an Is It Lessons and Jessica Control, so...
Yeah, so Miles did a nice little play there. This was still at his own end step, so discarded to draw to loot away one of those lands, and now at instant speed can loot away another land, plus get a treasure if you want, plus lightning bolt your opponent if you want. So didn't love that play from Javier.
Well, let's see if it matters ultimately here for Javier Ramos. Still up a game, so has a little bit of a cushion there. And is now going to recast Seam Rip, trying to get Moonshadow off the board once and for all.
That's the thing, is you just already had Moonshadow on lockdown with just having more creatures.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you turned on Monument, which is the bigger threat here. So, and now the Monument is going to be active next turn as well. And Javier is just out of gas. So this could have been a big turning point in the game.
Well, let's see. Maybe we have enough firepower just from attacking here for Javier to get this game over and done with before Monument matters.
Yeah, I mean, 12? Miles just had 2 lands in hand, so no matter what, those are getting looted away, and you're going to have some gas now.
Chuck. Draw.
That's even better than just discarding to the elf, as you get the cycle draw, and then you get the draw as well, but it looks like it's lightning bolt mode.
Pew, pew! So anyways, he started blasting.
And now Javier is not winning this race.
Oh, and he's now got removal in hand. Uh-oh.
And now it's just such a free attack. It is such a free attack because you're discarding anyways. So there's the indestructible. Draw a card.
Oh, boy. I think Javier is going to be kicking himself.
For sure. For sure. I think he's starting to see, like, oh, this is very much heading south.
Yep. It's not a once per turn either. This Iron Shield Elf is here to throw things in the bin.
Yeah, I mean, that is a combo. The Elf and the Monument is a true combo here.
Tap draw for Javier. Can he find an answer for this Elf? Can he undo the oopsie?
So the Restless Vance being able to be an attacker as well,
nice.
which also loots for Monument. So all Miles has to do is deal 1 point of damage to be able to go end step Lightning Bolt, during your turn Lightning Bolt, and then get 1 damage in, which it looks like it's going to be the case with this all-out attack.
Yeah.
And then Javier will probably lose in his draw step.
Chucking the Blazemar Verge.
You know, maybe Javier was just like, this deck is really sweet. We want to see another game of it on coverage.
I mean, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm totally cool with that. It doesn't look like we went for the Lightning Bolt to the face.
Interesting. I mean, now if you can attack for 5, Lightning Bolt as well.
He's playing it quite slow, huh?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be just pushing for the win.
Because, I mean, now the problem is like if there's an Aang Swift Savior, you could just lose
Danger,
from
danger.
Miles' side.
Yeah.
So there's a Bitter Triumph, though, in hand, so that should be some insurance.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
And
Boulder Dash.
Nice. Okay, so Boulder Dash, that's that 1 point of damage that you need. That should be enough to be able to win the game on Javier's upkeep. All right, this deck is sweet.
This is cool. This is cool. And Miles was gifted, you know, what looks to be a win upcoming here by his opponents. So it's going to be interesting to try and see the reset now from both players as they go into a decider, so long as nothing drastic happens.
The Moon Shadow was locked at a 3/3, so it just was not threatening at the time, and now you have a 3-power creature that's still getting in there. But, oh, is this Aang Swift Savior to get rid of the Monument at end step?
Kutzel's Flanker.
Okay.
Okay.
This is probably to just stay alive.
Gain life, yeah. Gain life, Scry.
But, I mean, if you gain the life, you get to stay alive, and then, well, you have 6 power in play, so if Javier could clear out the 1 blocker, which looks like it's the Vents, then we could have it. But we know Miles has 2 removal spells in hand.
Yeah.
So honestly, if I was Miles here, I would be not even showing my hand right now. You have 2 removal spells. You only need 1 to resolve. So I would use it as a trap. Wait for Javier to go all in and attack me, and then spring the trap, because this is probably the scenario of Javier going to go for it, shrug, go for it.
Yeah.
And then if you just have the removal spell, it's going to be Javier packing it in and going to game number 3. And honestly, look at the time, Ailey. We have
They have 5 minutes to do one more game.
Javier easily could have, that minor judgment call could have easily been the difference in either drawing or maybe even losing.
Yeah.
Because Miles could win the game fast enough.
Activating Restless Vents, jumps up into action here. Was it a 3/4?
I believe it's a 2/3.
2/3.
It's a 2/3, so you can block the land, and then you can torch the flanker.
Flanker's only 1 toughness, so
Yep.
that gets rid of 2 critters. Take 3 from Appa.
Yep.
Down to 4. That's not dead.
That is indeed not dead. And the Monument can still be active throughout the rest of this turn. So, I mean, I think the play pattern would usually be discard first, draw a card. If you don't like your card, and then use that card.
Boy.
I just don't think any of this matters.
You don't think Aang matters?
I don't think so, because here's the thing. You go end step, discard, lightning bolt your opponent, but Javier down to 4. You untap, you draw, discard it after you're in combat. Oh, I was going to say it matters if you get 3 blockers, but yeah, so you draw your card, you put Javier to 4, you draw your card, animate the land, and then you attack with both, and then in combat you discard, and the menace plus the blockers, you need 3 blockers there, and that'll be enough for Miles to win, which he's explaining to him right now.
Yeah, he's like, hustle, bud. We need to get to game 3 here. We want a result. Shoo-wee.
Yeah, and that's going to be a game that Javier Romos is going to go back and check out, because, that Moon Shadow was not doing the amount of damage that that Iron Shield Elf did. But once again, that's the advantage of that Miles has at this tournament, is nobody's used to playing against Iron Shield Elf.
Nope.
This is definitely the debut. So.
Woo! You can see Miles knows he got away with one there. He is sweating a little bit, but both players now need to hustle if they want to get this game done. Do you think they can pull it off in 3 minutes, because they have to shuffle, they have to maybe sideboard, and they have to get a hand that they're happy with.
Yeah, as long as we're sure that this is the updated time here with the judge calls and that kind of thing.
Yeah, true. They might have an extension.
But yeah, I would think this is not enough time.
I don't think so.
Yeah, and the problem is this early on in the tournament, there are points, you know, in this tournament where getting an unintentional draw is going to be okay. It'll still be okay for their chances to get to the top 8. This early in the tournament, it's a double loss.
Yep.
Yeah. And looks like they have a 1 minute extension, so it'll essentially be 3 minutes here on the clock, but yippee, that's not enough.
Oh boy. What's your personal, as a player, what's your personal feeling when it comes to the end of a game where it goes to turns, your opponent's gonna kill you on the next turn? You take the draw?
You know, I mean, it's just so tough. Those kind of situations are all, you know, kind of contextual, and it's kind of impossible to answer because, well, you know, you're at this stage of the event.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe I was the one playing fast, your opponent wasn't. Like, there's too many variables to truly answer something like that. But when it comes to a situation where, like, you're going into the last round, if you draw, you're both out.
Yeah.
It is an agreement that you almost agree on beforehand is like, all right, if you're wildly ahead, I'm conceding. If you're, you know, if I'm wildly ahead, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But
it's all personally dependent.
Yeah.
For sure.
Looks like a quick mulligan there.
Yeah.
The quickest of mulligans.
The quickest of mulligans. All right.
And, you know, both decks have the ability to win this fast.
Yeah.
Miles because the deck is very aggressive and very fast, and then Javier because, well, you can combo off on turn 3 and then attack for $1 billion on turn 5 if it comes down to it.
I don't think Miles likes his hand too much.
And this is already on the mulligan, but
Okay.
at some point you just got to be like, well,
Let's go, Spaghetti.
got to go fast.
Moonshadow, 1-1 with Menache.
Man, this card can just get gigantic. If you go,
Oh, yeah.
Just think of this draw, like Moonshadow into Iron Shield Elf into Monument, you do some damage.
Or just into Inti, even.
Even into Inti is nice too, yeah.
Seamrip takes care of that elf before it gets anything going. Here comes the flail. Blood, what flail? Blood thorn flail? Did he keep a one-lander?
Nope, we got the
Oh,
land.
okay.
Yeah, Bloodthorn Flail. A card that we do not see very often, to say the least.
No. Is it a one of in the deck? No, it's got 2.
3 of them.
3?
Yep.
Goodness me. Okay.
Yep.
He's packing some pokey sticks, huh? Badger Milk Cub. All right, this is a good start here for Javier. Miles needs to keep this creature off the board.
And just the land tapped, signifying there's nothing else for Javier to do with his mana, so no other 2-drop in hand is something that if I was Miles, I would take into consideration. Oh, there's a combo. You did the combo of discard Bloodghast, but you didn't finish the combo of playing a land.
Ah, poor little Bloodghast.
Formidable Speaker coming down.
Nice. Chucking an extra land. What creature did he go find? Wistfulness. Okay.
Pretty nice. Just being able to play that for 5 mana next turn, exile a creature as well as do a little bit of looting. It's just great.
Yeah, just target artifact or enchantment to exile. Otherwise, he's doing some drawing and discarding.
Yeah, and it just seems great. I mean, the blue-black one also seems awesome. Early front runners for the best ones. Now looks like that is
beat down.
rounds.
Beat down. Yep.
So it is turn 0. Javier, turn 0. Miles will be 1. So Miles will have 3 turns to finish this off. Doesn't look possible. So I would think this is going to be Javier taking it down, or a much more likely draw from these 2 players. Because, like, even the wistfulness, like, sure, you're putting a 5/5 body, and this looks like a spot where Javier is going to be miles ahead. It's just not going to be big enough, you know?
You made a pun. Unintentionally, but you made a pun.
I did make an unintentional pun.
Wistfulness taking care of the discard outlet here of Miles. So just a little 2/1 that cannot block. So let's see if he can push through damage here and get this game over and done with.
So only 2 more active turns that Javier will have. So, you know, not impossible. Well, we have 8, 9 damage that can come in. So
Yeah.
9, maybe you put an Aang Swift Savior to clear out a blocker, attack for 9, and then you have 1 more piece of disruption on that final turn. It is definitely possible here. Wistfulness just hits hard.
It does. You know, even seeing these incarnations in the Spider-Man deck.
Yeah.
And Bringer of the Lost Gift. It's like,
Yeah.
hello, I'm here, I'm large, I do nothing when you bring me back like this, but still pretty good.
Yeah. But hey, that being said, with that Superior Spider-Man flashing back
Yes.
essentially on those,
Whoa, it's brutal.
Yeah, you can pay 4 for those kind of incarnations, and then you get both abilities.
effects.
Yeah. That's one thing that I really like about deck. I'll be interested to see how that deck performs this
I haven't
weekend.
seen that happen yet. I'm excited.
I haven't either. Just in testing, someone did it to me. I was like, oh no. I was like, that is spicy.
Rude.
It was rude.
All right, Javier, what you got? Aang, at the crossroads.
Okay.
Find some goodies. Get the game done.
Okay, I mean, that's huge,
Appa,
especially if we
Appa.
can find, honestly, just anything that's solid to be paired with this. You can really look at a situation where you can win this. So.
Nice. Cool.
Okay.
All right, so we could airbend away.
You don't even care about the blood gas, I would think.
Yeah, no, you're just swinging.
But you also just don't care about the monument, so.
Yeah. Also not airbending anything, so just putting foot, trying to get Miles dead.
Oh, we bent the blood gas, but yeah.
Okay.
But like, you also just don't care about that
No.
much. They can't block.
Yeah. Is he down to 9
I would
now?
still probably bend the
10.
monument, but whatever.
So long as Miles ain't gaining life, Javier doesn't care too much
Yeah.
at this point, I think.
So Javier will have 1 more turn, and if Miles has some bit of interaction, you know, maybe we can kill the Wistfulness and then attack for 3,
Oh,
for 5,
Boulder.
6, 7, 8. Wow. Okay, so if we have a removal spell for the Wistfulness, like a Bitter Triumph in hand,
Yep.
nope,
That's
it won't do
That's it.
And that's it.
Javier has enough power to get the game done here in a very stressful moment for him. So, whew, he just needs to now recompose himself. He's 3-0.
Yep.
Made it difficult for himself, but he got there.
Yeah, I think, you know, game 2, if we could have looked back on that play with that seam rip, you know, airbending that out to enable the monument shenanigans,
Yeah.
that would have been something that he very much would have regretted. But you get to look back on those games and be like, yeah, I made a mistake, but I wasn't punished.
Yes, thankfully.
You know, because that is what it's all about. Learn lessons throughout your tournament, but don't have them cost you your tournament.
Absolutely,
If you can do that over and over in your rounds, you'll feel very fortunate. But, you know, just playing tight Magic and not making mistakes, of course, is better.
Absolutely. Great work there, friends. We have another round to bring you. We will be right back after the short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney, alongside the ever-dashing Corey Baumeister.
Dashing. I'll take it. Why, thank you.
Dashing. Why
Might be
not?
the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Probably.
Top 10. Top 2.
I don't say very many nice things to you,
That
Corey.
is true. That is true. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. That's earned.
Very much so. But yes, we are here. We have the privilege of bringing you rounds and coverage from this super cool event with a format that is looking oh so sweet indeed.
Yes.
So far, we've seen a great variety of decks, all doing very different things. And we're going to see some very cool ones this next round too, Corey.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the main top decks that we've seen before. Is it Lesson, Simic, that kind of thing? But there is a ton of spice at this event. And a ton of spice that, well, it's still in the early phases of the event, so we're going to see a lot of, a lot of decks
Variety.
doing well. We'll see if they still make it when it comes to day number 2. But yeah, we got a spicy one here for this round.
Do. Let's take a look at our standings quickly before we jump into our feature match. So we're going to keep you, hey, I know that guy, Eli Loveman.
Oh, there we
got
go.
Vasilios Morikis up in the top of the standings there. Simic Ouroboros, or Ouroboros of various variety, up in the top of the standings there, in our top 10 at least. Got some Is It Lessons, not doing all that well, just 2 in the top 16 here, as well as 3, I should say.
Yeah, still so early to tell, but a good smearing of a lot of different decks here at the top. But a lot of Is It Lessons, a lot of Bant, a lot of Simic for sure.
Yeah, we shall see who the cream of the crop here is this weekend as we get through these rounds, start whittling down our field as well, and work our way towards our top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at page 2 if we still got that available. But yeah, so early on in the tournament, these are the players that had a good start.
Yeah.
But of course, this is going to be a lot of work left to do. 27th place there. Abraham Stein still doing well here to start it off. And yeah, once again, just a lot of different decks. I see an Is It Leyline deck there in 22nd. I'm interested.
I think that might be one of our features.
It definitely. I don't know if it is. This one's Is It Elementals that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah,
a little bit of a spoiler.
Our first feature, but if we have time, we might get to see some other shenanigans.
All right,
friends.
fair enough.
So, speaking of our feature match, let's take a look at who our players are and what decks they are going to be playing. We have a very, very spicy list here indeed. Jake Kunig playing Is It Elementals, went full in on Lorewood. It's just like, yes, give me all of these incarnations.
I mean, this deck, it's tough to even see what the main plan is, but once again, I mean, this is Elementals. They are doing the elemental things. Flame Braider is, amazing in Lorwyn Eclipse Limited at enabling these elemental cards, so anytime you can tap a creature to get 2 mana, it's going to be really good. Badger Mole Cub being the main card that does something like that. And then you're just playing all of these evoke elementals that make sense in your deck. You got Deceit, you got Vibrance, you got Wistfulness, and your deck's going to have a lot of flexibility when it comes to that.
Yeah, the big finish here in the deck and also in the limited format if you're playing the elementals, Sunderflock. You look at it and you're like, oh, it's just a big fat bird, 9 mana for a 5/5. Yes, but you're basically cyclonic rifting your opponent's board with this Sunderflock guy, so that's going to be fun to see.
It does look awesome. Now, there's no way to get to evoke something out and then Sunderflock as far as I'm seeing, as, the ability will always be on the stack, but that would be pretty cool. But once again, this is looking at Roaming Throne being a huge enabler for this deck.
Oh, absolutely.
Doubling all the triggers off some of these elemental incarnations can be the real deal. God, I want this deck to be good.
This is going to be fun. I'm excited. And then the sideboard there, we see the chomping changeling. He's a good little guy that kills things.
Reclamation Sage, kind of the newest addition. But hey, that is an elemental. So if you have Roaming Throne out there, and you know what? Your opponent has 2 artifacts under an enchantment, a.k.a. Artist, Talent, and Monument. You get to blow them both up. That is pretty cool.
Be sweet. Let's take a look at Jake's opponent here if we can. It is Brandon Chen playing Simic Ouroboros. Now, this is a pretty known quantity as things stand here in the format. The main plan here being accelerate as fast as you can. Lanorels, Badger Mole Cub, get all these little idiots out. Gene, as you call him, Pollinator, Mockingbird can even become an extra copy of the Badger Mole Cub if you need. I mean, sometimes you don't even need Ouroboros to win. It's kind of just the, the cherry on top.
It's honestly not even like maybe the first, second, or third best card in the deck. You know,
Yeah.
it is almost Simic Cub. Basically, that is the card that enables. But this is the no-nonsense deck, right?
Yeah.
This is just, if you stumble, if you don't respect what I'm doing every single turn along the curve, I will kill you and I will kill you fast. So we'll see if a very cool deck like Elementals has the ability to answer this. But, I mean, the more I look at it, Sunderflock on a deck like this looks amazing.
Yeah.
Because if you bounce everything to their hand, you not only are, of course, preventing everything that they have that's coming at you the next turn,
Yep.
they're going to have to then spend that next turn to rebuild. So if you were to be able to do it again or, then start killing creatures, you can do a lot of stuff. Plus, Ashling's Command, a very powerful Kindred instant that deals 2 to all the creatures on your opponent's battlefield. And then does other stuff, I mean, being able to copy one of your elementals, and believe it or not, you can instant speed copy your own Sunderflock,
Nice.
like at your opponent's end step or something. Yeah, draw 2, copy my Sunderflock, GG.
And
Yeah.
all your things go away. This is going to be
Yeah.
a sweet match. I'm super forward to looking at it. Super
No
looking
notes.
forward to whatever. You know what I mean.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Let's jump down to the feature match area and see how these elementals face off against Oroboroid. Words are hard, okay? Javier. Oh, this is not the right people. That is not Javier Ramos. That is not Miles Noset. We will get that updated soon, friendos. We do, in fact, have Jake Kunig and Brandon Chen.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to get that sorted out for you.
So is it
but yeah.
Elementals at the top for you, friends? And then Gigine down at the bottom there with in the hands of Brandon Chen. Hey, Cubby. Now Cub makes Gigine tap for 2, which is sweet. So do we have a follow-up here?
Yeah, this is kind of the start. This is really what you
Yeah.
would want from this Simic style deck.
Ooh, I love it.
Oh my! So this is one of the few decks, if not the only deck, that can kill on turn 3.
Yep,
And this is how
this
you
is
do
why.
it. This
Yep.
is the start.
Yep.
So now next turn, we just look. We have
Hoof.
9 mana available already. You can play a
Gross.
land, which makes it 10. So if you have Nature's Rhythm, the game's over.
Yeah.
A land and
That's
Nature's Rhythm.
disgusting. If you want to see the math, Frank Karsten did an article recently on Magic GG about the state of the format. If you want to go and see all the fancy numbers about it, yeah, it's pretty gross. Here comes the land.
Yeah, this is Brandon being read that card and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, nice card, you're dead."
Yep.
And that's what it looks like. All you need is land plus the Nature's Rhythm. Behemoth would give all your creatures +6/+6. So if that is available, the game's over. But even if not,
They would need to be tapped so to pay for the Creative Hoof, so you really want to get a couple more creatures out there.
there would be 2 creatures that would get to attack in
Yeah.
that thing, and I think that would be enough because it would be Mockingbird and Crater Hoof both getting +6,
Yeah, fair.
12, 17, 18, 19. It actually would be 1 short, so it looked like 19. But regardless, we didn't have that
don't
draw
forget,
anyways.
Hoof doesn't give itself. Oh, it has haste. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And Mockingbird would fly, so
Yeah.
it would,
Okay, it would be bad news, Bears.
either way, it would be close enough.
Yeah, close enough to just a stiff breeze would end you. Spider Sense now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So now you just get the Formidable Speaker, discard the Spider Sense, and now you can just play River Regent to bounce this one creature. You can bounce one of your own things, too, if you want to get a little extra value.
Why
but
not just play it? Can't play it right now, but why not just play it? What's it? 3, 4?
Oh, we can play it right now, yeah.
we can untap that.
No, that just came into play, but you can still just play this and bounce whatever you want here. So can just bounce that, gets in for some damage, and Jake is just too far behind.
Oh my goodness. Hoof, 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 hoof.
With how cool Jake's deck is and with how spicy it is, I think we should have allowed just no matter what, you win the die roll, just to be able to see this deck in action more
Yeah.
on camera. All right, maybe not. But of
is
course,
so
Brandon
good.
just had, as close to the nuts as you can get.
Oh, absolutely.
The only thing that would have been different if you did have a Nature's Rhythm, the game was just over that turn, or at least very, very close. So, dang, have to kill on turn 4 instead.
Ah, phooey. Elementals named on Eclipsed Realms there, one of the new lands from Lore When Eclipsed. Flamebirder doing its best. facing down an army of little idiots that might not be so little anymore. Because what's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 creatures.
Now, Jake does have...
Hey, Quantum Riddler. There we go.
Jake does have 2 bounce off in the deck as far as interaction that he could play right now. So, you know, maybe we're not done yet. But we shall see.
Oh,
There's
unable to scream.
Now, no abilities for that. It is just a chump blocker.
Yep, it's just a little toy.
And Formidable Speaker now adds 2 mana, essentially, as well. As you, with 2 cubs, you can untap one of your lands, which is a pretty nice little aspect here. But this doesn't look like a lethal attack. But at the flip side, what is Jake going to do next turn type thing?
Wipe the board, hopefully.
Yeah, I just don't know if we can. I just don't know if we can, right? Like, it's... We're just not quite there. You can't cast Sunderflock, 5 mana for Ashling's Command. So I think the best you can do is, like, evoke Deceit and Vibrance and clear out the battlefield a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be enough to me.
Oh, boy. Spider Manifestation, also a sweet little interaction there with any of the big spells. You know, you can tap it to pay all the mana and then casting a 4 mana plus spell untaps it, then you just get more mana. Ugh, it's so gross.
Even the fact that you can warp Quantum Riddler to get that untap, like, you know, there is
so gross.
Some really powerful things that's going on in this Simic deck. And, well, that's why it is our second most represented deck and arguably the best deck in the format. You know, I think there's a lot of talk between is it Lessons, is it Simic? Does it change week to week? And I kind of think it does. Like, and that is what leads this to be a nice standard format. After Worlds, we thought it was the deck that nobody can kind of touch. Then it kind of got answered.
Shifts,
You know, the metagame is shifting pretty nicely, but no matter what, Simic and Lessons still at the top.
Cyclical. Taking a look at sideboards here. Almost at storyboards. Nope. Chomping Changeling, 3 of here in the deck for Jake at the sideboard. We've got Pyroclasm, which would be pretty helpful here. We got Seer, we have Spider Sense, and Soul Guide Lanterns. Not really the thing you want to be looking at in this matchup.
But for Pyroclasm, that's making a statement saying, you know what, this matchup, I need a little bit more time. If I can wrath the board early and then wrath the board late. That's all you want to be doing. So I imagine all Pyroclasms are coming in. Some number of Seers probably coming in as well. And what to cut, I have no idea from this Izzet deck. But we'll leave that one to Jake.
Yeah, I imagine, anything that's not answering a creature
probably
like cleanly is going to get taken out here.
Yeah, probably.
But, we'll let the players who brought the deck determine what it is. And then on the other side of things, we have Brandon's sideboard. Oko, Lorwyn Liege, Vivian Reed, Keen-Eyed Curator, Reclamation Sage, Scrap Shooter, Surak, Elusive Hunter, Bounce Off, Into the Floodmaw, Spider Sense, and Unable to Scream. So a smattering of everything.
Yeah, a good smattering. I think Spider Sense actually looks quite strong, as you can counter Pyroclasm, you can counter the Ashling's Command, you can counter the abilities from the Evoke creatures.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually really nice against that style of deck. It's a creature-based deck, so most of the time you think the card that doesn't counter creatures is not going to be good, but I think it's doing just enough in this matchup where I'd be bringing in that. Outside of that, I'm not in love with anything else, and this is going to be the type of thing where, we even see a little bit of a puzzled look on Brandon's face. It's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to play against this Izzet deck, and Jake's looks confident in sideboarding. It's like, I know what I do against this Simic deck. I played a lot against it. Brandon will not have those reps under his belt in this matchup.
It's definitely something, a tiny little blip on the radar for players, going into these standard events this weekend and next is, elementals are pretty good. They're making their way into a bunch of other decks, so it stands to reason that someone will just go all in on them, and here we see it.
And it really will be the test. Is this the cute stuff that people are going for and they're trying it out? Or, is this one of the next powerhouses that we're seeing, whether it be Izzet Elementals, Sultai Elementals?
Yeah.
That's the joy of week 1 standard tournament.
It's so
there
cool.
is nothing better than them. Sometimes the Pro Tour is that week 1 tournament. Sometimes it's one of our Star City Games, RCs, or Spotlights. Either way, they're always extremely entertaining.
Absolutely. It's the same as when you walk into any new format and you draft it. You see the most weird concoctions that people stick in their decks. Okay, this format's going to be a little A little simpler, I think, just because of all the typal synergies, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm playing elementals. Let's go.
Yeah.
But it's just fun to see what people play and try and make work.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into the next one, let's talk about our sales, shall we?
Sales.
There's got to be some nice sales
There's
going on
always
right now.
sales. There's 10% off right now on starcitygames.com/sale. How convenient. What a nice little URL to go and go find all your Universes Beyond singles. 10% off while supplies last. And players are ready to rock and roll. No mulligans here. Woo!
They're not messing around.
Not messing around.
'Kay.
They're into it.
So Jake has that start, right? I mean, this has to be the best kind of start that you can have.
Boo!
Getting this elemental ready to go, and yeah, no screaming for that elemental.
Be quiet, Flame Braider. When I see Flame Braider's art, I see, I don't know if you've ever seen The Sound of Music.
I watched it in my cafeteria in my elementary school.
Yeah,
like
probably.
it's one of my earlier
When she's
memories.
dancing in the mountains and stuff, right? It looks like that.
Yes.
So no singing for you, please, Maria. G-Gene down on the board. And Lenmore Elves. Getting things going here for Brandon. Got nice acceleration to start off his game 2. Is up a game here against Jake Kunig.
The one thing about Unable to Scream's interaction here is it's a toy elemental, so it does still have the cost reduction for powerful elementals like the Sunderflock.
Yeah. Most of the time, though, it's just going to block something big.
Yeah, probably. Probably. But either way, this is Brandon having a very mild start compared to what we saw last time.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you know,
Last time was just absolutely.
Brandon had 9 mana on turn 2 last time,
Yeah.
so it's pretty tough to compete with that.
Ooh, okay. Multiversal Passage. We have a formidable speaker in hand for Brandon, so gonna be curious to see what he fetches up.
Yeah, and see if there. I mean, there's not really any huge silver bullet to be able to deal with Flame Braider, deal with a creature like that. Most of these things that you can tutor up is like Sentinel of the Lost Lore, where you can deal with the graveyard up against lesson decks.
Oh, we Rhythmin.
And it's the
2?
rhythm. I mean, that's just Badgermole Cub copy 5, 6, 7, and
Yeah,
8
true.
most of the time.
Yeah.
So
If
when
you
in
don't have
doubt,
it, go get it.
you always go get that beautiful little cub.
He is very cute. I really like the art.
Very cute.
I love the, I don't know what you call the treatment, but like the sketchbook type things.
Oh,
all the
yeah.
creatures, yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is really
Those are
cool.
sweet.
Badgermole Cub doing some earth bending. The original Earthbender.
Yes.
We know
In
that.
fact, we know this now
We
'cause
we
we
both did
watched
watch
all of
this.
it.
Yes.
I'm reading the books now.
Are you? Okay, yeah. I'm looking into like the different movies and stuff like that. I'm fully hooked as well. It was a great series.
It's very cool. You made a fan out of me, Magic.
Absolutely, me too. All right, now here's the
Ooh,
turn.
Flame
Finally,
Braider. 5 mana. What do we got?
Jake's gonna do some things here.
Hey, Vibrance on the board. This is one that dings a thing. And what else does he do?
3 damage, and then you can search your library for a land card, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Then shuffle, you gain 2 life. So,
Okay.
I mean,
And also deals 3.
not bad. The fact that it puts it into hand, you don't see a lot of double green evoke this on turn 2 unless you really do need the land. But the deal 3 on that ability is awesome. And when
Yeah.
you have the ability to choose which one you do, that's why this card is so awesome. But for 5 mana, 4/4 body that's attached to both of those abilities, pretty dang strong. Like
That
if that
is,
card just
yeah.
read 5 mana, do the things, you didn't have any of the other text, that would be a great card in standard. So.
Now, Spider Sense, did it do anything?
Yeah, I believe Spider Sense would be countering the red ability. If the Cub's still alive, that's what it's got to be. But I believe the Elementals do create 2 separate triggers, so you only get to
Yeah.
counter 1,
Okay.
is my understanding. But of
Okay.
course, new cards, so we're all kind of learning together. And we did have, I believe, Gene Pollinator up, so we could just hard cast Spider Sense. We didn't have to do any
yeah.
web slinging. So
Okay.
keeping the Cub alive and keeping nature's rhythm into your graveyard is a very scary sight here for Jake.
Corey, question.
Yes.
Could it not have been, I don't know if the math works out yet, but Spider Sense, the Cub back, countered the second ability, because then you're just you fizzle both targets?
You definitely could to get rid of the land to gain that extra life. And then, yeah, you do get to Badgermole Cub onto another land to generate some other value. So, yeah, that is another option.
I didn't math it, so maybe it's not mana efficient, but
I mean, if you play another land, it is kind of free to play from your hand, or it's just alive, and it's essentially free too. So I'm kind of with you. I think that would have been a better play.
Formidable Speaker now hits the board here for Brandon. Chucks a Multiversal Passage.
So now we have access to 6 mana. So, I mean, you could, just river region, bounce both of those.
Look at his face. He's like, oh, come on.
It's like, come on, I'm just having fun with my elementals here. Leave me alone.
Jake, man, I feel your pain.
Does look like Brandon is hellbent here besides that river region. And, like, do you really want to be bouncing Vibrance? I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
So you're just bouncing a 2/2? It's like, it's not that good.
Return up to 2 other target non-land. Well, it could return the Unable to Scream and make the Vibrance tiny.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can return your own things.
I think maybe this is Brandon saying, actually, this isn't very good. Can I go get something else? I think that is what it is. Like, I don't like this card because you know what card looks a lot better to me?
Orboroid.
It's a bit of that, or honestly, Quantum Riddler. I think both look probably
actually,
better.
Yeah. When you're hellbent, Quantum Riddler is the guy you want.
I'd be Riddling because here's the thing: is if you get Riddler, you can evoke it.
Yes.
And then you draw 2, and then you tap your Forest and your Llanowar Elf, and now you can Nature's Rhythm for Ouroboros. So if you Riddler, you get Riddler and Ouroboros instead of just getting a River Regent that's going to bounce a 2/2. Like.
Yeah.
So if you get Riddler, you get both. Your rhythm is gone from the yard.
Yeah.
So that is a real thing, but
Okay.
when I have the opportunity to go get a Quantum Riddler, you know what I do?
Get a Quantum Riddler?
I get a Quantum Riddler.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a simple man, though.
Yeah. you like drawing cards and blinking things.
I sure do.
It's kind of like Yorion, but not really.
That's one of my favorite cards ever printed. It's definitely like
It is
top
your
10.
favorite card ever printed.
No, Quantum Riddler, I'm saying.
No, oh, okay. I was about to
Yeah.
say Yorion has to be up there.
Yeah, let's try to put Yorion Sky Nomad up on the screen for old time's sake. It hasn't seen the light of day in so long. Let's dust it off on our digital copy and just see if the file even exists anymore, you know? There it is.
Look, it's so fuzzy. It's lost so many pixels in its old age.
Look at this. Instead of having to Nature's Rhythm for it, you just found the Ouroboros. So
Hey, easy clap.
easy game. Here comes all the counters.
Oh
but
my gosh.
all that being said, if Jake has the old Sunderflock,
Yeah?
I mean, what did that turn even do? So
Flock. Come on.
I think me, you, and everybody
Oh, it's not
else is hoping it's there.
I don't think it's there. Oh, wait, is it? No, it's not that one. Jake, just hold your hand up to the cameraman.
Yeah. So it looks like there's Ashling rekindled. So if
Yeah.
anything, you can do a little bit of looting and try to find
Yeah,
something.
okay.
And what? So the Sunderflock would cost 5 less. So it just costs 4. So if you can find it off this,
Yeah, you can play it.
that's 4 mana. Come on, one time, Jake.
Ooh. Sunder. Sunderflock.
There it
is. Are any of those elementals though? Just do a quick creature check.
They don't seem to be.
They don't seem to be.
Wow. And when you Sunderflock,
Whee! Boom.
when you Sunderflock back lands that are earthbend,
Yeah,
that
they don't
is
come back.
really awesome.
You could basically it could feel like an Armageddon, just destroy all lands.
Yeah.
Boom, you got nothing. Or what spell kills absolutely everything? Armageddon's just lands.
Yeah, like
thinking
Neville's
like-
discs?
No, there's something else. I'm sure someone in chat
Yeah,
knows.
sure.
It's like a 6 or 7 mana spell that just kills all permanents.
Okay.
Yeah, just gone. Anyway, that was sweet.
That was really awesome.
We got to flock
Wow.
stuff.
That card is extremely good up against this Simic deck. And
Yeah.
here's the thing that I'm looking at for game number 3 is Jake isn't going to be able to just do the Sunderflock thing, cast a Vibrance, even on turn 4, Sunderflock on 5. That's not going to be fast enough. But if you can Pyroclasm to buy yourself time and then do the Vibrance on 4, Sunderflock
Yeah.
on 5, that is good enough. So I'll be interested to see if Pyroclasm and Seer are in just to get you to that point. Maybe taking out Roaming Throne. Like, you don't really need the
that's
double
like a
ability.
win more, yeah.
Exactly. That's well said. It's a win more for sure.
Yeah, that card is just, okay, cool. I want to just have an absolutely busted turn. So
Yeah, totally agree.
Friends, if you would like to join us at any of these future events, come hang out with us in Milwaukee. It is taking place February 20 to 22nd. The main event is the regional championship. The format is standard, and on Fridays there are probably, most likely, 100% going to be last chance qualifiers.
Yep, absolutely.
So
be able to get in, and we'll see how the metagame shifts from this regional championship to that one. And let me tell you, there's a pro tour smacked in between that. So this metagame will shift pretty severely, I would imagine. So, you know, testing teams as we speak.
They're watching.
They're watching right now. They are glued to the screen to see if there's any kind of hot tech that they're going to be able to find. And they're, of course, working to build new hot tech that maybe we're not seeing or that they're suppressing from this event. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of the Pro Tour players that want to go play at this, but they don't want to go give their secrets.
Absolutely,
so it's going to be really interesting to watch.
I've seen so often when people are like, oh, no, I accidentally won my league, and then the deck is now public. Oops. I have a good chuckle.
We call that the Ely Cassis special.
Oh, yes, he did do that, didn't he?
He sure did. He sure
bless
did.
Ely. All right, players seem happy with their... No, I lied. Brandon going to Mulligan here. Jake seems happy with his hand, though. So this has been a pretty sweet matchup between these two decks here. When I was testing, I was playing a lot of the Ouroboros deck because there's just so many little funny interactions that you could miss sometimes. But the one thing you don't miss is when your opponent casts a Pyroclasm on you and your entire board gets eliminated. It's like, well.
It really is. It's an incredibly powerful deck, but it has a weakness. If you are able to cut the legs out from under it, you stop the elf, you stop the cub, then it's a clunky Simic mid-range deck. But if you don't stop the cub, you don't stop the Llanowar elves, it's not that. It's an extremely fast combo deck that snowballs out of control. I see a lot of red cards, though, in Jake's hand, though.
All right, yeah.
There's a Pyroclasm.
Oh, nice.
There's two Pyroclasms.
Okay, so things are going to die.
Oh, my God, look at this. So that, a spider manifestation. He has a Llanowar elf as well, but he didn't play into it. That's a unable to scream, not a counterspell. So no matter what, Pyroclasm 1's a clean 2-for-1.
Nice. All right, 2 dorks down.
Here comes 2 more dorks, and they're going to die to second Pyroclasm.
Don't give away his secrets.
Sorry, spoiler, everyone. They're about to die to 2 Pyroclasms.
Oh, my goodness me. Wow.
I mean, this is why you play 4 of that card, right? It's the best.
Talk about cutting the legs out from underneath him. Here, we're going to try and get something back here. Quantum Riddler. Warped for Brandon Chen. Just drawing the 1 card, though. Don't think he's hell-bent just yet.
He's not. Brandon has Unable to Scream, Quantum Riddler number 2 in hand, and a mystery card just picked up. So, oof.
What a great start here for Jake.
I mean, Jake's got a lot of fans, I imagine, from everyone in chat because, well, this deck is awesome, and we're excited to see more of it in action. But I'll tell you one person that's not a fan, and that is Brandon at the moment, as that's the ideal start from Jake's side with the double Clasm.
Yeah. I mean, he did the right thing. He didn't overextend, but, you know, you can never confidently know that there's a second Pyroclasm in hand.
Yeah, you said it exactly right. He didn't overextend into putting in that last Llanowar to get 3-for-1.
Yeah.
And then after 1 Pyroclasm comes around, you have no choice. You have to do it. And, you know, so I think Brandon played as well as he could, but didn't have a lot of agency because that's the nature of your deck. You need to play accelerants, and then you have a lot of play with the deck. But
got to get to that point first. But, you know, Mana Dorks, they're that's the Roaming Throne that's hitting the board now, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But, Mana Dorks are susceptible to every piece of removal, basically.
Exactly.
So they're not like an artifact or enchantment that just sit there on the side. They're no Soul Ring, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Bolt the Bird is, you know, very common expression for a reason. Now, one interaction here we want to keep in mind is this Gene Pollinator can tap the Unable to Scream to add a little extra bit of mana.
Oh,
so
that's true.
that does help. It's cute. It's cheeky.
That is cheeky.
And now Brandon does have another Quantum Riddler in hand, so you can Riddler, Warper Riddler, draw 2, and then still have 2 mana available. So not the worst, but that being said, I see the old Sunderflock in hand there from Jake.
Nice.
There are so many people crafting up Jake's deck right now in Arena, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm somebody. I'm
Corey, close arena.
sorry.
Ooh, what we got? Nature's Rhythm. We're going to go get a cubby.
Okay. Nature's Rhythm, and this is only going to work out negatively from Brandon because, well, that elemental costs 4, so the Sunderflock costs 5. Oh, so we do need a land. But if we can get a land, you just added, you know, that extra breeding pool that's going to get bounced to your hand.
Oh, my. This feels like there's definitely a deck that goes over the top, huh? It's not interested in a fair fight.
No. Honestly, neither of them are.
Yeah, neither of them, yeah. It's just who can jump the highest, I guess.
And very important to note, Sunderflock would trigger twice.
Yes, it would. Because there's flash creatures in this format, yeah, right?
Yeah, it would have literally no application.
No.
It would be returning them twice, but it does trigger twice.
Yeah. A couple Vibrants in hand there for Jake.
I mean,
how does he want to approach this?
I mean, a Vibrance just for red right now deals 3 to 2 creatures?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Disgusting. Do it.
Oh.
Okay.
So that's a double loot, right?
Yeah. Chuck the second Flame Braider.
That's a Pyroclasm off the top. So Legend Rule would still happen, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's gone. Now you can loot again, I believe. Jake can just Pyroclasm here.
Yeah, you don't even need to do the Sunderflock thing. Not that he can. But.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, but...
Pew pew.
Jake must have opened a lot of Lorwyn Eclipsed as well. This is a tough deck to get for week 1, you know? But I am here for it. This is awesome. That's a Vibrance to the yard. If I'm Brandon, I was like, well, I'm dead.
Oh, yep. There goes all your things.
Wow.
Eesh.
And just a clinic from Jake here so far.
Take 4, please. Down to 12.
Vibrance and Sunderflock in hand. What?
Jake says hi, stream.
Hi, stream. There you go.
Say
Jake's getting
hi
it.
to Jake, chat.
And Jake is, I mean, making a lot of friends in chat for sure and a lot of friends in the booth. Quantum Riddler is an amazing card. It is not doing anything compared to the power level of this. And oh my goodness. I am now just realizing Vibrance deals 6 to upstairs. So next turn you just double evoke that and you get to deal 12 upstairs.
Ew!
Vomit.
I love it.
Okay, this is awesome.
That's so fun.
Someone just go tell Jake that just to stay in the feature match area all day because I need to be seeing more of that deck. That was awesome. And I mean, being able to take down one of the big decks there looks great for that deck.
Convincingly, too.
The test would be, all right, now how is it against Izzet? And, I mean, you look, if you're playing a deck with 4 Wistfulness and you double that trigger and you get to go Artist Talent, Monument, and your opponent's eyes go this big, and it's like, oh, my God. Like, we are in trouble here. This deck could be the real deal, and I love that.
This is so fun. I love new sets. I love Lorwyn. I'm so happy to be at this plane. So.
Yes, agreed.
That was so great. Super, super sweet feature match we have for you. And we got more, friends. So let's jump in to our second feature match here in round number 4 and see who we got duking it up. We have Jacob Milchman with Is It Lessons up against Noah Brandy's Is It Leyline. Okay, sweet. So this is the Leyline deck that we alluded to before we kicked things off here. Storm Chaser's Talent with an Otter for Noah, and an Otter and Storm Chaser's Talent for Jacob as well.
Yeah, and as far as what this Is It Leyline deck is doing, it's basically a mono-red Leyline deck similar to... our Spotlight champion here not too long ago who won that with Mono Red Leyline. But you do just get Quantum Riddlers, you get some Elusive Otters, as well as Octopus Form and Storm Chaser's Talent. So a cool little addition to the deck.
All right. Sounds explosive. Let's see if we get any fireworks here as these players get things underway.
And probably the biggest addition to this deck that makes this deck possible, the Is It Leyline deck, Steam Vents.
Yeah.
Steam Vents is huge.
Oh, yeah. Having the full cycle now of the Shocklands is just chef's kiss. So no more janky mana bases.
And Jacob Milchman, I believe, took around 14th or so at Spotlight Atlanta not too long ago with the Is It Lessons deck. So had a great run here not too long ago and looking to just do maybe one win better. I think I spotted a new card there We have our Impolite Entrance.
Oh, yes. I saw this and I was like, oh, this is a new Monstrous Rage, isn't it?
Kind of.
Monstrous Rage at home.
I mean, yeah, it's not really pumping anything, but the fact that you get to draw, and I mean, it looks pretty nice right now on the Ember Heart Challenger.
Yeah.
Essentially, 1 mana draw 2, give it trample.
Yeah. It's Monstrous Rage. It triggers its prowess, too.
Those are definitely words,
Yes.
but I don't think I'm going to quite
Look,
say Monstrous Rage. I'll let you claim it's Monstrous Rage.
If we can liken one of the cards, if we're making Grandcestral recalls, okay?
Yes.
Then we can have Monstrous Rage at home here.
Full Bore is Monstrous Rage at home already.
Full bore?
Yeah. I mean,
Fine.
yeah.
Okay, fine.
I'll give it to you, though.
With their powers combined, we
There
have
we
Monstrous Rage.
Hey, Octopus form. That's kind of Monstrous Rage at home.
It is, isn't it?
Either way, this creature is getting large.
Yes, very. And Jacob is tapped out, so he just kind of has to sit there and see what Noah wants to chuck onto this little mouse.
That being said, if Jacob can untap, get the monument going, / have a removal spell or 2 for this Ember Heart Challenger, you're going to be feeling really strong. The one bad part about Octopus form being flipped on this instead of in hand, well, of course, you have to play it proactively. That's a card you want to be reactive, so not going to be as powerful as it would be in hand. But in hand, it would look amazing.
This one, a large little mouse. And a second mouse now to join the fray.
Not even looking to play the free Octopus form that was revealed, so instead gets to get in a big hit for 6, it looks like. And head to Jacob's side to see if we can get some stuff going, maybe Artist Talent to start it off. And the one thing I will say about Jacob's list, Jacob has decided to go with the Storm Chaser's Talent. It's kind of split if people are liking the no talent or talent version. The talent version is definitely better in like a Lessons Mirror, I would think, being proactive. But up against a hyper-aggressive deck like this, I would much rather have another Torch for the Tower or another Burst Lightning instead of that to be able to deal with creatures. But then again, it's just so hard to argue with Storm Chaser's Talent's power. It's just an incredible card.
Oh, yeah. It's just been like one of the main event cards, you could say, ever since it was printed.
Yeah,
so.
just a staple. Absolutely. But I just keep thinking about, I mean, my head's still in that elemental match right now. I just keep thinking about double wistfulness, taking out Monument and a talent now or something like that. That was so cool. Being able to discard a card here, get a Monument trigger, potentially draw 3 is very good, but Jacob is definitely at the spot where he needs to find some removal spells.
Yeah. These mice, the longer they're there, these mice are left unchecked. They certainly become difficult little critters to remove. That just adds so much extra value to the hand or to the board state of Noah as well. So.
Yep. Looks like Jacob is interested in spare mana here instead of trying to draw extra cards. And whoa.
Lovely.
I mean, lovely, but you also might just be dead.
Yeah.
I would be afraid of this turn from Noah if I was Jacob. Like, untapping with 2 challengers up against this kind of all-in deck that plays cards like Full Bore.
Just one otter getting in there, taking Noah down to 6, keeping the other otter back as a blocker because these 2 mice, they're still problems.
That otter's like, why do I have to block? Come on, let me attack.
Are you killing my opponent? No. Then you are staying back.
So I see elusive otter.
Oh.
Let's get elusive otter up on the stage or on the graphic there.
I see something much more fun.
The cell sword as well.
Yeah, Cell sword burn together.
So we do have green mana for this distribution of extra counters as well. So this is pretty spicy.
I think you could win here.
Definitely possible. It's pretty nice because you can pay X. If X equals 2, you can do it on both cards, and then you kind of get to draw 2, which is spicy. And then they both attack for 4. But looks like we only went for one.
Okay.
And we get that. That's a cool island. Get that cool island that you can play off the top. But then with just a sellsword, it doesn't seem to be enough.
Tis not enough. Or, no, can we cast that? No, we don't have enough to cast the... The otter, the elusive otter, does have the other text that says anything with power less than it can't block.
Yeah, but it is on an adventure now. You got to wait till a
Yeah.
future turn, right?
And I think he hasn't played a land yet, but then he has another spell to take advantage of it, so...
Yeah. So it looks like we're just getting in there for a total of 7. So 3 damage. Likely this island coming off the top. Maybe just evoking the Quantum Riddler,
Warping the
draw some
Riddler,
card,
yeah.
or warping some Riddlers.
All these different phrases.
Yeah,
No.
that's going to be an extra challenge for sure.
Warp. Evoke. Suspend.
There we go. I miss suspend. Always classic. On an adventure.
Foretell.
Noah might be looking to not play the land off the top.
Okay.
Wow.
Jeez, all right. That was aggressive.
That is extremely aggressive. I don't love that.
Well, I guess he was worried he would die to it because there's 2 monuments down. Any discard is just, he's dead to a discard, right?
Yeah, there we go. And has the
No.
land to be able to do it. So, yeah, it was just the case of, well, we're not going to be able to beat a way to discard anyways. Maybe you try to do whatever you can there. But
Yeah. Agna Kayla, an excellent way to draw and discard as well. So
yeah.
I believe Jacob won that.
Yeah, Jacob won there.
Yes,
Was going to
Jacob
just loot away there
Yeah.
with the monuments.
So Noah still down a game here up against Jacob. We'll get that fixed shortly for you, friends. Let's take a look at the sideboards now. So for Noah's side of things, this Leyline deck, Boomerang, Basics, Pyroclasm, Stock Up, Abrade, Disdainful Stroke, Fire Magic, Insta the Floodmoor, Spell Snare, Turn Inside Out, Soul Guide Lantern, and a Thundering Falls, just because why not?
Yeah, that's a strange one to have. But the cards I love here, Soul Guide Lantern, so being able to exile my opponent's graveyard, control the effectiveness of the Ancestral Recalls, the Accumulate Wisdoms, as well as the Abrade to be able to deal with a monument. I'm liking that one. Outside of that, I'm not in love with anything else. You just really want to try to be as fast as you can, have a Leyline of Resonance draw, and try to kill your opponent as fast as possible.
And then taking a look at the sideboard here of Jacob. He's got a Rel Quackling. Not a duck. Crackling Wit. He's an otter. Pyroclasm, Slagstorm, Annul, Burst Lightning, It'll Quench You, Long Rivers Pull. Tell me what that does without looking it up, Corey. Seer, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Spider Sense, and Soul Guide Lantern.
It's definitely a counter spell. You have to do some weird thing, but either way, it's not coming in here as it doesn't seem good enough. I want all the red cards. I want the cards that kill my opponent's cards. And hey, I should say an old all-star that is going to be a new all-star looks great in this matchup, Spell Snare.
Yeah, Spell Snare, that was another one. I was like, oh yeah, this is going to see lots of play everywhere.
I remember, being a young kid casting a Tarmogoyf at my LGS. On turn 2, when I'm on the play, I'm like, oh, I got this, and my opponent Spell Snares me the first time. I'm like, what?
What?
one mana to deal with my 2 mana card? This is not cool.
How rude.
Exactly. So Spell Snare looks great
Yeah,
up
it
against
does.
the deck that is playing Emberheart Challenger. Slick Shot Show Off. Even if you get that plotted or whatever, you're still going to be able to counter that. So those look pretty good to me.
It looks pretty good against most decks in this format because turn 2 is really where, the front runner is determined. It's like, okay, cool. On turn 2, can you get your stuff to stick? Cool,
Yeah.
great, off you go.
Spell Snare is going to be countering Badger Mole Cubs left, right, at the top tables, at the bottom tables. It's going to be doing a lot of work to those Cub decks. And yeah, it's just solid against other decks as well. Even Is It Lessons is a deck that goes from 1 to 3 a lot, but there are still a lot of 2 mana cards that you want to counter as well. The Accumulate Wisdom, the Artist Talent, all that.
Yep.
So before we get on into it, let's talk about Avatar. If you didn't get enough of that set, we can. You need some more?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all do. You can order more of it now by going to starcitygames.com/mtg-TLA if you want to get more stuff for that Bant airbending deck.
No. You build a commander deck. You make it beautiful with all of the cards from Avatar because there's certainly enough to make an entire commander deck out of it. I know I did. It's so much fun.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Or, of course, you need to get those Badger Mole Cubs.
Oh, yeah, sure, fine.
Got to order those at Star City Games.
Sure.
Pretty good card.
Pretty good, yeah. One Tong, also amazing card. Love it.
Yeah.
You know, you got your Boomerang Basics in there. Well, a lot of people not playing that. You got Gran.
That was a
Wisdom.
good set.
It's a great set.
It's a really great set for just
Wizards
all
crushed it.
different kinds of formats. It was an incredible limited set too. One of my favorite sets in a very long time, that's for sure.
Hell yeah.
But hey, we got Leyline.
Whee! Let's go! Fireworks, please. All right, so now any single targeted spell is copied, which is pretty darn good in a deck that has a lot of those. Turns out. Haha. Grand on the other side of things there for Jacob. Storm Chaser's Talent and Leyline to kick things off here from Noah.
The one thing I'm kind of bummed that we don't see from Noah that we would see from Alexander McIsaac, our spotlight
What, Poison
winner.
Dart Frog?
Yeah, there's not a single Poison Dart Frog. You know, like.
Little Petey.
Yeah, looks like Noah decided to play 15 playable cards instead of 14 and a Poison Dart Frog. So.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable indeed. I got one he can borrow. Alexander gave me a signed copy at the last one, so I'm hyped about it.
Yeah, I hope he has a bunch of those. We're going to see him next weekend, huh?
Absolutely, and I imagine probably playing Poison Dart Frog at the Pro Tour as well.
Ow, I just kicked my knee. That hurt. All right, a Braid. Also hurt Gran. Gran's gone. We're very professional.
Absolutely.
Boomerang Basics in hand here. I see a Callous Sellsword 2. Looks like we're just going to bounce Storm Chaser's Talent and get another little otter going. Make a 3/3 out of the one that's on the board already. What does Jacob have to say about that?
Yeah, either way, nothing too exciting as far as Noah's start. And that's kind of the problem with just leyline decks in general is when you naturally try to slow down the game post-board with targeted disruption for whatever your opponent's doing, then all of a sudden you're not as all in, so a card like Leyline gets worse. That's just the tough aspects of playing a card like that.
Boomerang Basics draws a card 2 if it's yours, which is neat. So, where does Noah go from here?
And I suppose you can Boomerang Basics twice.
Yeah, you would be able to, but you don't want to get rid of your own otter.
Yeah, but you can just target your own talent twice, which is nice because then your Boomerang Basic can't get countered.
True, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that's what
anyway.
what was verbally told here. And there is an octopus form that was drawn, which is pretty nice.
All right. Oh, man. Double spells with these prowess creatures? It's pretty gross.
But the problem is Noah really, I wouldn't say can't, but probably shouldn't get proactive here with this octopus form. And Jacob's not going to blink first and just accept, I'll take 3. And now if Jacob wants to go to kill a creature, he's going to try it end step. That's usually what you try to do against these kind of leyline / slick shot show-off decks.
Yeah. Elusive Otter, just a little 1/1 coming to hang out, but it has prowess. And it makes blocking real tricky. So.
And there is Jacob's patience with the combustion technique there. Really nice play to wait till Noah was tapped out. And Jacob is just an absolute ringer when it comes to professional Magic. We see that heavy play sweatshirt is on one of the big teams. We see him at the pro level just as much as we see him at spotlights and regional championships.
Is that Team Cosmos?
It's
like 3 different heavy play
Exactly,
teams.
yeah.
I think Rampant Growth are the green shirts.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on Cosmos as well, but not 1,000,000,000%.
Another combustion technique. Woo!
There
and
we
a burst
go.
lightning. Get out of here. Those otters are dead. Woo! That's a culling.
And that feels bad, that Noah just lost all his creatures when you have an octopus form in hand.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is sometimes you just have to be proactive and take some risks. But now all of a sudden, what are we going to do? Level 2 talent or hard cast Callous Sellsword?
Yeah, no.
No matter where you slice it, Noah's definitely going to start falling far behind here.
Yeah.
As Jacob just had a great draw to deal with all those creatures.
Do you think that was a misstep playing the Otter out?
I do. I don't think that Otter was great. You know, like, you just always leave that 1 mana open for Octopus Form to keep one of your creatures alive. Because even if there was a Pyroclasm, you know, Pyroclasm would have just wrecked Noah, where the Octopus Form would have saved both of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that was a little overzealous to tap out for that Otter.
Because it didn't really add anything to the board anyway.
Nah,
right?
just another prowess creature trying to go, you know, as ham as possible on the following turn, but just didn't play out that way.
Okay.
High risk, high reward, though.
Yeah,
if Jacob didn't have that kind of draw.
If it worked, he would look like a genius.
Exactly.
We'd be eating our words, so.
That's magic. It's a tough game.
Yeah. Boomerang Basics taking back the talent one more time.
Now, I saw Slickshot show off those, so having that ability, maybe even a couple of them. But now I just keep thinking, I was like, normally, yeah, show off with an Octopus Form here, really tough to beat. And then in comes Spell Snare, kicking down the door where it gets to deal with it before it hits the battlefield. And, yeah, it looks like we're going to plot first and maybe try to go for one really big turn.
Yeah.
When Jacobs doesn't have as much mana available.
Strike when the iron is hot. Opportunity prevents itself. Another Slick Shot in the hand as well.
This is also the spot where if I'm Noah, I would have played that Storm Chaser's Talent, though. This would be a turn where I'm trying to not, you know, why hold up 1 mana?
Yeah.
You're not protecting against anything. So now I would have played that for sure.
Does he have any 1 mana counter spells? Spell Pierce in the sideboard, I guess?
I guess
no, wait, no.
I guess you're playing around, it'll quench you or something, but
It's the Floodmore.
yeah,
I don't know.
that felt like a time where you want to be as mana efficient as possible. And now, I mean, Jacob had a very medium to bad, leveling up talent to get back a removal spell. So now if I'm Noah, this is a pedal to the metal turn.
Hell yeah.
Play both Slick Shots, start playing some cards,
Yeah.
start playing the talent, and really go to town.
Go ham, go ham. Now, the Slick Shots are susceptible to the Burst Lightning, though, so.
Yeah, but with that
Right, with the
Octopus Form.
protection in hand,
So what
yeah.
I'm doing if I'm Noah is, I don't know in what order, but I'm playing Slick Shot from plot, I'm playing one from hand, then I'm playing Storm Chaser's Talent, and then I'm attacking.
Yeah, and then
And
we'll
then
see what happens from there.
And then I'm holding up Octopus Form no matter what.
All right. Ups to go for Emberheart Challenger, first and foremost, so that seems to resolve. Jacob. Maybe he goes for it now before the board is able to get even bigger off a whiff target, you know?
Yeah, I bet this is considering, should I Spell Snare this or the Slick Shot?
Yeah.
Because the Burst Lightning doesn't look very safe right now,
No,
but
no.
either way, I would love Noah to play that show off from plot too.
Do it. Do it. If you think about it, sitting here in the booth is like the ultimate backseat gaming, huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Everything is easier to say from our perspective.
Absolutely.
It's so much tougher when we're down there, though. So, you know, much easier to say, oh, with perfect information, I would have done this
Yes,
differently. It's
yeah.
like, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, then you would have been cheating.
yeah.
Or playing Thoughtseize in your Izzet deck. Anyway, here comes our friends. Emberheart Challenger and Slickshot Show Off. Down to 7 goes Jacob.
Yeah, and a great play there from Noah, not playing anything proactively there. We know about the Burst Lightning, and now doing it, and now Noah will have the decision. Do you want to try to save this? I love this, actually. I think this feels like bait, because
Okay.
if you protect that and then there's a Pyroclasm,
Oh, yeah.
you get wrecked. So I like Noah's patience there.
Yeah, because now if there's a Pyroclasm, both creatures survive if you put the Octopus Form on the Otter.
They sure do. Yep. So now next turn you can go Slick Shot Show Off plus Octopus Form plus Callous Sellsword.
Oh, yeah.
And you really get to kind of pop off.
Yeah. Tie things up here, a game apiece.
Yeah, I would think this is definitely Noah's game to lose.
What can Jacob do? Big things here. Head in the hands. Tap into.
Yeah, even something like Slag Storm doesn't look that good. It's probably still the best card, but you can still save one of your creatures.
Okay, Combustion Technique.
Okay. Doesn't go to save that either. And holds back with a Defensive Otter. Another 1 mana spell there would have been gigantic. A land, less so. But now this Slick Shot Show-Off. So actually, I maybe would have saved that other Slick Shot Show-Off because now if there's a Spell Snare, you have given away everything.
Yeah.
So I would have thought about trying to fire off that Octopus form last turn.
Saving the Emberheart Challenger?
Yeah, or saving the Slick Shot.
Okay, gotcha.
I would have let the Emberheart go and tried to slave the Slick Shot maybe. It's a tough spot regardless.
All right, well, first things first for the turn. Steam Vents. No, we're going straight to attacks. Okay. Well, that Otter's jumping in the way, and they're trading.
Okay. So now this leads me to believe that we're just leveling up the talent here.
I'm getting back.
And just going for this kind of more reserved turn.
Yeah, sure.
Not bad at all because, well, the one thing Jacob doesn't have right now is pressure.
Yeah.
Jacob probably has all the disruption in the world, so being able to just get yourself some good value and wait for one big turn. Let's say we find another 2-drop. But here is the problem with that. Like, look, Jacob had nothing. So that was the turn where if you win all in, maybe you would have won. And now Jacob just picked up, well, 2-mana Ancestral Recall. And now he's able to do some things. So Noah maybe played this a little too coy.
Okay.
It's a possibility at least. And that's the tough part about playing against great players like Jacob, too. You always kind of think they have it because they always kind of know when to give away information, when to kind of bluff.
They always behave like they do have it.
Exactly, exactly.
I think there's a confidence that comes with, multiple reps with a certain deck.
Yeah.
And playing with some of the best players in the competitive scene right now is you just always have this posture about yourself, this confidence. Even if you have absolutely nothing in hand, you're not going to give that away.
Yeah, I mean, playing on a testing team, there's no substitute for the amount of experience you get. So as it stands, so that's going to be up to 3. It's going to attack. There's a combustion technique from Jacob. So if Noah goes for this proactively.
Ouch. It's going to be bad news bears because Gran's down, and Gran likes discounts.
Okay.
But it looks like we had enough to get through all that.
Yeah, so that was what was being explained there was, all right, you're going to take 3, Jacob, and then you're going to be at 4. I'm going to Sellsword with my Slick Shot Show-Off, which is going to go up to 5 power, and I'm going to target you, and whatever 1-mana removal spell you have, I'm going to Octopus form to protect it. So
there you go.
That's what Noah was saying, and Jacob agreed, and we are heading to game number 3.
Alrighty. So, anything different you'd like to see from either sideboard here, Corey?
Nah, not really. This is the type of matchup where if you're the lesson side, you bring in things that kill creatures, and if you're the other side, you want to try to keep your deck pretty much as much the same as you can. So definitely no changes from Jacob. Maybe some minor changes play draw when you are an all-in leyline deck. Like, I could see the leyline deck at certain times in certain matchups. Let's say you're up against Demir, that on the draw you actually take out some leylines, and on the play you go as hard as you can type thing.
Yep.
So I could see that.
If we have any other feature matches, perhaps we can take a quick look in. No promises, though, as our players consult sideboards here and deck lists. And also a reminder, friends, if you have a whole bunch of cards that you've been meaning to go through, like I had not too long ago, you can sell your cards at Star City Games. Sell your cards.starcitygames.com. Great prices, 30% bonus, trade credit, so you can get even more cards.
It's the way.
Or buy the fancy treatment you like, treat yourself.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You're gonna, no matter what, get more cards. You might as well get that trade-in bonus. Gives yourself a really good deal on future cards you're gonna buy.
We are off to the races here. Spire Bluff Canal for Jacob Milchman. Noah says, I like that play. I'll copy you.
Ooh, Noah has a Spell Snare here. I was curious if Noah was going to bring that in, because that's the type of thing that you really don't want if you're an all-in type creature deck, is these situational counter spells. Of course, they can come in at times, but Noah's deck wants to tap out quite often.
Yeah.
But Spell Snare against Combustion Techniques, Accumulate Wisdom, Artist Talent. Not sure Artist Talent's still in the deck at this point, but it'll definitely have some applications.
Slick Shot is plotted. So big old burst is what Noah is going to be building towards as he decides what he wants to do with his lands.
That hand is gross. That is
Pretty
not very
stupid.
strong. There is the elusive otter, the cell sword, lands, and spell snare in an octopus form. None of
Yeah.
that is really proactive.
Where are the mice, man?
Yep.
Emberheart Challengers desperately needed here for Noah. Untaps and draws. What was that, a Riddler? Okay,
No,
that's something.
Everything gets better with Quantum Riddler.
yeah.
That's for sure. Now we'll see if this is the time for Slick Shot Show Off. You can protect it a little bit. You still can't protect it against the card that would be the best against you right now, and that's Spell Snare, but...
Corey, have you ever let your kiddo open a pack of magic cards?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whether I let her or not, she opens them, yeah.
I gave my son
She's
a
a
pack
fan.
of Edge of Eternities, and I'm very glad I checked before he got into them because there was a Quantum Riddler in there. So I'm like, honey, I'm just going to take this card. You can have the rest.
Yes. Don't eat this one, please. Yeah.
Pretty much. Monument to Endurance now on the board here for Jacob. So he's setting up pretty nicely for a big turn in future. No, on the other hand, he's got something plotted. He's got something warped. What is he going to do this turn?
I mean, it looks to me like I just want to slam the Quantum Riddler. Everything else looks pretty meh.
Yeah?
It's either that or you start with the Slick Shot Show Off. If there's not a Spell Snare, then
Sure.
maybe you can try to go full bore and try to get some damage done. That's probably where I would start. Like,
Okay.
it doesn't get better. If the Spell Snare was there 5 turns ago or whether it's not there, you're giving your opponent more chances to find it the longer you wait. So
Yeah.
I agree with this. This is the time to go. Since it gets countered here by the Spell Snare,
Sure.
now I would just jam the Quantum Riddler.
And it costs you nothing. Look at that.
Yeah.
See? Past investments paying off. Woohoo! Now you get a big birdie.
Yeah, feels like the time. I mean, you usually want to wait till you're out of cards, but hey, Quantum Riddler with 6 toughness, very tough for Jacob to actually deal
Yes.
with. Most of the time, you just got to bounce it.
Yeah.
Or if you have a bunch of lessons, you can Combustion Technique, but,
Yeah, but-
that's not easy to do.
We are nowhere near that point right now.
Yeah, the
so
Riddler looks great right now.
Just a big old body in the way. Jacob, you could see having a big think about it now. How does he want to approach this turn?
Clearly doesn't just have it all wrapped up. I wouldn't be shocked if the Artist Talents are the type of cards that maybe you don't want in high numbers. Maybe you trim a few, but Jacob definitely needs something like that to be able to just get the Monument going, and then kind of all your other problems kind of solve themselves. But if no one taps with this Quantum Riddler, I mean, it's not the card that you usually think, oh, I want to, like, go full bore on my Quantum Riddler, but it still works. And if you can back that up with Octopus form, like, you're still going to be hitting pretty hard. Oh, a little cheeky attack.
He.
Jacob's like, are you going to block?
Oh,
All right,
okay.
looks like we
Oh!
have. All right.
Got him. No. Why did that happen?
Zuko and Aang teaming up to take down Quantum Riddler.
It's one of the fan fiction episodes, right?
Yeah, there we go. And now, I mean, now we
Oh,
look,
boy.
and there's no other threat in hand besides an elusive otter, which you basically have to play. Otherwise, you don't have a creature. So even Jacob's, like, bad exchange in air quotes as the Quantum Riddler drew a card, and then Jacob 2-for-1'd himself to deal with it.
Yeah.
So natural 3-for-1, it's still great up against a deck like this isn't Leyline deck that needs a big threat to be into play to be able to really do anything.
We've got an otter off now between elusive otter. Oh, never mind. Combustion Techniques takes care of that. Is there a way to protect it, though, from Noah? Yes, there is. Is he going to fire it
Plenty.
off? Sure is.
Spell Snare to deal with that, plus you still have Octopus form as well.
Yeah, Octopus form, just a second layer of protection there for this little critter. And
And-
he needs it to stick now because Jacob is starting to get feisty.
Yeah, Jacobs looks like the mental thought of, do I want to just tap out, buy back one of these removal spells, or play whatever other card is in hand? And pretty likely that that last card isn't, you know, Ancestral Recall.
Chipping in for 1 cheeky point of damage, leveling up that talent, getting back one of the pieces of removal in the yard.
Okay, so I think the card that would win the game here is Leyline.
Okay.
Oh, Quantum Riddler's pretty good, but so now the Elusive Otter still does have prowess, so it can go full bore, it can go octopus form. That is 2 spells. That's a 3/3 on base. Full bore makes it 6. Octopus makes it 7. Sellsword makes it 8. So it's
Too short.
15 damage. So I think we're too short right now without help from the top of the deck. Oh, but yeah, full bore on the Quantum Riddler.
Oh, yes,
is
that's
much
gonna
better.
do it. Hell yeah. Woo! That was sick. Noah Brandy's
was.
off the top rope, basically. Quantum Riddler, full bore, octopus form. Done.
You always forget the extra text on full bore here because, well, all these all-in full bore aggro decks haven't really had warp creatures. So
Yeah.
that was awesome there on the
was
Quantum Riddler. So
What
impressive
a cool play.
stuff.
Yeah, loved seeing that. That was a sweet matchup, Corey.
Loved
Any
it.
final thoughts before we head to a break?
Standard's great. I want to see more of that elemental deck, like next round, please.
Okay, let's go grab some lunch and we can watch.
Okay.
All right, Carmen and Ryan will be with you guys. We'll see you after this break.
Hello again, gamers, and welcome to round 5 coverage of the regional championship here in Portland at SCG Con. I'm Ryan Overturf. She's Carmen Klomparens. We got a spicy one for you in round number 5.
Oh, yeah.
But let's keep that on the back burner for now. Let's check in with our field at large, see who is picking up the dubs so far this weekend. We're going to have a number of players at 4-0, a little under 900 in the field, but let's check our standings here. I like
cool.
the guitar. You like the guitar?
Oh yeah, we literally were playing Bandle between rounds. Look that one up. It's like Wordle if you like music too much.
Yeah, that was fun. And you see kind of a really diverse spread of archetypes here, which makes sense given our metagame breakdown. There was nothing that was massively present in the field here. Some 15%ers, but good spread of archetypes here in the top 16 at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, this is awesome. I know Is It Leyline is something we got a glimpse into last round. Really cool to still see new twists on old favorites.
Yeah, some recognizable names here in 16th. Aaron Baric, good friend of ours, somebody that used to see a lot of success on the SCG Tour. Andres Prost, a player that has a Pro Tour top 8 from once upon a time.
Yeah.
An Alaskan player who's been coming out for events lately.
Yeah, really, really strong player. We see Slater Claudell at 13th. This is someone we covered earlier in the day, making Demir mid-range look pretty good.
Gabriel Michaels, someone who's been putting up a lot of results lately. Sultai Reanimator, that deck looking really strong this weekend.
Yeah, and this is what, there are 16 decks here, and at a glance, I think we're looking at almost a dozen different archetypes. Really cool event to be playing in.
Yes.
These are all people who are not too shabby at all. The fact that these are all players that we've seen have success over an extended period of time in Magic, all arriving to different conclusions in Standard, no less, really speaks to how deep the format is.
Absolutely. A really cool tournament so far. So far, so good. Let's check in with some more players. Who's in 17th? These 4-0's got to go down a bit further. Yeah, at least through 32nd. I'm sure it's going to go much deeper. There's Jack, guitar is my middle name, Forbes on Is It Lessons.
I believe it's pronounced diddly diddly diddly.
Good catch. Thank you.
Look, I'm seeing 23rd, Lou Salerno. This is someone who actually top-8'd the regional championship in Charlotte last year with the Underworld Breach deck in Modern. Poised to make a deep run with Simic or Arboroid this weekend as well.
Yeah, 4-0 so far. And Pro Tour champion Jake Beardsley, 4-0 on Sultai Reanimator. Actually I met Jake Beardsley's dad, Ted, in the hall yesterday.
Really nice guy.
Super nice guy. Really cool gaming family. Love to see it. It was really cool to talk to him. And definitely rooting for Jake, a babyface tournament player.
Yeah, you know, we skipped a little bit down. I see Joel Sadowski, a Baltimore guy, if I'm not mistaken on that. Someone who's definitely been in the streets for a while. Jeskai Control.
Ooh.
Can't complain too much about that. I know there was a 5-color control deck as well in our top 16 players. Really interesting to see how the stronger players on those sorts of decks end up kind of making deeper runs into the event, whenever the format is as wide open as it appears to be.
Sadowski, definitely a player that I've covered a time or two back in the day. Someone with a lot of table presence, which is really scary when your Jeskai Control opponent is just firmly there in the zone, because he's settling down for some long games.
Right, there's certainly a point where whenever you're playing against someone who's trying to represent strength, whenever they are good at representing strength, it is just really stressful to play against, where you're just like kind of deep breaths, even if you can win the match. It's so funny.
Yeah, so a lot of archetypes there, a lot of familiar names, and some players looking to make a name for themselves. And the regional championship is a great place to do it.
Yes.
We're playing for world championship invites for the top 2 players. And the title of regional champion, the region is smaller than the world. I'm not a geography expert, but I'm pretty sure.
It's a rectangle to square thing. Honestly,
all worlds are regions, but not all regions are worlds.
Listen, I know some regions that are my world, so. Thank you. I've been Corbin. That's my time.
That was good. That was good. I do have to hand it to you. So we have a spicy deck that I mentioned. So we're going to be watching Heath Vance on Simic or Arboroid. We're going to see a lot of that this weekend. But then we have Sam Hulkcom on Teamer Mikatak. Mikatak, of course, a bit of an homage to Sneak Attack, a classic from Urza Saga, a broken vintage cube kind of card. And Mikatak is more limited in what it does, but it seems to be a card that opens up some really explosive draws and some combo potential here.
Yeah, so this is a deck that, for anyone who might not be aware, I also work for Wizards of the Coast. I'm on the play design team that does a lot of final balance on these sorts of cards. Famous World Sire Meek Attack is something I spent, I think it was this time a year ago, a lot of time brewing, and was so stoked to just say, you know what? I'm not 100% positive the way this is going to play out, but it's really cool and it's a lot of fun. I'm sure someone's going to get to do some really cool convoluted lands combo thing with this engine, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. I am pumped to see this play out.
And this deck has some real Amulet Titan vibes for fans of that deck in Modern, but it sounds like our players are ready. Let's go ahead and see exactly what kind of fireworks this deck is capable of. Welcome to round number 5 of coverage of the Standard Regional Championship here at SCG Gone Portland. At the top of your screen, we have Heath Vance on Simic Ouroboros. On the bottom, Sam Hulkcom on Teamer Meek Attack, who's on the play with a tapped Stomping Ground. Heath Vance opening up with a Llanowar Elves. Is that a beta Llanowar Elves?
It's a handsome Llanowar Elves.
I vibe with it heavy. You're going to see some interesting lands out of the deck here for Sam Hulkcom there.
Eden, Seed of the Sanctum?
Yeah, that's a turn 2 land. This one does enter untapped, and something that's kind of fun about this deck list, there's a number of lands here that enter tapped, and they just combine well with the Spelunking and the Wandering Minstrel in the deck, and there you have it right on cue. Spelunking is a turn 3 play for Hulkcom.
Ooh, and it put a cave into play?
4 life, please.
That's synergy.
Sunken Citadel, one of those lands that would normally enter tapped, entering untapped here. We'll get confirmation on the color named here, and importantly, this land can tap for 2 for abilities to activate lands.
Perhaps like Eden, Seed of the Sanctum.
Indeed. Gonna name blue. And meanwhile, Vance is establishing quite a battlefield here. Spider Manifestation and Gene Pollinator on turn 2. So no Badger Cub, but still a lot of mana.
Right, this is a spot where we're seeing Vance already threaten to cast a 5-mana spell on the 3rd turn. Not too shabby.
No. Botanical Sanctum, land number 3. Big tap. Looking at 5 mana here. The Gene Pollinator can't really do anything without another permanent to tap. Wistfulness gonna show up here. Ooh, an answer to Spelunking. Don't mind if I do. Untap the manifestation. So we have blue, we have green. Exile target enchantment. Get that Spelunking out of here. Draw 2 cards and discard 1 if you're so inclined. Have to imagine that Vance is. And here comes those 2 cards.
Draw 1 card. Draw 1 card.
Discard 1 card. Basic Forest hits the bin. Plenty of mana otherwise. Maybe not. Gonna be a Verge instead. Interesting.
Not bad. This is the spot where when you have this many mana sources on the table, lands really start to have diminishing returns.
I think there's also something to the fact that the first 3 lands are Botanical Sanctums, and that Forest could turn on other Verge's blue source.
Oh, you're totally right. You're totally right.
Now, I don't know that Vance is going to need more blue sources, but that seems like a consideration.
You're just correct.
Right, and here is a second Spider Manifestation. Very wide battlefield here for Vance as we see what Hulkcom can do. Now remember, this Meek Attack deck has some really explosive stuff they can do. They tend to all start with having Meek Attack on the battlefield, though.
Well, this is the turn that would start to happen.
Yeah, a turn when you want to have 5 mana and activate it right away is what you're getting at.
Exactly, and you can see Hulkcom kind of staring at the hand. This is something anyone who watches Modern, big fan of that format, real used to with a land combo deck where you go, okay, can I actually kill this turn? How far off am I?
My experience is generally on the other side of the table, and I'm thinking, you better be looking at your hand because your cards don't do anything and you're frustrated.
Please just be salty right now. Please be salty right now.
All whammies, all whammies, all whammies, all whammies.
Right, and this is the spot where Hulkcom's got to be feeling the heat under the collar, given that Vance has 12 power in play. I know there's there's this degree where you want to say, okay, most of those are mana creatures. They aren't doing much. They're attacking. They're dealing.
Here's the Wandering Minstrel, the blue-green legend from Final Fantasy. Makes it so your tapped lands enter untapped. Has a couple other abilities. We only have 2 towns. It'll start making 2/2s, I believe, once you have 4. Then it has some big 7 mana effect. That's a 5-color ability, though. For now, it's just making this Stomping Ground enter untapped without paying 2 life. And you're going to see a Formidable Speaker cast, discarding a bounce off to go find a creature.
Okay, I mean, that's not bad. There's the World Sire being added to hand. 8 mana with a current 5 on the table. There are Arid Archways in the deck, so Hulkcom is capable of skipping around the curve just a little bit.
So Famished Worldsire is going to hand. Apologies, we can't get the card images, some technical difficulties this round. So this is a creature that reads as a 0/0 in your hand that has Devour Lands 3. So when it enters, you can sacrifice any number of lands. It's going to end up with 3 +1/+1 counters for each land you sacrificed. And then for each land you devour, you're also going to look at the top 3 cards of your library, I believe, looking for a land, and put any number, put that many lands, iterate that effect that many times for how many lands you devoured, and put them on the battlefield tapped, which then the Wandering Minstrel will be in the enter untapped, and we can get into all kinds of weird stuff from there.
And you know, I don't want to get out too far ahead of it. If Hulkcom does have an Arid Archway, because Formidable Speaker can untap it to net mana, I believe Hulkcom with an Archway could actually cast the Worldsire next turn.
Well, definitely has to get something going as we head back to Vance, see what he can add to the battlefield. Looks like the Omen on Meringue, River Regent. Ooh, this is nice. Tapping 2 Spider Manifestations to do it. Those will untap as the Omen is a 4-mana spell. Draw 3 cards, discard 1, shuffle that dragon back into the library. Meringue River Regent is such a strong pound-for-pound card.
Yeah, I think that card turned out great. That's the type of shape that I know internally we've taken a few different shots at with cards like Horned Lock Whale, for example, having the big control finisher with a nice buyout. It was nice. Overlord of the Mistmoors introduced the question, can 4 mana be a buyout? And I think answered it reasonably well. So it did give some degree of confidence. Say, you know what, this is fun. Let's try this.
Multiversal Passages to the discard. See what else Vance can get up to here. Certainly going to have some options after a draw 3 effect. Yeah, the full grip of cards just kind of flashed on the screen there.
It looked like a lot of lands.
Yeah, Basic Forest is played. We knew about that one as it was flashed earlier, but yeah, I do think other lands in the holding, as you're alluding to.
Well, it looks like there are lands to be tapped, which helps. That
Certainly
at least implies
options.
Spells.
Right. Tapping at least 2 mana here. Out comes Badger Molka. All right, perhaps some thinking on the mana output here. Gonna Earthbend the Botanical Sanctum Awake.
Notably saving a blue source by tapping Spider Manifestation rather than Botanical Sanctum.
Suddenly immediate access to 7 mana with 3 mana creatures and an untapped land. Taps a Spider Manifestation for 2 and a Badger Molka up number 2.
Okay.
Earthbend another Botanical Sanctum, and now these all tap for 3, so 9 mana casually at the ready. Gene Pollinator taps Badger Molka. It's going to make 3 mana. Green, green, and either green or blue, I assume. Doesn't super matter. Formidable Speaker. Okay, this explains why there was some thinking here. It's going to discard Gene Pollinator, go tutor for some creature. With 6 mana still available.
So there is a Craterhoof Behemoth, but that does cost more than 6. Grabbing the Meringue River Regent that went back in the deck would also make some sense if Vance just wanted to send Hulkcom back to the Stone Age by bouncing the 2 creatures and say, all right, well, I have 30 power in play. Maybe I just want to bounce your board 6 you and wish you good luck on your turn.
It's interesting, having never played against the Temur Meek Attack deck. Maybe he has. I don't know. This is going to be a new deck. It's powered by a new card, so probably not a ton of experience one way or the other. It's not clear what the combo potential, how quickly the Temur Meek Attack can do, what exactly the explosivity is. You have to assume there's some power here. It's 3-1 at the regional championship. You could go grab Craterhoof Behemoth and just set that up for lethal this turn, but Vance is actually going to grab Quantum Riddler. A draw 2 on a 4-6 ain't bad. Definitely scary, even with the face-up open deck list, to have this kind of combo deck where I know you could do a lot, I just don't really know what it looks like.
Exactly, exactly.
I know that you have that Famished Worldsire in hand. That's scary. I know you spent your turn tutoring for it.
Right, if you're advanced seed, it may not even be clear that that World Sire could be cast next turn,
Right.
depending on the holdings for Hulkcom.
Ooh, so the Quantum Riddler is found, and Vance is thinking about warping or casting. All right, so we're going to come back to the booth for a minute here. So we're having that issue displaying the card images here, which I think is very useful. Actually, we're just going to take the broadcast down. I'll explain it when we get back. Technical difficulties continue to be an issue, but we'll be back shortly. We're going to get it all fixed. We're going to watch some more Magic here. Don't go anywhere.
work there in the last game. Past that, I don't think we're going to see very much changing going into the sideboard. You could maybe talk me into the Flood Maws and Disruptive piece, but it wouldn't surprise me if Vance actually feels pretty good about just trying to play a faster, more linear game than Hulkcom.
Sure, for Sam Hulkcom, definitely you have to have Simic or a Boroid on your radar going into this weekend. It's the second most played deck here. Didn't come out of nowhere. It was very much established.
Yes.
What does Hulkcom have on the sideboard to deal with this?
Pyroclasm is the big card that sticks out to me as what you want to be doing in this sort of matchup. It's really good at mopping up every single one of the mana creatures on the table. It's able to get both halves of Badger Mole Cub. It's something that just basically buys a bunch of time when I think Hulkcom's deck needing a little bit more setup than Vance's does and having a bit less redundancy is something that they're really going to need to take advantage of in the post-board game. Past that, things get a little bit sketchier. It would not be very hard to talk me into Meringue River Regent, for example, as something to just say, hey, I think games are going to get grindier and I just want to be disruptive against the likes of Badger Mole Cub or any of your development mana creatures. And finally, Seer is one that is fine against the namesake in Ouroboros. It's not clear to me if that is what the post-board games are going to be about, but if things are going to get scrappier, it's easy for me to imagine wanting to make sure that you can check that box.
Makes sense to me. You know what else makes sense to me?
Go on.
Checking out Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming up March 6th through 8 in Richmond, Virginia. Check that out on social media, hashtag Spotlight TMNT, hashtag SCG Richmond. As part of SCG Con Richmond, there's going to be live coverage, all kinds of sweet side events, and the main event, the Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Check that out at StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. I'm pretty excited for this Turtles set.
Yeah?
I grew up on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Watched a lot of the cartoons. I love the Super Nintendo game Turtles in Time. I actually played that at a barcade a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
My skills have atrophied some, but you know, it's always fun to go back for a couple minutes.
I have definitely been confronted lately of some of the stuff that you'll see in esports as the pros tend to trend a bit younger, where my hands just don't do what my brain tells them to do quite as dexterously as they used to. And that can be really tough.
Yeah, I had that problem in a more uncomfortable way when I tried to play DDR at the barcade.
Oh, yeah, one where, like, you hit your first note in Captain Jack and your check knee light comes on.
When your legs don't do what you tell them to do, that could be a real problem.
Yeah, right.
So check that event out. SCG Richmond. Walk, don't run. This player's shuffling up here for game number 2. This Teamer Meek Attack deck is super cool. This is the kind of stuff where you see this deck list and you're definitely rooting for them. 3-1, good start. Down a game here, but it's the kind of thing where if this continues to be a deck, you know that we're still figuring out what to do here. This Ouroboros deck, I'm not going to say it's solved, but it's pretty clear what this deck is doing in a lot of it. And you were talking about how Heath Vance is definitely playing this as a combo deck. Players have really decided that's how you do it. The Teamer Meek Attack deck is going to have a lot of angles, right? You have to figure out what you do when you don't draw Meek Attack, what combination of untapped lands and those untappers, and what you even want to cheat in off of Meek Attack. A lot of cool stuff to explore here.
And I saw in Hulkcom's hand a Spell Pierce. Really speaks to trying to catch Vance off balance, specifically on some of those Nature's Rhythm turns, where frequently I think you'll see Spell Pierces and your opponent has Llanowar Elf in their deck, and you go, what are we doing here? But last game we saw Vance very specifically use Nature's Rhythm multiple times, and it speaks to Hulkcom really knowing what to prioritize in the matchup and what is truly important.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and that's the whole thing. When your opponent is just a all non-creature spell combo deck, yeah, you want Spell Pierce, of course. Making the disciplined decisions, figuring out when you want them when your opponent has a lot of creatures, that's what separates the good from the great.
Yes.
Welcome here, unfortunately, going down to 5, though. But
that
when
is
you
not
have
good or great.
Yeah, I'm still trying to unpack exactly the potential of this deck. One thing about Meek Attack plus Famous Worldsire, you do need to have some lands to get going.
Yes.
But, you know, kind of, if you have multiples, you get to keep going off of the first one. So still some potential here for some fireworks.
I mean, there is an extent to which if you are in Hulkcom's seat, you are able to recover from a mulligan with just the card Meek Attack, effectively being several resources within one card.
Yeah, so we'll see if that's what Hulkcom has found. It's going to start things off with the Commercial District Surveils to the top.
All right, they were due.
Tapped a breeding pool for Vance. See how things shape up for Hulkcom here. It's going to be a tapped Urban Retreat. And Vance is going to have turn 2 Spider Manifestation. There's land number 3 for Hulkcom. Here's Spelunking.
Okay.
Definitely helps, and a basic force to put on the battlefield as well, so advancing the mana.
Spelunking a really nice card in the games where you're mulliganing, just because it helps you get back from a lower resource count.
Yeah, likely just generally stronger than the Wandering Minstrel because of that draw 1 card text.
Exactly. You see this a lot in Modern as well, when you'll have Amulet Titan players on Spelunking and explore out of the sideboard, and you go, don't you kind of want to do that every game? And the answer is, if your opponent's more disruptive, getting to take a game action without going down a card has a lot of power.
Well, here is Badgermole Cub. That means that the creatures tap for an additional green. That means Ouroboros is online, and the Spider Manifestation gets to untap.
And here's that beatdown plan.
Definitely a really interesting aspect of the sequencing here. Badgermole Cub into Ouroboros is really what this deck is trying to do, but you saw the Spider Manifestation. The deck does just get to prioritize that before you play the Cub, and you can immediately get the extra mana from the Cub down the pipeline. So great sequencing there for Vance. Gets to cast another Spider Manifestation off of the first, untapping, and now the Ouroboros, grows the team.
Yeah, and I think Vance tanked a bit on whether it was better to attack with the Manifestation or just cast an additional one. And I do really like casting the second one here. Whenever you have a Cub, your mana creatures are going to be even stronger than they normally would be, but they do still ask for that one turn to come online.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also just kind of looking at the sideboards, the sweeper for Hulkcom is Pyroclasm. It cannot destroy a 3/3 Manifestation.
Right.
As you see, Spelunking and not adding a land, so there's no 5th land here, just a Land of War Elves and a pass. Looks like the combo potential has not been realized for the Meek Attack player. As we see what Vance can do, he's going to show a Nature's Rhythm. That's going to be a Cradle Hoof Behemoth at some point. He says, you know, I'm figuring it out, but Hoof, there it will be. And Heats Vance advances to 4-1. Simic Ouroboros continues to look like a very strong choice here in Standard.
Yeah, that exactly really just shows what is so strong about the Simic Ouroboros deck, is that the degree to which it is linear is one of the ways that it gets its consistency, which I think is something that is going to define a lot of what we see this weekend. We're seeing a lot of selection. We're seeing formidable speaker as something that is going to give you the ability to play a pretty reliable and similar game from game to game. But the other way to come at that is, rather than actually having to commit cards to let you smooth your draws out, a lot of times just saying, I play 16 mana creatures, I'm gonna draw some of them, and the other 16 spells in my deck are payoffs for those mana creatures, and that's exactly what we saw in that match.
Yeah, definitely seeing how the Badgermole Cub being one of the mana creatures, a card doesn't mess around.
No.
The explosivity there is great. See the power of Nature's Rhythm on display, just access to your best cards there. But we have some more Magic to bring you. I don't know what we're watching. Let's find out together.
Yes.
All right, we got Jake Beardsley on Sultai Reanimator here in round number 5 of RC Portland against Cody True on Is It Looting?
All right, currently down a game. Cody did pick up the first one, kicking things off with Intimidation Tactics.
See a hand of Storm Chaser's Talent, Quantum Riddler, a double Nathan Stoyer, that's Duelist of the Mind, and Fear of Missing Out. Intimidation Tactics, unable to grab Storm Chaser's Talent. Choice of whatever other creature you want, though. Quantum Riddler will hit the bin. And Beardsley's going to go ahead and write the hand down here. Seems like he is the type to not write down the card he takes with a discard spell. This has been an important discourse this weekend.
Of course, between twos of people at the Notably, Intimidation Tactics, exiling is pretty big here. That if it were just a regular discard spell, then you could run into problems with your own sort of both players reanimate their graveyards combo deck.
Yeah, makes sense. Storm Chaser's Talent, the turn 1 play here for True. Going to shock that in and off of a Steam Vents down to 18. Let's see what Jake Beardsley can do to get set up here. Land number 2 is Cavern of Souls. So Sultai Reanimator is one of those decks that's picked up some of these elementals. There's a number of different creature types you might name, but I have to imagine it's elemental here for this Deceit. Going to bounce and, or actually no. We're looking at the hand. Got a little confused by the gesturing there. Fear of missing out is going to hit the bin.
If there is anyone who is pumped to evoke an elemental creature and look at the opponent's hand, it is Jake Beardsley, who won Pro Tour Lord of the Rings on the back of Grief in Rakdos Evoke. Specifically, griefing an Ulamog.
That was such a sick play.
Yes.
All right, Duelist of the Mind is going to advance the battlefield for True. Also attacks with the Otter. Beardsley to 19. He's going to start turn number 3 with a Soul Guide Lantern, empty that graveyard, and play a tapped Watery Grave. Head back to True. We know about another Duelist of the Mind in hand.
You can see in a lot of ways Beardsley really leaning into the fact that this Reanimator deck does have the ability to pivot into playing a control role rather than just being a combo deck.
Beatdowns for 2, second Duelist of the Mind and a land deployed. Beardsley to 17. And cashes in Soul Guide Lantern to draw 1 card. Yeah, there's no graveyard. That makes enough sense. You do got to get something going. These Duelists of the Minds, you know, they only attack for 1 that turn, but that can turn into a big number.
Right, I mean, it's almost no matter how small something is attacking for, there is a number of attacks it can declare that will kill you.
So here is Bitter Triumph, discarding Arden the Usurper, taking care of 1 of those Duelists of the Minds. And Soul Guide Lantern will exile it, but no 4th land for Beardsley.
Ooh. Really looking for just 4th land plus Superior Spider-Man, and Beardsley would be feeling pretty good right now.
True's going to Boomerang basic Storm Chaser's Talent to hand, draw 1 card. That grows the Otter, not the Duelist. Here comes the Talent back down. Going to make a second Otter, going to grow the first.
And not the Duelist.
Yes. Looks like an attack for 4. Beardsley to 13.
Oh, it was 5 because Boomerang Basics drew a card.
Oh, yes. Beardsley to 12. Thank you. Tap a 2 for an impended Overlord of the Belmerk. Enters with 5 counters. It'll tick down to 4 at the end of the turn, but for now, Beardsley is going to mill 4 cards. You see a couple lands, another Overlord, and an Arden Usurper. You cannot pick up Overlord. You cannot grab avatars here. Picks up the Deceit that was evoked earlier. Going to cash in that Soul Guide Lantern for a card. Possibly still looking for that 4th land. And you do see it in hand. Multiversal Passage has been picked up. No access to just normal green mana yet. I kind of expect to see Forest as the name, but we'll see.
Right, I immediately look down to the deck list and we see Oblivious Bookworm, Formidable Speaker, and Town Greeter. All green cards that Jake would likely very much like to play here.
Indeed, and Forest is the choice. Head back to True. He's going to pick up that Boomerang Basics with Storm Chaser Talents level 2. Immediately cash in the Basics, return that to hand. This is a play you're going to see a lot out of this Is It Looting deck.
Well, that's 6.
Yeah, 1 prowess trigger, 1 extra card drawn, 2, 4, 6. Beardsley 2/6. Should go back his way. He's got some Arden the Usurpers in the graveyard. Not super set up, though, I don't think.
Right, well, so Arden's ability does give whatever the fresh demon is lifelink.
So here is to see. This time it will bounce and remove an Otter and just has to pass there. Has 2 mana up. It's another Bitter Triumph in the main deck, some Requiting Hexes in the deck as well. There's some potential for interaction. I do see one of the 2 cards in hand, though, is Bringer of the Last Gift. That's no help.
It really is not very good at bringing said gift.
And with 2 creatures with modular power and toughness, True potentially threatens lethal this turn as fear of missing out. It's going to discard a mountain. That's going to grow Duelist to the Mind. So 3 active power here. Storm Chaser's talent. And do we have Spell Pierce, our own spell? No, we have another talent. So that's 2 prowess triggers on the Otter. You have 1 extra card drawn.
I think we're 1 point short so far.
That's what it looks like from here. You see True going through the math.
And this is the spot where if you're in Beardsley's seat, you can't help but sweat bullets, but also things aren't looking great even if you get another turn.
So I believe that Cody has flashed to Spell Pierce, and right now is doing the calculus of, do I Spell Pierce my own spell to threaten lethal in the face of open mana?
Yes.
Looking over the graveyard. All right, you already cast a Bitter Triumph. Is the coast clear here? And what's the penalty if it's not? And there you have it. Spell Pierce on my own spell. 6 powers on the table. This threatens lethal. Beardsley, do you have the removal? And they're going to count what happens here. You've drawn a card for turn. You have drawn an extra card from fear of missing out. You have cast 3 spells. That's 3 prowess triggers plus 1 for the base Otter. 2 cards drawn gives you from 0 to 2 on the Duelist of the Mind. And that's going to do it. Cody True on Is It Looting? 2-0 over Jake Beardsley on Sultai Reanimator. Cody advances to 5-0. We're looking for 6-3 to make day number 2. These players definitely looking to do better than that, but pretty well so far. You know, 4-1, fine shape, middle of the day, 5-0. Cody has to be feeling good about his position.
Right, and this is exactly the kind of deck that is why you bring Is It Looting to an event like this one, is because whenever people are bringing newer and maybe less refined versions of decks, you want to be playing a reliable shell that you know is good. In this case, that's the Is It Storm Chaser's talent, sort of cantrip heavy deck. But you want to have a proactive slam, because that means you're going to be good at applying pressure in the face of your opponent, doing something flashy, big, over the top like that. The fact that between Storm Chaser's talent and Duelist of the Mind, we saw Cody able to just start attacking from the second turn onward ended up mattering so much in those games, because we saw Beardsley really close to discard. We saw Beardsley be very close to just having the Black Overlord come off of being quote-unquote suspended and be a regular creature that rebuys one of these Evoke Elementals every single turn, which is going to be so hard to grind through. But he didn't have time.
Yes, and that's really what the Is It Looting deck is trying to do. You have all of these different creatures that represent a scaling amount of damage. If your opponent has 3 creatures in this deck, the ceiling for the damage they can do is so high. You look at it, you got a 1-1, you got a 1-1, you got no 3, but that represents potentially 12 points of damage.
Yes, right, exactly. That last turn we even saw it kind of going, okay, I think you're dead. You have to be dead, right? But I actually have to do the math, which it is hard to do, but if you can do it, you are rewarded. And that's why we see Cody True undefeated, 5-0, 1 win away from punching their ticket into day 2.
Absolutely, and the math is crunchy, and having the heart to Spell Pierce your own spell for lethal. That's a line that I think a lot of players miss.
I miss it every day.
All right, we do have more Magic to bring you here. We have Peter Husishian on Teamer Otters. Okay, Teamer Otters, this is a deck that had some representation in the World's Top 8 last year.
Also, Peter Husishian, currently the king of the hill in Portland.
Ooh.
Won the RC last year on Amulet Titan. So seeing Teamer Otters convoluted engineering combo deck, he's right at home. Makes
sense. Yeah, we're going to go into this match live here, so we'll tell you about it when we get down to the table. At the top of your screen, you're going to have Wapa Hamada on Bant Airbending, the deck that won Magic Spotlight the Avatar 2 weeks ago in Atlanta. Husisian is on Teamer Otters. Both these players are 4-0. Teamer Otters, one of the Storm Chasers Talents decks in the format.
And something particularly notable about this deck, I think that Teamer Otters was one of the decks that had a lot of buzz around it when Badger Mole Cub was first spoiled, because Enduring Vitality turns every creature into a mana creature,
right,
which is one of the strongest abuse cases imaginable for Badger Mole Cub. Turns out fill your deck with mana creatures is also fine, but there's a lot to like here on Husisian's side of the table.
I like referring to them as abuse cases. That's nice.
Well, okay, so there are use cases and there are abuse, like they're different.
They're not the same.
One is it's a square to a rectangle.
I'm very familiar with these. Yes, I get it. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Husisian on the play here. I want to say there was a little mulligan happening there, but is going to have a turn 2 Thundertrap Trainer. Going to look at the top 4, hopefully not the bottom 4 cards of the library.
All right, currently tanking.
Right.
I have not actually seen anyone have the tank all to the bottom before.
That would be something. Picks up Nature's Rhythm, 1 copy in the Team Marauders deck. No green mana online this yet. That's one thing about this deck, is it tries to do some double green stuff, but the basic forest is not strong for a lot of the other cards in the deck. So you see Seam Rip's going to actually go aggressively after that Thundertrap Trainer, and Llanowar Elves joins the party.
That makes some sense. Whenever you're playing against an Enduring Vitality deck, a lot of times you just want to keep your opponent off permanence on the battlefield. There's also an extent to which you don't want to see Husisian dig his way out of this mulligan with something like Boomerang Basics on their own Thundertrap Trainer.
Bit of a combo.
Definitely.
A use case, I would say.
Yeah, me too.
So just blue and red mana here for Husisian, who's going to cast a Pyroclasm just to answer the 1 Llanowar Elves, and has a tapped Stomping Ground, so the mana coming online here.
A lot of respect being paid by both players here. Normally, Seam Rip, not in the deck to go after a 1-2. Pyroclasm, not in the deck to kill 1 Llanowar Elf, but Hamada had no follow-up.
Yeah, just passing with 3 mana up, though. We know that this is often going to represent an Aang Swift Savior.
So unlucky. Nothing to do for 3 mana.
We'll see if Husisian has anything to do with 3 mana, possibly 4 on this turn. And I really like Pyroclasm on 1 Llanowar Elves against specifically Bant Airbending, because the deck has so many 3 and 4 toughness things. And you really don't want to just let your opponent cast Appa or Aang at the Crossroads ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that's a great shout. Pyroclasm is a card where you bring it in a lot of times to try and check an entire Badger Mold Cub, but it does have utility like this, which is something that means it's not too punishing in the games where your opponent doesn't draw the Cub.
Husisian's going to shock in a breeding pool. Unlucky, he has to pass with 4 mana up.
Gosh.
The Otters deck, what does 4 mana represent on this deck?
I suspect we're looking at Valley Floodcaller plus something else.
Okay. Paw Patch Formation on Seam Rip? Plus something else? Maybe something found off of this Thundertrap Trainer?
We're seeing, we're feeling it out. If there's another Paw Patch Formation, could be looking to quote-unquote cycle it.
Just land 4 and a pass for Hamada. It looks like the Trapper is going to grab a backup copy of Paw Patch Formation.
There are also Spider Senses out of the sideboard for Husisian, and a main deck copy of Seer, and a couple more main deck copies of Seer. So I guess this is paying a lot of respect to a possible Ouroboros from Hamada. Or
Sure.
excuse me, not Ouroboros, just any sorcery speed punishing creature on the end step.
Thundertrap Trainer at long last, getting busy. Hamada to 19.
Every point counts.
That's true. You never know which one's going to be the last one. That's not true. It's actually
I was like, that's
pretty...
the one actually, like, that is the only defined point you have.
Well, with a small-brained linear understanding of time, sure. As Badger Mold Cub is added to the battlefield, it's going to earthbend a Steam Vents Awake. Aang, Swift Savior, is going to show up on the end step. Option to airbend something. Going to airbend Steam Vents.
Really nice way to force your opponent to tap out. Really doing a Deceiver Exarch impression here.
You see Pot Patch formation in response to destroy the flying Ang. And you don't actually airbend away an earthbend land because of the way earthbending works. It just goes right back into play tapped. So it's not like a disaster there. But Husisian now tapped low, just a stomping ground untapped as we see what Hamada can do. Here's a Badgermole Cub of his own. Gonna earthbend a land awake. And now we are right back to Husisian. Roaring Furnace. I love this card.
Oh, this card is so satisfying to play with.
Gonna throw some damage here at Badgermole Cub. Hamada's gonna respond with Aang Swift Savior.
Ooh, time to airbend the Cub, main chance?
I'll save my own creature. That is.
Swiftly, even.
See if Husisian wants to respond. Looks like 3 cards in hand, so 1 could safely be used in response if he wanted to pick some kind of fight.
I believe a copy of Seer is what's being considered at this point. And it's a matter of what to go after.
Yeah, if you want to hit the Cub, you have to do it now.
Right, so there's a point where you really don't want the Cub to get to earthbend another land.
Right, the airbending is going to resolve Badgermole Cub over to exile to be cast for 2 later. Husisian passes, Hamada draws for turn. 1 airbender online. Here's the redeploy of Badgermole Cub. Earth bends another land away. Here's a tap of 4 mana. And there, it's going to be the Interdimensional Web Watch, exiling the top 2 cards of the library, Badgermole Cub and...
Holy Appa!
That's a good one to find. Those 2 cards will be cast next turn, and the Web Watch can tap for 2 mana to cast them or any other spell from exile. I would say 2 pretty good hits off the Watch.
No one's going to be complaining about them. I'll tell you that much.
The Appa is the 2nd airbender. Still a Doc Orlock away from comboing, but some good material on the battlefield for sure.
And this is a lot of the strength of this deck as well, is that Hamada is pretty ahead on the table and can maybe just start chunking in for damage now.
That's a strength we've been talking about of a lot of decks in Standard. Sultai Reanimator, one of them, Bant Airbending. They have these combo finishes, but they just have some pretty strong rates. Just creatures with power and toughness. They can beat you down. For now, though, we're heading over to Husisian. Gonna tap 5 for Nature's Rhythm. X equals 3. It's Enduring Vitality. Pretty important card for the Otter deck.
Could not cast that one fast enough.
And you mentioned this is a strong abuse case for the Badgermole Cub. Now everything here taps for any mana of any color and a green additionally. We're going to head back Hamada's way.
Interesting that Hamada didn't cast the Badgermole Cub from exile last turn.
So here is Seam Rip. Going after Badgermole Cub for Husisian. That makes sense. That's what's representing the open mana here in this turn. Looks like some floating mana in response. Maybe not. The Cub was exiled. Hamada still access to 5 regular mana and 2 from the Web Watch. Here comes Aang Swift Savior, Husisian to 16. Web Watch is going to tap to cast a Badgermole Cub. Gonna awaken a 3rd land. Now with Double Cub, all these lands tap for 3 mana.
Just a casual 9 mana available.
The decks I play, I so rarely have access to 9 mana, and they just do it with 3 lands, 4 lands. I guess I'm saying I'm jealous. Like, what's it like?
Jealous.
I'm jealous.
You could just play this.
Nah, I'd rather fantasize about it.
Oh.
Big tap here. Looks like Wistfulness. All right. So this is really important. So one thing about Enduring Vitality, one of that enduring cycle of enchantment creatures, when it's an enchantment, the Otter deck still has a lot of combo potential tapping your creatures from mana, but the full-on exile with Wistfulness there, that's a huge swing for Hamada.
Okay, notably, it looks like that was an evoked Wistfulness. And then with the sacrifice trigger on the stack, Hamada cast Appa and then airbent Ang and Wistfulness and Interdimensional Web Watch.
Oh, jeez.
All of which now cost 2 mana.
So this is what it's like to have 9 mana. Gosh, it seems nice.
You know, hold on, I'm getting word from the floor. Is.
Well, you know what they say, the mana is always greener on the other side of the table.
With Badgermole Cub in particular. Lands that had never tapped for green previously are now producing it.
All right, Husisian's back against the wall. So Temur Otters has this really explosive combo potential when you have the Enduring Vitality on the battlefield. I don't believe one of the deck's strengths is playing from behind. As you see stock up, what is Husisian looking for to try to get back into the game here?
Stock up to resolve. Unfortunately,
tough.
That one is not happening. Swift Savior going to go ahead and airbend it.
Yeah, it's going to get airbent, and honestly, just 3 mana at sorcery speed. I cast a lot of stock ups. When you're this far behind, it doesn't even feel good to be casting it in the first place. All right, so here is Seer on Appa. Trying to stop the combo from happening at the very least. Tap starting town here is land number 6. We head back to Hamada. There's so much cardboard on Hamada's side of the table right now.
If it helps, it's only like 9 power. Excuse me. No, it's 11 power. I missed Ang. That's on me. I'll take this and grow from it.
That's all we can ask. Presumably, Hamada's also going to take this turn and grow from this position. As you see a tap here. Here's Ang at the crossroads, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the top 5. Finds Doc Orlock. So you have Ang, Swift Savior on the table. Still looking for an Appa, another airbender. Looks like we are getting into beatdowns. You have a couple ally tokens there. They're made off of the Appa. Ang, Swift Savior flying in. Both Badgermole Cubs attacking. Don't really care about this Thunder Trap Trainer eating an ally. It was free. And 7 damage comes across. Husisian to 9.
Oh, don't worry. There's more spells after all that.
Hooray. Yeah, Hamada in a commanding position here.
Correct.
Avatar's Wrath. All right, so this, in terms of interaction, this is excellent Thunder Trap Trainer. It can't be cast next turn from airbending, but what can be cast this turn are all of Hamada's things for free with Doc Orlock. Ang at the crossroads coming right back, looking at the top 3 or 5 rather, finds Ang Swift Saviors, airbends away, Ang at the crossroads. Husisian's seen enough. Stop. I'm already done. Wafa Hamada advances to 5-0 on Bant airbending. This deck is always doing something really impressive.
That deck looks really nice. I really appreciate how all of Hamada's cards in those games, a lot of them are threatening some sort of combo finish, but they're also helping you accrue material and just kind of progress towards being in a good position in a traditional game. Right, we see Ang at the crossroads was doing a lot of good work in digging for combo pieces in that world. It's also just, a 5 mana 4/4 that gives you another card?
Not bad.
A lot of the time, pretty good. Appa, kind of close to Restoration Angel if you squint a little bit. So I don't know. I think this Panther Bending deck is extremely impressive, and I would expect a pretty strong finish from it this weekend.
Yeah, it looks really strong. Temur Otters is one of those decks that sometimes I watch it or play against it, and it seems like you have to have the biggest brain I've ever seen to play the deck well, and when it does its thing, there's so much happening, and other times your Enduring Vitality gets exiled and you cast Thundertrap Trainer a couple times. You know the bottom 9 cards of your library and you pack them up.
Where I'm from, we just call that other times for sure.
Yeah, my recap was a little meandering. Your note is taken.
No, it's fine. No. I do appreciate. I mean, in a lot of ways, there is a lot of wheel spinning and going, okay, Enduring Vitality, play my thing. Here's my Quest Caller, tap on tap, draw some cards, go.
All right, so we do have a deck tech for you. Nick Miller did sit down with Sam Hulkcom, our Temur Mikatak player. Really cool deck list. You can find out a little bit more about how that deck works. Let's go ahead and hear from the player himself.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Con Portland. I'm Nick Miller alongside Sean Hulkcom. We have Lauren Eclipsed in the standard format now. One of the cards in the preview gallery I think a lot of people laughed at or looked at was Meek Attack, but you have brought it, possibly the only person in the event, sleeving up Meek Attack here. We have a Temur-based deck. Where did this deck come from?
I just saw it on a Discord I'm part of in Southern California. I was just kind of inspired. I had something else to play this weekend, and then when I went to actually buy the deck, I just kind of decided this would be more fun.
It's certainly the most fun deck I've seen looking through all the deck lists so far. We've got this quasi-amulet feeling type deck mixed with a little bit more combo-y shenanigans, and you've got just a complete list of cards you might not be familiar with in the standard format. Take us through what the deck does and how you do it.
So the base of the deck is formulated around Meek Attack and Famished Worldsire. So Meek Attack can put a creature with total power and toughness 5 or less into play. Famished Worldsire is a 0/0. When it comes into play, you get to devour land 3, so you can sack any number of lands, and it gets 3 counters for each land you sack. And then when it enters, you get to look at that many cards from the top of your library, and then get all the lands from there, and then shuffle your library. Once you do that, you can usually, with 1 or 2 Famished Worldsires, get all the lands out of your deck, and then you're able to loop all the lands with an Aftermath Analyst or a Lumra, Bellow of the Woods, to bring all the lands back from your graveyard, and then use Urban Retreat to bounce the Worldsire to your hand, do it all again, sack all the lands, bring them back, and then eventually you can get them with either Kavaron, which is the red station land that makes robots with haste, or you can get them with one of Vibrance, which can deal 3 every time you bring everything back.
So we do this loop where we get all the lands, we create all the mana, we keep cycling it, sort of like we've seen Pioneer, a deck with Lumra, do it, and Amulet in Modern would do a similar thing. You can take them out with the Elemental, as you said, or you can have, infinite tokens. Is there any other game plan to this deck? Do you do any kind of beatdown stuff? Are you resilient to disruption?
Yeah, you can definitely do some sort of beatdown plan. Famished Worldsire, if you sack 5 lands, it's just a 15/15, and you get all the lands back. Since you play the Urban Retreats, you can still use Meek Attack to just attack with a 15/15 Famished Worldsire, and then bounce it back to your hand and do it all again the next turn. With Meek Attack, you can do it on their end step, so that you untap with a bunch more lands in play, and then have game from there. Lumra also attacks out of the sideboard too. There's a lot of just bigger creatures. I have 2 Wistfulness, 1 more Vibrance, and a Sapzunin. They kind of just attack, and they give you a lot more resiliency to Graveyard Hate, which can hurt you, or just general counter magic, because they're just creatures that beat.
Take us through some of the other cool things going on in this deck, because you also have, Eden, you have some of these other lands that do a bunch of things, the Bant land out of the Spider-Man set, Urban Retreat, looked kind of just like a dual land, and most people didn't really pay it much mind when it was previewed. Does a lot of stuff in this deck, though.
Yeah, so Urban Retreat's kind of the bread and butter. Since you have Arid Archway, which is the bounce land that's legal in the set, you can always bounce it back to your hand and then use it to bring back a creature. It also interacts really well with Llanowar Elves, because you can play a Llanowar Elves on turn 1, play a second land on turn 2, return the Llanowar Elves, put Urban Retreat into play, and then play a Llanowar Elves again. You have 5 mana on turn 3. Eden is kind of the land that lets you do the loop, because you need to get back either the Aftermath Analyst or the Lumra. It's pay 5, sack it, you mill 2, and then you can sacrifice the land and bring back a permanent from your graveyard. So that allows you to bring back a Lumra if you have 2, or an Analyst every time, and you can get all your lands back. There's also 2 Sunken Citadels, which let you activate land abilities of Urban Retreat or Eden, which also lines up pretty nicely with Formidable Speaker, because Formidable Speaker can untap either the Arid Archway to make 3 mana basically from the 1 land, or it can untap one of the Sunken Citadels to give you more land ability.
Right, and we've got the untap effects with the Wandering Minstrel, and we have Spelunking. But as you said, the Formidable Speaker, that kind of is the card of the tournament for me. When I look at all the decks, it shows up in just an absolute monster. And in this deck, it looks perfect for finding combo pieces, you know, smoothing out your draws. What can it do?
Yeah, I feel like it does everything. It lets me play the 1 of Vibrance in the main deck, which has felt really good. It gives you an alternate way to win that's not just Kavaro, which isn't really necessary, but it just gives you some removal. It also tutors lands out of your deck, and sometimes you can assemble the combo almost naturally and at least get enough value to be able to win the game. And I also have 1 Pit of Offerings in the main deck, which was kind of my tech card for the Living End deck and the Lessons deck, and that gets found off of Vibrance. That was kind of a last-minute addition I made yesterday, and that's something I feel really good about.
Speaking of last-minute additions, was there anything you wanted to try to get in here that you couldn't, or that didn't quite work, or still requires some more work?
There were a couple of sideboard cards I had. I wasn't sure how much counter magic to have in the deck. I had 2 Spell Pierces for a while. I thought maybe a Negate would be good. They kind of all got replaced for Voice of Victory, just because it felt like the best axis that they could interact with me was just either countering or interacting with my untap effects on my turn. So I felt that Voice of Victory let me beat down, makes their removal, makes them have to keep in their removal, which is not that good against me usually. I also had a Bossing Say in the sideboard, which I initially thought was an instant speed, so I could use it as a protection against the Field of Ruin Demolition Field effect. I still think it's okay against control, but not good enough. Same with Cavern of Souls. I think when I'm trying to meek attack them, it doesn't do enough. I think that's most of the cards I tried. There's definitely other cards with meek attack that I haven't figured out, but I'd like to. It'd be really cool. All right.
Well, you're off to a 2-1 start so far. You lost to Dimir midrange, but you seem pretty good against a lot of the other stuff in the field. Do you feel like your Lessons matchup's pretty good?
I think my Lessons matchup is really good. They only have so much interaction main deck. The Spell Snares are okay, but if they don't have too many Idle Quenchas, which I can pay for usually, or not too many 3 steps ahead, usually I can just push through my combo game 1, and then game 2 I have stuff like Sabsunin, and they really can't interact with it. So I just play some creatures and destroy their monuments, and usually they can't really come back from that.
Awesome. Well, the deck looks great. We're going to hopefully try to dial up some camera matches if you can keep your winning ways here.
Yeah.
Sam, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Portland.
Hello again, and welcome to round number 6 of the Standard Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Comparens. Round number 6 is a big one. This is where players can earn their 6th win, which is the minimum requirements to make day number 2 of competition, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, in a lot of ways, that is basically, there are a few boxes you want to check when you're playing in an event like this, and most of them involve, do I get to keep playing? Right, there's a certain extent where I know some people who've been playing for a long time might have heard the Reed Duke, I'm going to keep playing until they tell me I can't anymore. Getting at least 6 wins today is the way that you get to come back tomorrow and no one's going to tell you to stop playing for several more matches.
Right, you get at least 6 more on the house if you make it back here for tomorrow. But let's take a look at what players are in good position to make day number 2. We have still a good spread of archetypes here. We have Andre Prost in the 2nd place, Simic Ouroboros, Evan Vetter on Jeskai Control in 3rd, Noah Brands on Is It Leyline at 5-0. What does that even mean?
It's nice. We saw it a little bit earlier.
Okay.
It's the Leyliner Resonance deck, but with blue cards. We've seen it with green cards before. Why not blue ones?
I like blue cards.
Yes, you do.
Tyler Bird, we'll be watching him this round on Sultai Reanimate. I apologize. We have Michael Bird on. We're not going to be watching Tyler Bird, but Tyler Bird's having a good tournament. Michael Bird in 8th place. Michael Bird with a Y. Bant Airbending. We'll be watching him.
And we just saw Cody True get to 5-0 with Is It Looting. And look at this. Jack Forbes sitting at 5-0 with Is It Lessons. Tristan Wild LaRue, incredible player, 5-0 with a really unique take on Simic Ouroboros. I was birding some of his matches between rounds. And Joel Sadowski, 5-0 with Jeskai Control.
Still doing it.
Not bad.
Yeah, we're going to have a controlling-ish deck when we get to our feature, but let's check out page 2 of our standings, see how many of these 5-0s we have. All right, we have our breakpoints. 24th place is 5-0. 25th is where you... Actually, look at how many draws there are in this tournament. That's kind of remarkable.
Listen, there are a lot of these games are going pretty long. It's understandable how these players are going to pick up a draw, but not a loss going this deep into the event.
Yeah, doesn't fully hurt you in that regard. A match point can be helpful if you don't run into too much more trouble there. Zevin Foust is also 5-0 on Azorius Flash. This is that control-ish player that I mentioned that we'll be watching this round. This is a main deck, 4 copies of High Noon deck.
What time is it?
Would you look at the time? It is High Noon.
4 copies of High Noon. We're seeing a bunch of counter spells, 3-mana flash creatures that are really good at basically keeping the opponent on the back foot. We're seeing a bunch of cards in general that are trying to proactively leverage High Noon, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to just make it so your opponent can cast one spell a turn and then stopping them from really executing on that. I believe we have some deck list graphics. Let's go ahead and check out this Azorius Flash deck of Zevin Faust. So you see Aang, Swift Savior, 4 of those. Also 4 Aven Interrupter. Some good disruption there. 1 Spell Snare, 2 No More Lies. A little bit light on the non-creature forms of counters. Actually a lot of creatures in this deck. And complemented by Avatar's Wrath, which is useful to just be able to cast all of your Aangs and your Interrupters again, especially if you're under High Noon.
And something I really appreciate about this, you said this is a control-ish deck. Something this is doing very similar to a lot of successful control decks is it's finding a couple of very strong cards that read as if they're symmetrical, and then finding a way to break that symmetry. So High Noon, Avatar's Wrath. These are both cards that on their face, you think, okay, well, both of us can only cast 1 spell per turn, right? If you're able to cast a spell on your turn and then also a spell on your opponent's turn, you are just playing twice as much magic as your opponent. And that's without even getting into the details of Aang, Swift Savior, Aven, Interrupter, basically keeping your opponent on the back foot when they can only cast 1 spell a turn.
Couple Multiversal Passage, and I love the 4 starting town. These are avenues to sacrifice High Noon to deal 5 damage. That's a way to mitigate the downside of playing 4 copies.
Yep. Yeah, I really appreciate a lot of the deck building choices that look like they went into actually making sure that this is going to function.
On the other side of the table, we're going to have Michael Bird on Bant Airbending. This is the archetype we saw win Spotlight the Avatar in Atlanta 2 weeks ago. Scanning for what we have in here, this deck has so many 4-ofs. A lot of the stuff is going to be stock. It looks like we have 1 Wistfulness coming in from Lauren Eclipse and 1 Emptiness. It's not really a toolbox. It doesn't tutor, but you have things like Fetch Quest and Ang at the Crossroads. Those actually are not great with the elementals. These are just kind of one-ofs that do something.
Yeah, I think we might have a little bit of a visual bug with our deck list here. I believe everything with Ang to Dock or Lock, or perhaps Wistfulness is the actual deck list here. Emptiness not appearing in Michael Bird's list at a glance. But this is something that we have seen a couple of times in the feature match area today with mixed degrees of success. I know there can be some consistency issues whenever a deck is trying to leverage both mana creatures and an A plus B plus C combo deck. Well, it's like B and a half if you really think about it.
B and a half.
It's more like A plus B, right?
Okay.
You need Dock or Lock, and then you need 2 of your different airbend and other cards that you have access to in your deck in order to cast infinite spells, unless you can only cast one spell.
Well, will it be 1? Will it be infinite? Our players are ready. Let's find out together. Welcome here to round number 6 of the standard action at the Regional Championship here at SCG Con Portland. At the top of your screen, you have Michael Bird on Bant Airbending. On the bottom, you have Zevin Foust on Azorius Flash. Bird on the play with a tapped Breeding Pool, and a Restless Anchorage is where Foust will start things off. Bramble Familiar, the turn 2 play for Bird.
And I think this is one of the matchups that Foust is happy to be playing against. I happened to run into him between rounds, and a lot of the blue-green decks are places where this Azorius Flash deck tends to shine.
Basic Plains is land number 2. Faust going to give things a think before deploying High Noon. Would you look at the time?
I almost said it at the same time, and I really regret not saying it. Getting that in stereo, just having the Shining-esque, just come play with us. What time is it?
Michael Bird going to pass here. No land 3. Faust will deploy land 3 and just pass. Ang at the cross, or Ang Swift Savior, excuse me, will be flashed and answered by Bird, but no more lies. That'll be exiled. This time, Bramble Familiar is going to get busy. Attacks Faust to 18. Do we have a 3rd land? No, just a 2nd Bramble Familiar. See what Faust can do, can do to get set up here. So the High Noon is online. A lot of the game plan from here is things like counter spells, his own Angs, they have an Interrupters. Got to do something to get out from under these 2 2/2s. It's not a lot of pressure, but it's some.
Right, there's a point where something Faust really needs to find is a way to start declaring attacks. Faust deck does not have a ton of card advantage and doesn't have a ton of inevitability, and finding a way to actually apply pressure turn over turn is the secret sauce.
Bird's going to attempt Interdimensional Web Watch. That'll get airbent by Ang Swift Savior. Head back to Faust.
And you can see Faust, I think, considering Voice of Victory. Oh, no.
Tap a 3 for a Johnny, Outland Chaperone. Card from Lauren Eclipse, a Planeswalker that is going to -2 to deal 4 damage to a tapped creature. Answer one of those Bramble Familiars, and this 2/3 Ang does a good job at checking the other.
Not bad. This is the spot where a Johnny, any Planeswalker in general, is going to give you a sort of spell, quote-unquote, every turn whenever you activate one of its loyalty abilities. In this case, it was something that was able to take something off the table, but the important thing is that it is something that impacts the battlefield turn over turn without using up the 1 spell a turn that you can cast under a High Noon.
Bird's going to shock in a Breeding Pool down to 18. I believe I spot the 1 copy of Wistfulness in hand.
Ooh, that's a big pickup.
There it is. Green, exile target High Noon. That'll work. And has unlocked the ability to cast a 2nd spell. It's going to be casting that Web Watch off of the Airbent, so now exiles the top 2. can play that Dock Orlock, and I believe a Cavern of Souls next turn.
And you know what's interesting? There's an extent to which if Bird is missing land drops, you don't need a High Noon to say your opponent can only cast one spell a turn.
That is true.
All they have is the mana to cast one spell a turn.
Looks like the Web Watch will immediately cast that Dock Orlock as we head back to Foust. It is no longer High Noon. It's now 3 o'clock or something.
What is 3 o'clock if not noon persevering?
I think it's noon passing 3 hours ago is what it is.
Okay, but that is what makes it high.
Moving on. So Foust has this Ajani. This is a really nice kind of value card. I like these kind of modest planeswalkers, little interaction, make some 1/1s. I don't know that Foust is going to be able to overpower Bird with this Ajani.
Right, this is the type of spot where I think what we're seeing Foust consider is how much the game is about protecting the queen, so to speak. In this case, this Ajani planeswalker that's going to give a 1/1 a turn. If you're sacrificing the pressure that Aang offers to that end.
Here's Enduring Curiosity for Foust. Now Aang will attack. Bird to 16. Foust will draw a card. Ajani is going to make a 1/1 Kithkin. Up to 2 loyalty. Let's head back to Michael Bird. He's going to play Cavern of Souls. There's 1 Cavern in the deck this weekend.
Really nice bit of fixing.
Bit of diversity in creature types here. Find out what the name is.
Interesting enough, one of the things you can name that gets a lot of stuff is Ally, which hits Aang and Appa and other Aang.
That's a good spread. Ally is the name. We have confirmation. Bird lining up the options here. It is well past noon, so the ability to cast multiple spells certainly opened up from the previous turns of the game.
Right, hitting a couple of lands was exactly what Bird was looking for, which is interesting given that it's sort of the mid-game and we see some mana creatures on the table, but something that this airbending deck does a great job of is utilizing every ounce of mana that you will give to it.
Good spread of spells. You see an Appa among the holding. There's already Dock Orlock online, so we're close to an airbending combo. And here is Appa at sorcery speed, paying some respect to the flash disruption out of Faust deck. Appa would like to airbend Bramble Familiar and the Web Watch. Web Watch will float 2 mana in response, so you can immediately cast one of these things from exile potentially, though the Orlock does discount them. And it seems like we do have a little bit of a judge investigation underway, so we're going to come back to the booth here. We're going to figure out what the resolution of that is. We want to bring you magic. We don't want to bring you, I don't know, one player sitting at an empty table. We don't want to bring you a judge talking to a person in the background.
The point where you have your life pad and you're just going, I don't really know what they are talking about. I hope it's not me.
Welcome to the Zevin Foust show, where he sits there and waits, and we watch him.
Hey, instead, you get the Carmen Clemperens, the Ryan Overturf show.
Where we sit here and talk a little bit, and you watch us.
Watching you, watching me, watching you.
We have demonstrated a loop.
Are you getting this right now?
So we're going to go to a different match, because this is one of those situations where we don't know how long we're going to be away from the table, and like we've been saying, we would rather watch some magic. We have Gabriel Michaels, Sultai Reanimator for Bloom Tender. Love that. And Reed straddling on Jeskai Pixie. That's sick. Let's get down to the match. Let's watch some magic.
Wow, I am pumped about this.
Yeah, this is sick. All right, so here we see Gabriel Michaels on the top of the screen, Sultai Reanimator against Reed Stradling. Jeskai Pixie. Nurturing Pixie, the namesake card here. Some cool stuff, some Starfield Shepherds, that's a fun one. Quantum Riddler, so some warp things with the Pixie interactions. 4 Frostcliff Siege, that's some really cool stuff happening here as a turn 1 play is going to be Momo Friendly Flyer.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of what's going on here is that this is pretty close to a blue-white deck that has Frostcliff Siege, which gives you a lot of game with the likes of Quantum Riddler and Starfield Shepherd. And then it also just gets to play Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna on the house. Notably, 4 main deck Clarion Conquerors. Very loud declaration that Stradling is looking to beat up on Badger Bowl for Cub and friends this weekend.
Yeah, this is not necessarily the matchup for Clarion Conqueror, but things like casting it on turn 2 off of this Momo, it's not bad.
No. Momo kind of doing a pretty nice Llanowar Elves impression.
And there is the turn 2 Conqueror. It's going to pump the Momo. It's going to attack Michaels down to 16. Michaels did have the turn 2 Oblivious Bookworm and has looted away Bringer of the Last Gift. So the Reanimator player doing his thing so far.
Notably, it looks like Deceit is the only Evoke Elemental in Michael's main deck. No copies of Wistfulness.
Turn 3 play for Michaels is going to be Formidable Speaker. He will discard Overlord of the Belmerk. Going to go tutor up a Superior Spider-Man. More often than not, that's the play you're going to see out of this deck.
Mm-hmm. And now you can even see Michael's threatening a new sort of, I don't know, dimension, for lack of a better term, that this Sultai Reanimator deck has whenever it uses Formidable Speaker in order to get a new card, right? You have this Overlord of the Baelmerk in the graveyard, which, if you were to Bringer of the Last Dawn, as this deck is wont to do with Superior Spider-Man, Overlord comes back and gives you a Formidable Speaker in your hand, which then can find a Superior Spider-Man in the world that your opponent happens to have, say, a giant sweeper that gets everything back in the graveyard.
A demonstrate a loop type beat. Right, so the Bookworm looted away a breeding pool. Stradling is going to get a Frostcliff Siege online.
Okay, I mean, this is 8 damage.
There's the attack. Michael's down to 10. That's going to be the +1/+0 trample and haste mode on the Siege, which is typically where we go, the teamer side of things.
Ooh, right. Excuse me, 6 damage.
All right, so Michaels has Superior Spider-Man in hand, has Bringer of the Last Gift in the graveyard, presumably has a 4th land as Breeding Pool was looted away, and has options as it looks like a different play is being made. Here is Awaken the Honored Dead that enters and destroys a permanent. This makes sense. Get that Frostcliff Siege off the battlefield. Turn off that hasting ability.
All right, not bad. I mean, if anything, there's an extent to which, even if you do the Superior Spider-Man trick, you just end up with 2 or 3 creatures in play, which might not be enough. Especially if your opponent just has this Siege in play. It's not that hard to imagine, say, Riddler into Riddler from hand or Starfield Shepherd into Riddler. Could just be a problem.
Yeah, the Awaken the Honored Dead also has a mill 2 for Chapter 2, so this makes a lot of sense. So you see a tapped Breeding Pool and an attack for 4, Stradling to 14. Let's see what Stradling wants to do from here. So Jeskai deck, you have some representation of red mana, but outside of that haste on the Frostcliff Siege, I'm looking for any form of reach or burst damage. It's really just the Siege and then a lot of value cards otherwise from what I'm seeing.
Yep, I completely agree with you. Without the Siege in play, Stradling generally is not going to be able to deal damage directly from hand.
Here's Seamrip on Oblivious Bookworm, sure.
think I see some number of Nurturing Pixie in Stradling's hand.
So Momo and the Conqueror will attack. Michael's to 6 off of that attack for 4. Tap Steam Vance's land number 4. And Nurturing Pixie is kind of tough on this battlefield. There's just nothing inviting to pick up.
Right, there's the spot where you even could think about just casting it as a creature, but when you know your opponent has the ability to sweep the board, it feels pretty bad to just throw cards down like that for 1 extra point of damage.
So for Michael's Chapter 2 on Awaken the Honored Dead, mills 3, Deceit, and a couple lands milled over. And here comes Superior Spider-Man after an attack for 2. Bringer of the Last Gift will be the target.
Does whatever Superior Spider-Man can.
All right, here's Deceit. Here's Overlord of the Bale Merc. Here's Bringer of the Last Gift. Here's a mill for 4. Waken the Honored Dead, ×2, land ×2. Pick up that Formidable Speaker. So if Stradling were to do something to claw back in here, that Speaker represents a way to set back up and or to tutor for whatever creature Michaels wants. So we head back to Stradling.
All right, Michaels only has 20 power in play, so this is anybody's game at this point.
Spot a Seam Rip off the top. Stradling's draw a little bit long on those, and even the Bookworm get when it happened was not that significant, and there's just no targets for that now.
Right, now we've reached the point where I don't actually know what Stradling can do to even stay, I guess you can stay alive with 2 chump blocks?
Clarion Conqueror plus Nurturing Pixie pass, so treading water, as you say. Go to Michael's, draw for turn, hit that Chapter 3 on Awaken the Honored Dead. No reason to get into that. The creatures are on the battlefield. Michael's doing the math. Here's a Requiring Hex on the Nurturing Pixie. And Stradling's at 12 from some early beatdowns and mana. So here's the attack. Overlord of the Belmeric's going to mill 4 cards. You see a Bloom Tender, a Bookworm, and a Formidable Speaker. The Speaker picked up. So you have a 4/4, a 5/5. Yeah, we have lethal damage is what we have. And Gabriel Michaels up a game over Reed Stradling. We're going to game number 2.
In a lot of ways, that is how I would expect the matchup to go on paper, but things can end up changing in sideboards.
Yeah, speaking of sideboards, Gabriel Michaels, excuse me, on Sultai Reanimator now up a game. This is a deck that we've seen a bit. We're going to see a bit more. The Jeskai Pixie deck, we've seen Pixie decks hitter before. This Jeskai build, less of a known quantity. What does Michaels have on the sideboard here?
The big thing I would expect Michaels to bring in is specifically these 3 copies of Wistfulness that we see out of the sideboard. I think Michaels generally wants to be a bit less linear and a bit less all-in on the graveyard in the post-board games, because when you look down at Stradling's sideboard, you can see 3 copies of Rest in Peace, and this is an open deck list event, so these players do get to know what the other player is bringing to the table whenever they're constructing their boards, or excuse me, their decks for the post-sideboard games.
Did you put Myosian of Night's Reach in Magic Foundations?
In the starter collection, but also, yes.
That is so cool. So this one, Kamigawa Classic, I just have to shout this card out. It's the coolest card I've seen in a deck list all weekend. It's an 8-drop that says if you cast it from your hand, it has a divinity counter you can remove to make your opponent discard their hand. When you Superior Spider-Man to copy that, you cast the Spider-Man from your hand, and it's the Myojin, and you get to do that. That is cool.
Yeah, thanks. In the starter collection, there were basically, I wanted to make sure that there were some number of monocolor incentives and things that paid you off for playing a monocolor deck if that's what you wanted to do. So at rare, in each of the colors, there is 1 card that has 3 mana symbols of their own color, where I think we even saw Predator Ooze as a card earlier in the day today. That's another one that's legal because of the starter collection. There's other ones in the other colors that I'm not going to get too far into now. But card's pretty cool. It's just kind of iconic. Really nice to play in Commander, and really cool that it's seeing play in Standard as well.
For Reed Stradling on the sideboard, I spy 3 Rest in Peace. What else are we up to?
I have a feeling those Rest in Pieces will be coming in. I think Spider Sense is another one that's there's something that I'd generally be interested in this sort of matchup whenever your opponent just has these big, really expensive plays that you want to kind of get out and under. Superior Spider-Man is not going to be that strong, or, excuse me, Bringer of the Last Gift is not going to be that strong if you're able to counter its text box. So that's a spot where having some low opportunity cost answers to that make a lot of sense. Spider Sense also, its web slinging ability is doing a little bit of extra work in this sort of deck because picking up your creatures is pretty nice when you're playing with Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah, makes sense. And you know what really makes sense? That is subscribing to the StarCityGames.com newsletter. Keep yourself informed about events like this, like SCG Con Milwaukee and the accompanying regional championship coming up next February. Things like Lorwyn Eclipse, where you can get your product for that now. Things like the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set, just all this stuff. Nick Miller works so hard every day to bring you the news. The least you could do is subscribe.
I'm always saying this about him.
Hardest working man in the biz.
That's true. And you can benefit from a lot of that work at starcitygames.com/newsletter.
It looks like players are looking at opening sevens, and it looks like we have 2 keeps as Stradling starts us out with a tapped Hallowed Fountain. Michaels just has a Blooming Marsh and a pass.
I'm somewhat curious. I saw a Rakshas's Bargain hiding out in Gabriel Michaels' sideboard. I'm curious if that's going to come in. Whenever you play against these Pixie decks traditionally, a lot of times they're just trying to attrition you out. So finding more ways to effectively just draw 2 cards can be pretty nice if they're not clocking you effectively.
Here's turn 2, Rest in Peace for Stradling. So trying to stop these graveyard shenanigans. Starting down and a pass for Michaels. Frostcliff Siege deployed for Stradling. I imagine we're going to see some +1/+0 trample and haste going forward. So we go back to Michaels. So there was no 2-drop, no Oblivious Bookworm or anything like that on turn number 2.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what part of Michael's deck that they ended up trimming on, because there are 2 different things that are exploitable from Stradling's side of the table. Naturally, Michael's, we saw, was able to perform at a very high level and ended up having a really powerful game 1. But there are mana creatures in the deck, which are generally not good into super grindy games. And then also there's the Reanimator package, which can be a bit fragile in the face of something like this Rest in Peace.
So here's Awaken the Undead. It's actually going to answer Frostcliff Siege over the Rest in Peace, as saying, I can try to play a fair game. I don't like the idea of you warping in hasty Quantum Riddlers.
I mean, in a lot of ways, I do think Michaels just wants time and is actually better at going over the top. As long as they're able to just hit their land drops, eventually they can just start casting the big elementals.
For Stradling, here's Boomerang Basics on Rest in Peace. It's actually something I was wondering about a little bit looking at the sideboard. Is I'm a pretty big fan of Boomerang Basics targeting my own Soul Guide Lantern. It's a bit less efficient and likely to leave you shields down or off of casting a different spell when you have to do this, as the Rest in Peace is redeployed.
Right, this is not a spot you are thrilled about it, but it looks like Stradling might be a bit heavy on lands at the moment, so any port in a storm, right?
Indeed. As you see, Awaken the Honored Dead, that's going to exile the top 3 cards of Michael's library, as Rest in Peace has been reestablished. And here is land number 4 for Michaels. The one, a lot of one-of lands in this deck. That's the Wastewood Verge. And here's Formidable Speaker.
Yeah, these mana bases in a deck like this are the ones where you're going to see a bunch of different ones, and for the most part, that is tuning very specifics. I need in sources of Y mana on X turn. I started to go, okay, what's the third variable, source of variables I could introduce here that makes sense?
I heard the question word why, like why mana, and I was really...
Why mana?
Everybody's always asking why mana. Nobody's ever asking how mana.
All right, Plato.
Formidable Speaker is going to find wistfulness for Michaels. That's an answer to the Rest in Peace. So we head back to Stradling.
A little awkward to have not played the tapped starting town, because now Michaels, I think, is struggling for a second blue source for wistfulness.
Sure. So here's Nurturing Pixie for Stradlin. That's going to enable some flurry on this Sage of the Skies. That'll copy itself. So 2/3 flying lifelinkers.
Okay, not bad. This is at least some amount of pressure, which is pretty nice. I think Michaels can struggle a little bit at locking down the skies.
Recording Hex going to go right for Nurturing Pixie, and Michaels is also going to gain 2 life by blighting the Formidable Speaker. It's the Awaken the Undead, hits Chapter 3. There's no graveyards, nothing doing there. So we know about a Wistfulness in hand. I believe I've spotted an Overgrown Tomb as that is shocked in as land number 5. Michael's to 17. Here's a tap for 5. You mentioned no double blue, so Wistfulness just showing up with the green mode. Going to exile Rest in Peace, but no draw.
I mean, I certainly have cast a Conclave Naturalist or 2 in my day.
Mine was smaller than 6/5.
We cast them as 4/4s and we was grateful.
Sage of the Sky is going to do some work in this race, though. There's a fly-in to knock Michaels to 13 and gain 4 life for Stradlin up to 22.
Ooh.
Boomerang Basics, my Sage of the Skies. Don't mind if I do. That's spell number 1. Sage of the Skies is spell number 2.
Cheeky.
Copying itself once again, so now 3 2/3 flying lifelinkers. Yes. A little correction there. That Rest in Peace never would have gone to the graveyard. It was exiled largely because Wistfulness just does explicitly exile. So we got that cleaned up, and now starting town is land number 5 for Stradlin as we head back to Gabriel Michaels. No graveyard, has a 6/5, but these 2/3 flying lifelinkers are definitely winning the race as it stands on the battlefield.
Yeah, normally whenever there's a token, a Requiting Hex is going to be pretty good at answering it, but because these are token copies, they do technically have a mana value of 3.
Right. Here comes Wistfulness. Rumbles in for 6. Straddling to 16. You see a Superior Spider-Man in hand for Michaels. There are no creatures in any graveyard. There's a tap of 3 mana. I've spotted an Awakener in the Undead. That is the play. Answer one of these Sage of the Skies. Going to go with the real one. That's the one that you can get busy with Boomerang Basics, so that makes a lot of sense. So we head back to Stradling.
Wait, Superior Spider-Man could even copy the Sage of the Skies.
4/4 flying.
I'm not. Also, I think that's a cast trigger on Sage of the Skies, right? It is a cast. Okay, so you would not get a token copy.
That would be a lot.
Right, I had to double check. All
right, here's another attack for 4. Michaels to 8. Stradling to 20. Not a lot left over. There's a Get Lost, a land, and a Spider Sense was picked up for Stradling. That Spider Sense is nothing.
I started to say all of these actually add up. I think Stradling is in a great position because all that Stradling needs to happen this game from this point on is he just needs to attack with these 2 tokens twice. Get Lost represents 1 turn's worth of blocking, and Spider Sense represents turning off a reactive spell. So at this point, this is asking Michaels to effectively have 3 consecutive impactful spells, when so far it feels like this deck has struggled to produce more than 1 every other turn or so.
A tall order, you might say. We'll see what Michaels can do. Here is Deceit. It's going to be cast for double black. That lack of double blue is certainly a pain point, given these 2 token creatures.
That's a good start.
Yeah, I can break up the hand. If the spells in hand matter, this is a way to start making some inroads. You really hope to have something meaningful as the follow-up from here, but we'll see where this Deceit goes.
Yeah, and at this point, the question for Stradling is, do I think casting Spider Sense to counter the trigger is worth basically forcing that to be the choice of what Deceit gets. Because in that world, you are still going down a spell, but if you think Get Lost is the better card in your hand, that's a way to protect it. In this case, it looks like Straddling decided, actually, I think Spider Sense is the better card in my hand. And if Michaels wants to take Get Lost, I think that's a win for me. But Michaels does not bite, goes after the Spider Sense anyway.
And as you were mentioning, the texture, the game is just about these 2-3 flyers right now. The pressure is on Michaels to solve those. But the Wistfulness and the Speaker do rumble across, straddling to 13. Now we see Familiar Speaker will discard that useless Requiting Hex, as you were saying. Can't answer those tokens at the very least. And Michaels gets to tutor for a creature. So often with this deck, that's going to mean specifically Superior Spider-Man, but there's already one in hand, and we pick up Meringue. Oh my goodness, Meringue River Regent? Okay. That one does the damage without just being the 6/7.
And something that's notable is if Michaels has enough life, you can use Formidable Speaker as a mana filter. So if Michaels can just find an untapped land, you can just cast the big part of the Meringue River region.
Right, yeah, the second blue and the 6 mana are not available just yet. Here's the attack for 4. Michaels 2/4, straddling back up to 17, and this might be all for Nox. I want to say a backup Spider Sense was picked up by straddling.
Ooh, the Peter Tingle.
There's that land that's been known about. No reason to hang that one back. Tap Sacred Foundry, and we go over to Michaels. 17 damage beyond the scope of the creatures on the battlefield. Got to do something to protect your 4 life points. Waken the Undead. Here's Chapter 3, and actually a discard of Meringue River Regent. Okay.
Oh, this is to turn Superior Spider-Man into Meringue River Regent.
Right, and picks up Deceit. All right, so if there is untapped land number 6 and Deceit could check to see if the coast is clear, we could see some big fireworks here.
Ooh, okay.
Do we have land number 6?
I don't think so.
Yeah, looks like a tap of 4, down to 3 life off of that starting town for blue mana for Superior Spider-Man. There's the cast. Straddling says it resolves. Here's the trigger. Copies Meringue River Region as the intention, but here is Spider Sense.
Oh, and that counters the trigger.
So it looks like we have a 4/4 flying Meringue River Region, though. It was just the bounce trigger that was countered.
But what's that last card in hand?
Get Lost. Still have lethal. Here's the attack from Michaels. That is not lethal. Straddling to 8. And here's Get Lost on that Spider-Man. Yeah, get it out of here. Reed Straddling is going to tie things up.
What a nice game, honestly.
Yeah, the texture with this Sultai Reanimator deck, sometimes in game 1 is just a question, can you execute on your graveyard combo? That's all that we're doing here. Post-sideboard, that Rest in Peace dramatically changed the texture in the setup turns, and Sage of the Inward Skies, or Sage of the Skies rather, it's not the most pressure in a lot of games in a matchup like this. You would expect it to just be inconsequential, but it was more than enough for that race.
Right, I really appreciate it in a lot of ways. It kind of let Straddling play this sort of flash control role rather than actually having to just really assemble any huge sort of engine. Over on Michael's side, it looked like Michael's ended up cutting the Bloom Tenders from the deck and just saying, no, I'm going to leave my Reanimator package in because if I think this is going to get grindier, I can just hit my land drops and start casting the things I would otherwise reanimate. Superior Spider-Man, 4 mana 4/4 is not that weak of a card.
Right. Sometimes
you're going to have the opportunity to just get straddling in that world. And we almost saw something like that happen. But also, some slight mana problems aside, it looked like Michaels was basically able to just play a normal Sultai mid-range deck.
The newest set in Magic is lower and Eclipsed, but we're still pretty hype about Avatar: The Last Airbender, a set that's been really impactful on Standard. You can order that now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. Get your hands on a lot of the cards from the Vance Airbending deck, which we're seeing performing really well. We saw one Magic Spotlight the Avatar 2 weeks ago. A lot of cool cards in this set. Aang's Iceberg, just this Flash Oblivion Ring, is a really cool design. I like that one for Cube a lot.
I love that you also can target your own stuff with it, as the Iceberg was protective.
That is true. It cuts both ways.
Yeah, really, really fun card.
Waterbending 3 as the buyout, also pretty fun, being able to scry 2 if Oblivion Ring is not what you're in the market for, one way or the other. Very important for the airbend your own thing, or not airbend, excuse me. The airbender is frozen in the Iceberg, can't airbend when you're frozen. When you exile something.
You know, honestly, I kind of think that in the second show that might have happened.
Oh, I didn't watch Korra.
Unlucky. Strongly recommend it. Strongly recommend it. But Avatar jam-packed with awesome cards. Straddling playing a bunch of them, including Boomerang Basics, and we saw Momo Friendly Fire make an appearance in Game 1 as well.
So here for deciding Game 3, Gabriel Michaels on the play. Starting us off with Starting Town. Reed Stradling is going to shock in Hollowed Fountain for turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent. Here comes an Otter. Over to Gabriel Michaels. We'll see if there's any action on turn number 2 here. It's the green-black Verge. No spells, though. See what Stradling can do on turn number 2. Starting Town is land number 2. You see a Quantum Riddler in the holding. You see a Nurturing Pixie and a Rest in Peace.
Some amount of question on what you want to accomplish with Nurturing Pixie whenever you have Quantum Riddler and this Storm Chaser's Talent.
Well, looks like the answer is pick up this Storm Chaser's Talent and make an Otter.
I love this. You know what Stradling wants to do? Apply pressure.
Makes sense to me. Talent redeploy, that's going to grow the Otter. Here's an attack for 2. Stradling to 17 off the Starting Town. Michaels to 18 off the attack. This was always the strength of any of the Pixie decks, you know, typically things like Orzhov or Esper Pixie previously. When I lost, it was these beatdown games that really were the strength of the deck.
Right, that was always the secret, is that the Esper Pixie deck was an aggro deck that looked like a mid-range deck.
Looks like Bitter Triumph going to go for that Nurturing Pixie, and Michael's going to stem the bleeding here a little bit. Thinking about a discard. The Reanimator deck, of course, often looking for a discard outlet.
Bunch of different 3-drops in hand makes this particularly hard.
Tishana's Tidebinder, the discard. Can't say that's an exciting one to reanimate, but it saves 3 life.
All right, does have a couple lands rolled up, which is one of the boxes that Michaels needed to check here.
Here's another Verge, and there is Formidable Speaker on turn number 3. Discard any card, go find any creature. Deceit will be discarded.
Please find Deceit, that would be so funny. I mean, sometimes that's one of the things going on with Formidable Speaker. If your hand looks good, frequently you can just keep it the same, but have a card in your graveyard now.
Yeah, juice up a Bringer of the Last Gift, get you another 5/5.
It wouldn't surprise me if the actual Hero Superior Spider-Man.
It tends to be the script.
Yeah, given that that can just be a Deceit, but next turn.
Right. Michael's going to give it a think. These are open deck lists. Michaels knows about the 3 Rest in Peace in the deck.
I mean, when there's an island in hand, I don't hate Wistfulness.
The find is Superior Spider-Man. That's where Michaels lands. And we head back to Stradling, now with 2 Otters in tow. He'll draw for turn. Couple lands. So won't be missing land drop number 3. Actually, not a lot of action in the hand. And these Otters don't have great attacks into this 2/4.
Right, this is the really tough spot where all of a sudden Stradling doesn't really have an inroad to an attack. which is tough because you don't want to end up in a spot where you are playing the land go game against a deck with more 5-drops than you.
Right.
Though Quantum Riddler hanging out in Stradling's hand is not too shabby.
No, it's not bad. And speaking of not bad, here's Rest in Peace. Let's get these graveyards out of here. And the attack with 2/2/2 otters.
Whoa.
Like signaling that they're expendable as one is eaten by the speaker and 2 points comes across. Michael's to 15.
Okay, I mean, I think what may be going on here is just trying to actually make it so Spider Sense can be held up.
Sure, yeah, get you a tapped creature.
Right, so this is Stradling saying, yes, they are expendable, but what else can they be used for? In this case, a couple points of damage, not bad, but turning them both into a pseudo Lotus Petal in order to cast Spider Sense, really big deal.
Yeah, good call there, as Michael is just going to play land number 4 tapped. I believe Dark Slick Shores. Or is it Watery Grave? I think it's Watery Grave. That's Watery Grave. Figured it out.
It's not Dark Slick Shores.
You're not allowed to play that one, huh?
Nope.
Well, that's how they get you. Here's a Warp of Quantum Riddler that's going to draw a card. Back over for Stradling. Land number 4. It's going to be the Blue-White Verge. Flood Farm Verge. That one they do allow you to play. I've confirmed it.
Let you play anything these days. Not Dark Slick Shores.
Yeah, well,
but,
it's a very small list. Dark Slick Shores, of course not. Here's Rakshasa's Bargain for Michaels.
Oh, I adore this card.
Really cool design.
When TDM first came out, I played a lot of Beanstalk Control and Standard just for fun, and the deck was not good at winning, but it was great at decking itself.
Spider Sense is going to counter that one.
Ooh.
Neither a tool for winning or decking yourself in this context. But just to get lost and a couple lands left over for Stradling. The Quantum Riddler on Warp is kind of the last meaningful resource there, though Michael's no access to the graveyard here, a Superior Spider-Man in hand.
Also a Meringue River Regent and another land? This is why you don't want to end up in the draw-go game.
Right. Yeah, Michaels eventually just starts casting large things, and here comes the speaker, gonna knock Stradling to 15. Superior Spider-Man. 4/4. Your turn.
That's my guy.
I'm racking my poor brain for a 4-mana 4/4 vanilla from Limited. I know I've cast some. I just don't have them anymore. I never loved them, but I always liked them. Stradling has land number 4. Here's a Quantum Riddler coming off Warp, but it's just a draw 1 card. And Momo is picked up. But we head back to Michael's. So notably the 4/6, that's going to check the 4/4 on the Superior Spider-Man. It looks like Michael's has land number 6. The tapped breeding pool, I believe, is what it is. Might be a botanical. I believe it's actually a Botanical Sanctum. That makes a lot more sense.
Turns out the holdings for vanilla 4-mana 4/4s, not that many of them.
Rox Brute. Love that guy. That's my guy.
Extremely Sting voice. Rox Brute.
Rox Brute.
You do have to spend the red mana.
You do.
Unfortunately.
That's a requirement.
But, yeah.
There's my guy.
Speaking of my guy, Momo, Friendly Fire.
And Quantum Riddler attacking. Stradling is the beatdown here. Yeah, that 4/4 no text, that Rox Brute. It's not great against Mythic Rares. That's why I only liked it, never really loved it.
Of course. No, definitely.
Right, so here comes Rox Brute, excuse me, Superior Spider-Man. That's going to get chump blocked by the Otter, actually. That one wasn't doing anything. And here's Meringue River Regent. And that is good. You can bounce up to 2 things. Formidable Speaker and Momo? Maybe.
Momo's kind of on the house, right? You don't want to target just your stuff.
How about just your opponent's stuff? Quantum Riddler actually bounced.
Super heads up.
get lost there on the Regent.
And the 2 maps aren't nothing.
All right, we're going to head back over to Stradling. Now has that Quantum Riddler in hand. I think we're at a point where it's going to draw 2 cards. Maybe, oh, okay. There's actually more cards in Stradling's hand than I thought.
2 cards did just get put back into Stradling's hand.
Yeah, all right. There's that Momo. There's the Warp on the Quantum Riddler. That's discounted by Momo. A draw 1 card type beat. I think 3 lands Rest in Peace are the holdings.
That is another Rest in Peace.
Yikers. Here it is. From the big score.
Hopefully, yeah, there we go. Michaels catches the Exile on the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, that one exiled. Back to Michael. Still has that Rock's Brute. Still has that Formidable Speaker. Has a couple maps. Going to start by cracking those. Going to crack one on the 2/4. Deceit revealed. So that's going to grow the 2/4, and yeah, that can stay on top.
Yeah, I have a feeling looks great.
And Michael's just going to grow the Speaker again with the map. Now has access to 8 power of attackers. Here they come.
My intuition is Stradling is going to take it. The chump block is going to be worth at least the same amount whenever you do it. It's going to be worth at least 4 points in the future if you go down that road. But this way, Stradling also gets an extra land out of the bargain.
Tap Blooming Marsh for land number 7 there for Michaels. We head back to Stradlin. Kind of needs a significant draw here. It does still have the Quantum Riddler on Warp. That'll be redeployed. It'll draw 1 card.
I believe Stradling is realizing they have overpaid.
Yes, the Momo discount.
That's what they call it. Yep.
This is the kind of thing where if you click too fast on Magic Online, it just automatically untaps one of the lands for you.
Yeah, right.
So we're going to get the judge staff involved. They're friendly. They're here to help. We're going to get this sorted out.
Yeah, Stradling hasn't looked at the card yet. We'll see how this goes. My intuition is we're going to see a land get untapped here, but it really does depend. Super high stakes. Rules enforcement level matters a lot here.
Right. So we're going to sort out, all right, exactly what happened.
Real nail biter of a game. This is a spot where all of a sudden Michaels has not even tried to do any amount of reanimation. We saw this was just the ferocious Zheng version of Superior Spider-Man.
Well, we're going to get this figured out here, and you should figure out your plans to come to SCG-Con Milwaukee next month, February 20th to 22nd. It's going to be the same standard format, the same regional championship season there, and we're also going to have tons of side events. You can find the details on that on StarCityGames.com/SCG-Con. Should be a good time.
Oh, yeah. It is going to be super sick, and even if you can't make it out, you're going to want to tune into coverage of the broadcast where you see just how this standard format evolves.
We're seeing a lot of cards from Loveman and Clips already. A lot of fun stuff to watch here. Getting back into our match. We're still figuring things out here. All right, I've overpaid for my spell. I just thought of that Captain America meme. He pulled it. So you overpaid for your Quantum Riddler.
You overpaid for your Quantum Riddler.
Oh, I like your raspy pack a day, Captain America.
Oh yeah. Listen, I gave up smokes about a decade ago, and sometimes I can find them in the bag.
All right. So what happened here? That Quantum Riddler, it did see a card. So right now we're fixing that. That card's getting shuffled in, which suggests to me that we're changing something. Otherwise, you would just draw that card.
Right. Yeah, so what's going on here is they're performing what's called a rewind. So this is backing up the game to the last point where everything had been legal. So the thing where something illegal occurred was the overpayment. So the untap of the land, the shuffle, so there's no possibility of known information to be gained here, and the draw.
Importantly, too, if you ever float mana in current Magic, which you would have to do because you overpaid, you have to announce that mana.
Yes.
And we have to untap a land, and you don't want to know the card because you don't want to be able to choose based off of an extra card you saw.
Yes.
So we have that resolved. Lands on tap, card was shuffled away. And now Stradling has a Frostcliff Siege in hand.
We might see the fabled draw a card mode.
I do like to draw one card.
Right, see, this is the tough spot where you know Deceit is coming off of the top. So how do you survive?
Yeah, you really can't play the Siege and attack, right? Because then Deceit just leaves you dead.
Right, so I think in this spot it is Siege the draw card mode, attack with Momo, and hope to draw another blocker. That's the only way you're really making forward... You're really making any sort of forward progress here.
Yeah.
You could ostensibly play it on the haste mode and pass turn with no attacks and hope to spike Quantum and just chain Quantum Riddlers.
Okay.
Which isn't impossible.
Sounds like the choice here for Stradlin is between two long odds, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Right, there's a Frostcliff Siege. Is it Jeskai or is it Teamer?
I'm going to guess Teamer based on the pass of the turn.
All right, we're back to Michael's at Deceit, which was mapped to the top. That's going to come off the top here. All right, big tap. Announcing some blue, some black, I assume. Here's Deceit.
Blah, 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 blah.
UU, BB. Bounce you and be prepared to get discarded. Quantum Riddler, return to hand. 2 lands and the Riddler in the holding. Riddler, discarded. Now comes the attack for 8. Now comes the chump block with Momo. Stradling down to 3.
All right, let's see it.
Need a big draw step here. Everybody knows that it's just 2 lands in hand. Quantum Riddler.
Okay. Talk to me.
All right, so plays the land, gets down to 2 cards. So now you warp the Riddler. It draws 2. That's where it starts. Oh, no. 2 more lands is where it ends. Yeah, you can't even do anything without Storm Chaser's talent. There's no graveyards here. And Gabriel Michaels going to advance to 6-2, is going to advance to day 2 with at least a minimum record for Reed Stradling. Still in it at 5-1 with Jeskai Pixie. Cool angle in the other camp on our Metagame Breakdown.
Oh, yeah.
You got to root for other.
Right, and that's a spot where it is very easy to flatten that to, well, Gabriel Michaels won and Stradling lost. But that is not the whole story. There was a spot where we were kind of almost, not literally, don't want to pick it up on the mic, but just what's coming off the top, where there was still a way, in spite of drawing so many different lands and having awkward turns, where Stradling could win that game. We saw a bunch of different ways that it felt like Stradling's deck could play out. We saw the Clarion Conquer super lean draw game 1. Then we saw the singular threat backed up by disruption game 2. In game 3, it felt like there was something really synergistic just on the cusp of happening that didn't quite get there. So I'm sure we're going to see more of Stradling on the weekend, and I'm really excited to see really what that Jeskai Pixie deck is capable of.
For sure, and for Gabriel Michaels, gotta admire anybody willing to cast the Rocks Brute, the superior Spider-Man with no text. Here's my 4/4.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I got.
What's the name of the Baloth in M14? I think that was...
I don't have it.
Okay. Well, I think that's the other one. I think that's the other one. Get in the comments. Tell me it was M13.
Tell us your favorite vanilla 4/4 for 4.
I think there's like 3 of them, and one of them's from the Global Deck series.
You know mine. You know I'm a Rocks Brute guy.
The
Canon.
Rocks Brute guy, right here.
Gonna get that tattoo. go off for the night. We're going to get Corey B
What's
and
the
Ailey
number?
Loney.
What's the number for you to get that tattoo?
I do not want to say a number publicly. That's where we're at with that.
All right, we're getting say the number in there. We're getting say the number in our cans here.
$100,000.
Do you take cash?
We're going to go to break. We're going to get Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney back in the booth. They're going to take us home. They're going to cover rounds 7, 8, and 9. We're going to find out who makes day number 2 at the Regional Championship here in Portland. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the final 3 rounds of coverage here today to determine who is making it to day number 2 of competition.
Oh, yeah.
Any predictions, Corey?
That someone is going to make it to day 2 part of competition. You know, maybe even multiple people.
Maybe
I don't want to be a spoiler here, but
yeah.
it might be multiple people making it to day 2 competition.
It might be, yeah. Not half precisely, but, you know,
yes.
There's going to be a fair chunk of them. And let's take a look and see who currently has the best chance of doing so. Here are our standings. Simic Omniscience. That's not something I would have thought to see at the top of the tables here in the hands of Jeff Jiao. Also, we've got a bunch of Is It Looting Leyline lessons. She's like, just talk about some ILs there, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, what? Yeah, we got a lot of random stuff that is in here as far as deck. I mean, we have a Naya Yuna deck there. We have that really awesome Izza Elementals deck, which, spoiler, y'all, we're going to be watching more of that.
Yeah.
And how did Jack Forbes get that guitar in there? I'm really wondering, but...
You know, I think he's got some special powers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff.
Jack is going to be Jake's opponent here, so let's take a look at the deck lists of our players to see what it is they're working with as we go into our next round of competition here. So Jake is going to be playing Is It Elementals?
Yeah.
Which we saw a little earlier on, Corey, you and I. But it hasn't faced off against Is It Lessons yet.
Yeah, this is really the stress test for the deck that has looked really awesome. You know, he's already into day number 2 at 6-0.
Yep.
But out of all the matchups, I would imagine you're very good up against these Badger Bowl Cubs, Llanowar Elf decks from the Elemental side. I think the big stress test is this deck good against Is It Lessons? And if it is, well, we might just have ourselves a brand new deck that, you know, I guarantee a lot of professional teams are sleeving up this Is It Elementals deck as we speak, trying to test it out to see if it's good for next week's Pro Tour.
You know, because if any of these decks do extremely well, they're going to be, you know, a force to be reckoned with. This deck list is not something that we're going to be seeing in the feature match area just yet, but Simic Orboroid, definitely one of the big competitors here this weekend. One of the top decks, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prost is a very good Magic player as well, so we'll be seeing a lot of him, I imagine, in the feature match area as well. But yeah, it's going to be the Elementals deck that we did see. You know, this is kind of the spicy list, playing Roaming Throne and all the different Evoke Elementals. Now, I think one of the biggest thing that's going to be, you know, one of the biggest factors in this matchup is going to be the Wistfulness, being able to destroy one or multiple artifacts and enchantments. So being able to have an answer to kill Artist Talent, to kill monuments. I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Otherwise,
you don't want to deal 12 damage to face?
I do want to do that as well.
I do like to see that.
I do want to do that as well, but I think that's going to be maybe a little bit trickier of an aspect here
Just put it on
to
our
win.
wish list quickly.
Yeah, the bingo card. Update that on the bingo card.
And we're past the festive season, obviously, so I can't ask Santa for that. But, you know, we can ask our players nicely if they'd be able to pull that off for us.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, Jack Forbes playing pretty stock Is It Lessons from what we'd expect to see from the players. Has the one main deck copy of Ral Crackling Wit.
Yep.
Also playing a couple, you know, it's a good combination of Monument to Endurance plus just straight Is It Lessons.
Yeah, and just no Storm Chaser's Talent. This is the version that is going to be a little bit more controlling, which is the version I think I'm leaning on a little bit more. Yep. You know, the Storm Chaser's Talent, phenomenal card, but it does really force you to play Boomerang Basics. Yeah. That card is not that good if you're not playing Storm Chaser's Talent, but you still have to play, you know, a certain critical mass of lessons. So we will see 2 of those from Jack Forbes here in the list as well. But yeah, will be a really interesting match that I would think favors the lesson deck, but I don't want to sell out this Is It Elementals deck because it has been doing some nice work in the feature match area. I've been kind of, well, you know, Jake's biggest fan so far. I've been following him around, watching his matches, and he's been kind of destroying, like, Jeskai control decks the last couple rounds, and that's a matchup I thought would also maybe be a little tricky, and hasn't really been the case. So, yeah, it's been really fun to watch.
Like you mentioned earlier, Corey, like, players come into this weekend expecting you know, a critical mass of the most popular decks, but they're
Yeah.
never fighting against, you know, the fun of decks, the one-of fun-ofs that you may encounter. And this list might just be the dark horse in the tournament that goes all the way.
And I mean, we even saw it in Atlanta, the deck that people aren't expecting to play against, even if it was something, you know, of a previous metagame like the Bant Airbending list was with those 4-mana artifacts. That was something that people weren't prepared to play for this weekend. And when you kind of get it right, and, you know, you're able to win a tournament with something that is, like, off the wall, there's no better feeling than that. And, of course, the flip side of it is you get it wrong, you have a really bad tournament, and you know, you take your whole flight on the way home and you think, why didn't I play the best deck? Yes. So it's two sides of a coin, to say the least.
Yeah, but you know what? It's fun to see what the players are coming up with, obviously. It's a very new standard, I guess you could call it.
Definitely,
with the release of Lorwyn Eclipse. Some great cards from the set that we're already seeing making a big impact here. Formidable Speaker, all of the incarnations, you know, the straight-up Elementals deck, which wouldn't exist without this set. So Lorwyn's looking good.
And that's the thing is, like, Standard is so large right now to even have one set make an impact at all. You know, when we're already 12 sets or however many we have, that's just impressive to, you know, have one set make an impact, maybe create an archetype.
Yeah.
In Avatar The Last Airbender, we definitely saw an archetype, you know, creating, or the Is It Lessons, you know, those were two huge decks that got created from that set. So to do that in back-to-back sets would be wild. It's still to be determined if any of these Elemental Shells or any of the other Lorwyn Eclipse cards are going to make a lasting impression on Standard, but they're for sure making an impression so far.
Yeah, and we love to see it. So kudos to everyone bringing their pet decks, as it were, this weekend, and just absolutely crushing with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for our players to get seated and ready to rock and roll down at the feature match area. Looks like we might be having a couple technical difficulties, so please bear with us as we work those out, friends.
Yeah.
But, Corey, let's talk about now going into day number 2, because now everything distills down to what is going to be the best decks in the field. So what are the players thinking about tonight as they wrap up their days? They've made it to day 2. What's going through their minds?
You know, I mean, there's going to be a lot of things that are going on these players' mind, but the one thing they really should be focusing on is it doesn't really matter your record. You start day 2 with a new tournament, you know, get a good night's sleep, you know, get some rest and make sure you're ready to go for the next day. Even the 9-0s, you know, I've seen it so many times. Someone's 9-0, they're going out to dinner, they're, you know, like on top of the world, they stay up late drafting, you know, they're getting high fives from everyone. And then, maybe they don't get enough sleep. Maybe they don't, you know, they thought they already accomplished something. And then you have a train wreck day 2, you don't make top 8. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, how did I let this slip away?
Bad,
so, I mean, just play good Magic. Treat every single match the same. Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Well, while we are waiting, we'll see if we can take a look at our deck lists. That's you know, what do you call it? The metagame. That's the word. The word escaped me there. If we can, we'll take a look at the metagame just to have a look at what the most played decks here are this weekend. We've got Is It Lessons up at the top of the table, but only 16.2%. This is a far cry from the numbers we saw Vivi putting up not too long ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a healthy metagame. You know, we are definitely seeing maybe there's a few different Is It shells that make up, you know, close to 20%, but that is a great metagame. So Is It Lessons, Simic Arboreid, those were pretty much close for Atlanta. Big changes is Simic fell from first down to second. Dimir kind of fell off. Dimir was in third for day 1 percentages. Bant Airbending and Sultai Reanimator numbers are up. And just a lot of things are ebb and flowing. The landfall numbers are down. Just a really cool metagame shift that we're seeing from week in to week out.
This sounds like a report on, you know, Wall Street stocks trading and like this is up and this is down, and or weather, I guess.
I mean, it really is kind of like that, you know. I mean, the people that are tuned in and really ready to see these small shifts, the people who can predict what the metagame is going to be next week, those are the players that are probably going to be, you know, visiting the top 8 here at Pro Tour Lorwyn and stuff. So there's going to be a lot of teams studying the data just as we are right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, plenty to play for here at the Regional Championship. The 2 finalists make it into the World Championship. You know, all of the top 8 here feeds into Strixhaven, Secret of Strixhaven Pro Tour.
Yeah, top 32.
Top 32, yeah. Great. So that is plenty to play for. Never mind, you know, the cash prizes that come with that, because it's always just cherry
Yeah,
top.
never mind that. I mean, it's only 20K up
You
top.
want to keep staying on the train, right? That's what you want to do. There you go. Take a look at the prize pool quickly. Corey took us through this one.
Yeah, so we got 20K up top, and like you were saying, Ailey, first and second are going to the World Championship at the end of the year, as well as the Pro Tour here in Vegas, plus the next regional championship, and then all the way down to 32nd place is the Pro Tour invites. Requalifications all the way down to 128th place, and then money all throughout. So, yeah, a lot to play for when it comes to these regional championships, and the U.S. getting 2 of them.
Nice.
You know, it is just a great tournament. When there was just one, it was an extremely difficult tournament. 2,000 people or so. It was 30K up top. But I think the players are happy with 2 split tournaments, 20K up top for both.
Yeah.
That ends up being really awesome for the competitors.
Well, the 2 players that we're going to be checking out in the feature match are looking poised to claim that prize for themselves. So they're ready to rock and roll. Apologies for the delay there, friends. Let's jump down into the feature match area and get this game underway. There's a card in your face, Corey.
Oh, the card was coming right at me. That card was coming right at me.
All righty, here we go. Jake at the top of your screen there playing Is It Elementals? Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney remain on screen. Yes, that is indeed our names, and they are going away now. Down below, we've got Jack Forbes with a great hat. I like that hat.
That is nice. Yeah, Jack versus Jake. Not going to be mixing that up at all.
Not at all.
All right, so let's see. It's going to be fun. We see the draw treasure 3 life ready to go to get it going. And Ashling, one of the new really powerful flip cards coming down. I'm in love with this deck, Ailey.
It's sweet.
Jake's deck is so great. I need to see more of it.
It's very, very sweet. Gran not happy with how things are looking right now. Wants to get this draw discard going. Fire bending lesson in the bin. And we've got combustion technique taking care of the elemental.
So yeah, the one thing that Jake's deck was really good at least when we saw it on camera, it was extremely good at dealing damage to creatures. The Sunderflock was just incredible. It was winning the game against every Badgermole Cub deck. The Sunderflock here, I would not be shocked, and in fact, I would be actually shocked if it stayed in.
Yep.
I think that's going to be a card that's going to be taken out, and we'll see some adjustments to be able to deal with Lessons. So I'd be curious to see how many times Jake has actually played against Is It Lessons, and if this is a good or a bad matchup.
Ashling replaces itself on Jake's side of the table, and Jake also leaving us a couple little love notes there on his
yeah, I was just reading that. What is it? The people want
crave
the crave the elemental. I mean, it's true.
They do.
That is true. I'm craving it.
I don't think they'd be very tasty, though.
No.
No.
That Ashling is on fire. So
very spicy.
Very spicy indeed.
Now, what does this card do once it flips? So it's the discard and draw, so cool. We got our looting effect there, or rummaging. And then on the other side, what's Ashling?
Yeah, Ashling flips over. You can pay the 1 mana, and then when you flip it, you get the 2 mana, but 2 mana can only be spent to cast spells that cost 4 or greater. So essentially, you can cast a 4-drop on turn 3 with it, but if you flip it, let's say next turn, which, well, Jake is pretty poised to do, you can cast a 5-drop here.
Nice.
And I believe that's Cavern. Yeah, Cavern on Elementals there. So next turn, Jake can just cast one of these 5-drop Elementals that are uncounterable, which looks awesome.
It's a pretty good place to be here for Jake Kunig. Jack on the other side of things, filling up his graveyard with the Lessons, doing his best to keep the creatures off the battlefield.
And now Gran is online with the 3 Lessons. Doesn't look like we see, the busted card right now, the Accumulate Wisdom, to really get the combo going. But either way, everything kind of coming up Jack Forbes here.
Yep. Grancestral Recall.
Grancestral Recall has been declared. Okay.
That was Chat's creation from the last event.
I like that.
Yep.
I like that.
Thank you, Chat. I have now taken that for my own purposes.
Chat's big brain.
Yeah, they are. 200 IQ.
At least. Maybe double. Some days triple.
What are we thinking about here? Flipping? No.
Yeah.
No, it's gone.
All gone. Nothing from
All exiled,
Jake
yeah.
this
Nothing,
turn.
okay.
Definitely thought about something, but Grand living and being able to have this cost reduction. When I see a monument, I see an artist talent. Kind of all the things are coming up Jack right now. So here comes Grand getting busy, and you get to draw 2 and loot away 1.
Good grief. Ral Crackling Wit in hand as well for Jack. The one-of in the main deck.
Yeah, now only costing 3. That looks really, really solid so far.
Firebending Lesson getting chucked once again. We're going to get a treasure here, maybe. Gonna draw some cards. We want to do some damage.
Curious what Jake has right now to be really pausing, because the only really instant speed thing is bounce off, I guess. So it's just thinking, have I ever had a good opportunity to bounce off anything? And not really. Bounce off only creatures or vehicles, so.
Yes, of which there are plenty in this format.
Yep. Creatures, at least.
I think, no, yeah, vehicles, I think the only one I've seen is like the subterranean schooner, maybe?
Yeah, that's.
I can't think of any others.
Yeah, not really. No vehicles so far. But plenty of Grands.
Coming in with another love tap. Down to 16, I believe. Go.
And here's the thing. There's some Spider Sense in the main here for Jake. But, yeah, that's not countering Planeswalkers. So that was just going to work no matter what.
Ral Crackling Wit. Not only is he cute, he's also pretty powerful.
Very powerful. Especially with Monument already on the battlefield.
Yeah.
You're going to get the other 2 modes here.
All these discounts as well. You're going to
Yeah.
put so many loyalty counters on this. I haven't seen anyone ultimate Ral, at least not in the last little while.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me tell you, anyone who missed Spotlight the Avatar,
Oh, yeah?
we saw one heck of an ultimate
Ooh, hell yeah.
where we had Max Komanowski have a 5 accumulate wisdoms on the stack to draw 15 cards. It was a beautiful moment.
Oh my
Go ahead and rewatch
God, that sounds
tournament.
amazing.
It was really cool.
I'm sad I missed that, but I will go and check that out later.
It was glorious, I'll tell you that.
Ooh, okay. Here we've got Vibrance now to take care of Ral, so goodbye, friend. You did your job, but now you're dead.
And all this just, Vibrance, great card. But in the face of Grand already active, Monument just got the full retail here.
Yeah.
Ral just did a bunch of drawing. You even discarded 3 steps ahead in Boomerang Basics, 2 like premium cards. You just got to think that Jake is just miles behind.
Yeah, Jack looking pretty comfortable. Would love to get a little bit more pressure down, so perhaps another copy of Monument to Endurance. Another discard outlet that doesn't have to run straight into this. What looks like a dog deer thing. Dog deer plant.
Yeah, it's like a dog with a very vibrant outfit.
Yeah, yeah,
There we go.
sure.
Dog's got style.
Ooh, there we go. Artist talent, that's what you want to see. And now Ancestral Recall at home. Accumulate wisdom. As well as... Oh boy, there's a lot of things are going to happen,
Oh, yeah.
my friends.
This is, the end step of the end game, if you will, of what Is It Lessons does. When you accumulate these 3 things, you get wisdom and you get 3 cards, and you usually end up winning the game pretty handily here.
Yeah.
And I would expect that to be the case in this game as well.
Do we have another copy of Monument? Let's see. Oh, we do. Okay, this is bad news bears now for Jake. He's going to be hoping for a wistfulness, perhaps. But yeah, we've got now 2 monuments to keep track of.
Yeah.
Each with 3 abilities.
And I think Jake just being like, well, this artist talent is not leveled up, so that monument should cost 3. And then reminding, of course, Grand reduces that as well. As was the confusion there from these players.
Yes, Grand and artist talent are basically the same thing, just one is on a stick, one is not.
Yep. And there's a brand new removal spell.
Ooh,
Seer looks
nice.
excellent.
It's the one in the deck.
Seer's also pretty good when it costs 1 mana, so Flame Slash for anyone that remembers that. But when it also comes with, oh, you draw a card and create a treasure thanks to Monument. For 1 mana, that is quite the spell.
Here, friends, you see the appeal of this deck. Look at all the things that Jack is able to do as opposed to what Jake on the other side has been doing.
Exactly.
Look at the graveyards. See what he's cost, what he's discarded or whatever. Look at the graveyard down here.
It's just nothing but velocity. You know, this deck just never runs out of steam. It does the same thing pretty much every single time, and it's really on your opponent to either get under the Is It Lessons deck or as they play Monument, as they play Grand, as they play Artist Talent, you need to kill them immediately. Otherwise,
on the spot.
Yeah, this deck snowballs out of control.
No. Do we have treasures still? Yeah, we do. So here now, we've reset all of the abilities on the monuments. So let's see what nonsense Jack can get up to here. Before Jake even has a draw? I don't think he's drawn yet.
I think he has. He played the Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Oh, sure, yes.
But yeah, Jack has an It'll Quench You. I mean, there's an Cavern of Souls on Elementals and stuff, but you think, like, what's the best play? Probably Wistfulness uncountered.
Well, I mean,
to be able to destroy something, but none of that is enough.
Here's the thing, Corey.
Yeah.
Even if a spell is uncounterable, there's nothing stopping you from casting It'll Quench You, because that is 2 triggers on each of the monuments, courtesy of Artist Talent. Yeah. I don't care that your stuff is uncounterable. I'm going to go digging, and I'm going to ding you in the face a bunch of times.
Yep. It's the quenchiest. And yeah, now it's just take 6. Once Jack untaps, it's going to be 6 more, and who cares what card this is going to take. Yep. I mean, this is not bad, too, because, well, you get to take a card from the hand, and you get to bounce something, but, yeah, it's all pulling at strings.
None of it matters at this point. I mean, look how many cards are in Jack's hand. Deceit is going to do its best here to try and slow him down, but, like, when Jack untaps for his actual turn, Jake's dead.
Yep, straight dead, and we'll be heading to the sideboard to see what we can do. And so far, game 1, just a clinic from the Is It Lesson side. And it does seem like this matchup seems a little brutal, but hard to tell because this is a brand new deck.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and post-sideboard, you know, Jake has to have known that this was going to be one of the biggest decks here this weekend, so he's got a plan. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and there's some nice cards. You know, I'm getting a little ahead of ours, but Chomping Changeling as well as Soul Guide Lantern, 3 of each, they look great, you know, so it will be interesting. I love that Jake's sideboard we're going to get to in a sec, but just 3 Changeling, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns for this matchup, 4 Pyroclasm for all the Cub decks.
Yep. I think that is the cleanest sideboard I've seen.
It very much is, yeah. And I mean, usually when you have a new deck like this, your sideboards start like this, and then you start, you know, taking a couple cards here out to get ready for other matchups. But, I mean, there wasn't too much time to get ready for other matchups as a brand new deck. It was probably tough enough for Jake to find the cards.
So all this happened in response to Deceit. Deceit bouncing the Monument. And you know, the players don't even have to go through it. They're just like, okay, cool, yes, you got me. Let's go. Game number 2, sideboard time.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it was doing some stuff. You get to look at the hand, and Jake gets to look, how far behind was I in this game?
Yeah.
And the answer was
incredibly.
Yeah.
The Deceits effect, it kind of reminds me of a card from Ravnica or Ravnica Allegiance, and I can't remember what its name is. I'm sure Chet can tell me.
Yeah.
That would do the same thing. It would bounce something and then discard. I think it might have been Ashiok.
That sounds right.
No, that was Theros.
I literally played in that Pro Tour, so you would think I should know some of those cards. Yep,
nice. Yep. All right. Well, let's take a look quickly at sideboards, friends. So, as you mentioned, Chomping Changeling, Pyroclasm, Seer, Spider Sense, Soul Guide Lantern. 5 cards to turn to. What's coming in? Yeah,
Soul Guide Lantern for sure, Chomping Changeling for sure, and then you can definitely think about Spider Sense. Probably not would be my guess, but it really is just a case of how many cards do you need to take out. And, like, I'm looking at the main deck here. I don't love Sunderflock. I don't really love Bounce Off. So I'd be taking those out for sure. Everything else seems perfectly fine, but yeah, definitely bringing in the Graveyard Hate and the ability to deal with multiple artifacts and enchantment. If you can get Roaming Throne plus Chomping Changeling and you're able to clean up an Artist Talent and a Monument or 2 Monuments, the game looks a lot different. So I would imagine game 1 is horrendous for Jake, but post-board games probably even out quite a bit.
Oh, well, let's see what Jake is able to pull out of the hat here for his Elementals list. But on the other side of things, this Is It Lessons deck doing what it does best. And again, a reminder, friends, if you would like to pick up any of the cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender, go and do so, because they are available. If you're looking for singles, if you're looking for sealed products, it's all on starcitygames.com/MTG. TLA. There's some sweet, sweet cards in this set. It's probably my favorite set from last year. It's just so good.
Oh yeah, it's my second for sure because I was like the biggest diehard Final Fantasy fan. So
Yes,
that
fair.
set really
That's fair.
stuck with me. But I mean, I loved Avatar Limited. I love the cards in it.
It's so fun.
I'm now just a full-on fan.
Yeah.
You know, like I've watched the entire series now.
I want more. I want more.
Exactly. I absolutely loved it. After watching the show, just realizing how perfect the lesson mechanic was, it was just, I don't know. You could tell that there was so much care put into this set.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite of all time for sure.
Such a cool crossover here between.
Who's your favorite character?
Who's my favorite character?
Yeah.
Toph.
Same. Not close.
Absolutely.
Toph's so great.
Toph without a doubt. So, back to our feature match here. Jack Guitar Forbes.
Jack middle name guitar Forbes.
Yeah,
Yep.
Fender. I'm not entirely. I don't know what kind of guitar that is. Anyway.
I don't play.
Yeah. Let's take a look here at one of our other feature matches. We have Noah Brandes with the Is It Leyline deck we saw a little bit earlier in the day up against Gabriel Juggler on Bant Omniscience. Okay. Ooh, we like free spells, don't we?
Yeah, Bant Omniscience. So Noah's still 6-0. We did see him win against Is It Lessons here in the feature match with Jacob, I believe. And yeah, this Bant Omniscience deck is a deck that's picked up a little bit of steam. Scott McNamara was kind of the player to be playing a lot of this deck, but never really took off. You know, it really just has not been the same since we lost Umbuelo's Awakening.
Oh, yeah.
But it definitely does some cool things here. You know, you're trying to play Kona, tap it with one of these station lands, bring in Omniscience, and then figure out a way to win from there.
Kona would go well with some of the new merfolk.
Yeah, yeah, no
Let's
kidding.
just make Merfolk Kona, right?
There we go.
Merfolk Kona. There you go. That's a new new archetype for you.
Either way, I would assume this would not be a great matchup for Bant Omniscience, but Authority of the Council is a heck of a card against this kind of all-in red leyline deck.
Yeah. Certainly is padding the life total there for Gabriel, who is up a game, sitting at 5-0 and 1 at the moment. So technically hasn't lost, but not sitting at the 6-0. I'm sure he'd prefer to be yet.
Yeah, I think there was 11 people at an undefeated record, so you know we're definitely starting to dwindle it down. We'll have 5 or 6 after this round, and then we'll be down to 3-ish for the last round, and we'll have either 1 or 2 undefeated players is what it looks like, which is usually where we see it at.
Absolutely. Oh, hey, JED! Formidable Speaker hits the board here.
Okay.
So an Omniscience getting chucked here from Gabriel. Goes to find Kona.
Yeah, Formidable Speaker just looked like it was going to be this kind of
so
fair
good,
mid-range card, but it really is like a card that's enabling combos.
Just the fact that it enters and does that. You don't have to wait a turn to be able to, you know, chuck a thing and then go and fetch something.
Oh, yeah. Anything that you have to wait has to just be incredibly statted right now because removal is just so good in this format.
It really is,
Yeah. No, it's a really cool card. I'm excited to see that one in action.
Same.
What do you think the odds are that John Emmanuel Deprat, one of, you know, I mean, you and I might be his 2 biggest fans.
Oh, yeah.
We both absolutely love him. What do you think the odds are that he plays this at this next Pro Tour? Like 87%?
High. It fits
90?
into so many of the green decks, and they're really strong right now. So
I wouldn't have it in me if I just got a card made of me to not play it in a Pro Tour. I don't care if my card was terrible, which this card is not. I'd be playing it, to say the least.
Well, I'm excited to see what our 2 latest world champions concoct, because Javier will have now 2 cards made with him on it. And Seth Manfield hasn't had a card made yet of himself, so.
Yep, they didn't make a card back when he won.
Was that 10 years ago?
10 years ago.
Hey, no, 10 years is not. 10 years is like 5 years now. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because we all forget how to math after a certain age.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Yeah, will be really exciting. See people's new cards. That's always really cool.
Yeah. And it's always fun to chat to them about what they wanted, what they hoped for.
Yeah.
If you were a Magic card, what would you be?
Ooh, if I was a Magic card, it would definitely be some kind of value card. You know, I'd want to have an ETB ability that if I flicker it, it creates some more value.
Sure.
You know, Yorion adjacent would be some kind of line I would go
Yorion's
for.
buddy.
Exactly, yeah.
Here we go, friends. Back to our main feature. Players are ready to rumble. We got Spire Bluff Canal into Grand for Jack. Just the breeding pool on turn 1 for Jake, who is down a game here, looking to tie things up.
I know what you would have, by the way.
What?
It would be a Cauldron Familiar, but when it comes into play, it creates a Witch's Oven. You know, yeah.
I mean, if it had to be like a humanoid, if I was a human, I would just bring the cats with me. You know?
Nice, yeah, the cat lady. I got it.
Have to be 3 of them because I have 3 cats.
Okay,
so, yeah.
okay, fair.
I can cost 5 mana. I don't care.
But then you can never get a 4th cat if you get a card that only brings in 3 cats.
I'll just play Doubling Season or something.
There we go.
Drawing and discarding here. Combustion Technique to take care of Ashling. This Ashling has not survived a turn cycle.
But the card that has survived is Grand, and that is the thing, is Jake needs to be prioritizing killing Grand, and there we are.
Yeah, there we go.
You know, especially if we had that option last turn, like I feel like you need to prioritize by killing that card first.
Yeah.
But who knows if Jake had it. And of course, you know, if you were to have that Ashling live, you get to really have a great turn, but the odds of it living up against this Is It Lesson deck is just so low.
Yeah, this Is It Lessons deck is just, you know, structured to defeat absolutely everything. Here comes a Roaming Throne.
This is huge. So this was uncounterable with Cavern, and with the Ward too. There's basically no removal spell that can kill it right now at end step. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of looting here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could have a 1-mana bounce spell that would send it back, into the Floodmaw, I guess. Yeah, that's the only thing with Ward 2. So now Combustion Technique, pay the Ward, or, wow, we even see Seer. So it is going to be dealt with here. So great answer here from Jake.
Too many answers. Well, enough answers to deal with everything that Jake is throwing down here. So this pretty big threat off the battlefield. Now, let's see what Jake has to follow up with.
Yeah, and that's how Jake has to win this game. It's just haymaker after haymaker, so Jack has to deal with those threats as they come, and then if Jack ever plays a Monument or Artist Talent, Jake has to be able to have that answer for it right away. That's really the recipe for success from the Elemental side.
So just some land go from both players now. Does Jake have anything on end step that he wishes to do?
How about a powerful spell called Ashling's Command?
Yeah.
And I would believe Cavern of Souls still makes that uncounterable.
Yeah, because it's Kindred.
But it is only creature spells that makes it uncounterable. So I would think this is counterable.
It would be, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's not a creature.
If Cavern says creature of that type, countered?
Yes, it does. So I would imagine that can be countered. But if anything, I mean, look at that spell. As it resolved, just 5 mana, draw 2, create 2 treasures. That is quite the spell.
It's also very good against little idiots. So
Vaginal
Cubs, Llanowar Elves, it's got that text, deal 2 damage to each creature a player controls, you know.
Yeah, it's just a powerful card.
Excellent modal card. It's expensive, but it's good.
Quarry Mountain Monastery.
What, you? Huh?
Me Mountain Monastery coming in to get some value. That is a card that's really nice as well. It's a one-of, but it's a powerful one. And, yeah, these type of games where you just know if you're Jake, you know what's in Jack's hand. It's a lot of red removal if you're not doing anything proactive.
Yeah.
You know, now this Monastery can just pop off over and over.
Building your resources up while Jack sits there waiting for a target, something to kill.
Yep. And there is said thing to kill. This will not live very long, but, you know, that's okay.
Combustion Technique. Doing its best Swords to Plowshares impersonation.
And the spidey senses were tingling, able to counter this. See if there is a Spell Snare to answer it. But, man, if I'm Jack, I'd probably take out Spell Snare. It does not seem good up against Jake's deck.
It's fun to watch the players figure out how to deal with these, you know, fringe deck lists.
Yeah.
Combustion Technique, a great way to do that, though. Is that all 4 now?
That is 3. Definitely 3 and a Seer.
Good Lord.
And, I mean, all fine and good, but the thing, Jake is still looking great here. Drew a bunch of cards with the command and has this Monastery to just give you infinite card advantage.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
sweet.
Jake's drawn 2 cards a turn, Jack has drawn 1, you know?
Land Lesson. We got 2. There's another red removal spell on the left there. Is that the 4th Combustion Technique?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay.
So right now, for Jack to get out of this, it's Accumulate Wisdom that he's hoping to find here basically as soon as possible.
Ashling rekindled. Attempts to stick the landing once again.
Yeah, this card I bet is not long for this game.
Probably not, no.
But
What is that?
that is a Springleaf drum. It's
Okay,
back.
nice.
And a powerful artifact.
Soul-Eyed Lantern. Oof.
That's, if you got a counter spell, that's the one you got to counter, just because now any accumulate wisdoms off the top are just anticipates.
Yeah.
That's very big. So there's
Way
the
less impactful.
new Springleaf drum, which
Ooh.
is low-key just the helper of merfolk in the set.
Yeah, it sure is.
But a powerful card that we've seen in Magic's history
Yeah.
for a very long time. Usually played within affinity decks. But pretty good with Evoke.
Yeah. All right, so Jack's certainly on the defensive here, ready to quench whatever he possibly can, but at this point, Quench is not going to get all that much done.
Yeah, Quench in the face of 2 Cavernous Souls, not great, to say the least. And now we got another command. I mean, this command is incredibly good.
That's so cool.
This might be the best one. I mean, they're
I
all
think
pretty
it is.
powerful, but this one does some really messed up stuff. Draw 2 cards to make 2 more treasures. Whenever your opponent is doing the proactive thing here, where it's
Yep.
the 2 modes, you're not really having to deal with anything else, you know you're in a rough spot.
Jack's kind of just waiting to see where this goes. He's still sitting at a
Yeah.
healthy 20, but the floodgates are going to open very, very soon. Oh, okay. Artist talent.
And I feel like, yeah, this artist talent's going to resolve, but at this point, we've drawn so many cards. Is it time for wistfulness, you know? Like,
Yeah.
there's got to be some answer to this one.
Yeah, something big.
A
One of
changeling.
the incarnations.
The changeling hasn't had a good target yet, so I would
Yeah.
imagine a couple of those are in hand from Jake.
Chomping changeling. It's so cute.
It's sweet.
Feisty spikeling.
Exactly.
Gangly stompling. Guess he's been playing too much limited.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you just making up names
No,
of cards
those are
now?
their names. Those are their names. Those are all the hybrid changelings.
Yeah, there we go.
Roaming Throne hits the board now. Love to see it as the Elementals player. Can we get a double trigger on something?
That's the nice thing is if you, I guess they're all enters ability. I was going to say, if
Yes.
you can get cast triggers,
Nah, it's not an Eldrazi, sorry.
but with Jack only having 2 mana available, it's still pretty tough to deal with Roaming Throne.
Wistfulness
There it is.
has appeared. Now, cost. It'll quench you. It's uncounterable, but we're doing this to loot off of artist's talent.
Yep. Drew a
Drawn
disdainful
discard.
stroke.
Well, that does nothing.
Yeah, that does absolutely nothing. It feels pretty bad to just bring in counterspells against the 4 Cavern deck, but you know what?
Yeah.
Jack just probably doesn't have enough cards to bring in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, does Jack... I mean, Jack sees that these are uncounterable, I imagine, but...
He does. He's digging for more answers.
Yeah, just drew another counterspell.
Good grief. Reactive.deck is
Yep.
what Jack's library is telling him right now.
And now we get to draw 2, discard 1 twice.
Look at his hand.
Yeah. So far, these have been 2 non-games, to say
Yes,
the least.
yeah.
Just 2 dominating games from each player.
I mean, Jack has drawn terribly. There's no
Yeah.
other way about it. I mean, he's done a great job of keeping creatures off the board,
Yeah.
but he hasn't gotten his engine going. There's been no Grand, no Monument. I mean, did he take them all out?
I mean, the Grand died pretty early, but hey,
Yeah.
this is the game where Grand lives versus Grand dies. My experience when I'm playing against Lessons is I just need to deal with all of one of their big 3s immediately when they come into play, and then the deck's not that scary.
Yeah.
The Grand, the Artist Talent, the Monument. But when you ever just let 2 of those come out, it's just too much. So.
Yeah. Kraken in response of the Accumulate Wisdom. You don't need to pay mana for that.
Yep.
Thanks, but that was a nice thing that he did there. Appreciate it. Only for the card draw do you have to pay the 1, otherwise you just tap it in exile. Graveyard, okay. Grands.
The 2 Grands are going away, and...
Bye-bye. It's too late for them now, I think.
Mm-hmm. And clearly, Jake had a counterspell as well. Saw him reach for the treasures, was, ready to counter something, but it's just like, I don't really need to.
Abandon attachments, chuck in Firebending Lesson. That's not going to help at all at this point. Well, I mean, he's digging.
Yeah.
He's looking at more cards.
It's
What-
just for what?
Yeah, stock
Yeah.
up. Okay, that's a good place to start. So
3, 4. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
making sure we tapped right.
Yep.
Looks fine to me. And yeah, I think Jake is just like, yeah, you can have your cards. I'm going to try to counter the things that matter, the monuments,
Yeah.
the artist talent, and go from there. But I mean, if anything, the crack bag is going to be pretty large here. We're already
These are
attacking
big
for
guys.
11. Yeah, the
Yeah.
elementals hit hard.
these are big critters. So it's, 3-turn clock without any blockers currently, and nothing else added to the board. So
Yeah, and now we're going to see this Ashling actually flip. Let's see if we can get some nice value with it. Looks like Jack just making sure I haven't played a land.
the most asked question that I have encountered in Magic: did I play a land?
Yeah, right. I mean, when you have one of these long turns, you're
Yeah.
like, God, I don't want to play 2 on accident. but
For sure. Ashling Rhymebound now. Transforms, adds 2 mana to cost mana value 4 or greater spells. Oh, would you look at that? Mana value 4 or greater.
Pretty good. Now I'm going to take 2 cards from your hand, and then I'm going to bounce 2 things which you don't have, but you can have that spell snare, no problem.
Yeah. That's so gross.
This is indeed gross. Let's see if Jack decides to make some changes post-board. I
Yeah.
would be under the assumption that there are a few too many counter spells in.
I
but
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's just too much of a liability up against the 4 cavern deck.
And being on the play in Game 3, which I imagine we're going to shortly, you need to play your game plan. You can't just sit there answering your opponent's threats because you're going to run out of answers eventually.
Yeah. And I mean, Jake is kind of the answer deck in this matchup, I would say, but Jack wants to be the proactive deck, I would think.
Yeah, the longer you leave your opponent to just do whatever the heck he wants, as we saw here, the worse it gets. So
Yeah.
Jack needs to just go for the game plan, get those monuments online, and just beat the living hell out of Jake in
Yes.
Game 3.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, if I'm Jack, I'm wanting Riddlers, I'm wanting Rawls, stock up. I just want all the proactive elements. Iroh's Demonstration because it kills Roaming Thrun. I would much rather have an Iroh's Demonstration to kill Roaming Thrun than a Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So players consulting the sideboards now. I like your plan of get all those counterspells out of the main deck now for Jack. And for Jake, any major changes?
No, Jake's sideboard is pretty much, I need to do this one thing,
Yes,
and it probably doesn't change play and draw too much. But, I mean, that looked, of course, a lot better from Jack's side up against the Is It Lessons side. And in a large part because of the sideboard cards. Soul Guide Lantern did some serious work there. Even if it didn't look like it was too much, it was still a really big deal.
Yeah, not allowing Jack to draw 3 cards or just, put 3 cards in hand as Accumulate Wisdom does. Just getting the 1, that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. So
Looks like players just chatting to a judge quickly, so if it matters, we'll let you know what that's all about. But friends, if you want to join us at one of the next events, how about you come and hang out with us in Milwaukee? That is the next event in February 20th to 22nd. It's a regional championship. If you're not qualified, well, you can qualify. So come hang out, come play some cool side events. I know every time we get here, Corey just absolutely wants to go and play Mystery Booster Draft. So there's so much fun stuff to do here.
I had to really show restraint this time. This Friday, I'll let you all know I did not play Mystery Sealed. I drafted Lorwyn Eclipse from my hotel room to get ready for the Pro Tour instead like a responsible adult. But you best believe when I don't have to get ready for a Pro Tour, I will be playing those Mystery Sealed events as many times as I can.
I'll join you next time.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah,
they're really fun.
They do look like fun.
Yeah.
And these events are awesome too. We have artists here. You can get signed artist proofs. You can meet the artists, of course. Like there's a bunch of creators if they're in the area or they get flown out. Like it's very cool.
Oh, it's really cool. This will be the second regional championship here. We'll be able to see how the metagame adjusts. This will be standard as well. And I was going to say February in the Midwest, it gets a little cold, but it's a little cold on the East Coast as well this weekend. So, it might actually be nicer in Milwaukee.
We might be spending a couple more days in Portland here.
We live here now.
Oh, no. Oh. So players just shuffling up, getting ready for game number 3 here. Let's take a look at one of our other tables as they do so. Draw their hands. Michael M. Young playing Bent Airbending up on the top of the screen there, up against Josh Worthington playing Naya Yuna.
Yes.
I haven't seen this deck do its thing. This
Yeah,
Naya Yuna list.
have not seen that in quite a while. It is a deck that I thought was going to be kind of unbanned once Cauldron was not being played as much, but it just really hasn't made that big of a splash. Looks like these decks are flipped, but still, you get it.
Yeah. That's what's happening here at the moment. It's Michael and Josh both at 5-0-1. Bramble Familiar hits the board there.
Yeah, and the one thing Naya Yuna I expect to be very good against is actually these, Simic Cub decks. Like, even look at this. Yeah, High Noon up against a deck like Simic looks pretty good. Not even terrible up against Is It Lessons. High Noon can just be at a really nice spot. And we see Yuna in hand. There's an Overlord, which Yuna and Overlord are besties. That's for sure. Being able to discard one and bring it back with Yuna is just busted.
Looks like we've got a mull to 6 in our main feature match, so we'll rejoin that as soon as our player has a hand they're both happy with.
Yeah, I'll be curious.
Voice of Victory too?
Yeah, why not?
Goodness.
Why not? You
No fun. No.
just need to protect your Yuna at all costs.
Oh, man. Here comes Ang to send Voice of Victory away for the time being. Look at the cute little picture.
Air
Oh,
bent away. I like
love
that. Airbending something on the stack is pretty good when there's High Noon in play.
Oh, absolutely. Because then you don't get to do anything else that
You
turn.
sure don't.
That's cheeky. I love it. All right, we are still unhappy with that hand. So going down to 5 in our main feature match. Here, though, we got some shenanigans afoot, Corey.
Yeah, this is some shenanigans. So Human just goes to play Voice of Victory, trying to protect Yuna at all costs. And looks pretty solid there. Yeah, didn't want to, impending the Overlord or anything to be able to try to deal with the creature, really prioritizing getting Voice down. And honestly, this game, it looks like the High Noon is doing Michael just as much damage, if not more.
There is that downside to it.
Yeah.
If you're ahead by a fair margin, it's great because you can just sit there and, play your one spell a turn and keep ahead. But at this point, it doesn't look like he's doing so, especially with all these flash creatures.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to keep an eye on for that matchup.
Back to our main feature match here. Is It Elementals up against Is It Lessons? Can Jake Kunig take down the big bad of the tournament this weekend? Time will tell as Artist Talent hits the board here for Jack Forbes.
Yeah, and both players doing great already locked up day number 2, but big difference in going in at 6-3 or 7-2 or XO, at 6-3 you have to get pretty lucky to make it to the top 8 on the next day. You go 9-0, you can have a pretty medium day and you're in.
Flame Braider hits the board here. Let's see how long it lasts. Gran, hi! Oh my gosh, we get to untap with a Mana Dork.
That is huge. And now it's the big question of, can Jake deal with either of these permanents? If I'm Jake, I'm like, I need to deal with one of these cards right now as they'll start snowballing out of control.
Oh, nothing?
This could easily be a command, right? Because you get 2 mana, spend for elemental spells, so it can still be, with this ability on the stack, this is huge.
What's he doing?
Ability on the stack, you can resolve the command when there's a quench in hand. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Jack kind of got wrecked by this. Perfect time. Because, now you can kill the Gran and just draw cards. Even that alone is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Absolutely.
Wow, copied and that, so didn't even want to deal with Gran.
Nice, okay.
That's not terrible because, now Gran still can't get in there. And now this Quench is available, but Quench is now useless. You just have, Jake is untapping with 8 mana. Once he plays a land, it's like, these elementals make just as much mana as Badgermole Cub. So look out, y'all. We got a new Cub in town.
Oh, boy. That was sweet.
Turn 2 Flame Braider into turn 3 Ashley's command is kind of gross.
Yeah. What's this, 8 mana on turn 3? 4?
Yeah, we're going to 8 mana if Jake has a
if there's a
land.
Yucky.
I don't think those two are attacking, I'll tell you that.
No. No attack.
5 mana,
Only
leaving
tap.
2 mana open. That seems good.
Yeah. Oh, if there's another command in hand, do you just want to make some more mana?
I mean, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of drawing 2 cards and doing other stuff.
But how much mana is too much mana, Corey?
No.
Okay. Oh, Ashling Rekindled hits the board here now for Jake. There's no counter spell ability on that. It's just deal damage, make treasures, draw cards.
Yeah, it's 2 cards,
Copy.
2 treasures, copy, and 2 damage to all of your opponent's creatures.
Yes. You could kill your own if you really want to.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can target
You can
yourself.
target
You're right.
yourself.
Yeah. Wouldn't recommend.
No. Another grand drawn here for Jack. Drawn and discarding. Ugh.
That was a desperation attack.
Yeah.
Grand's coming in. That's going to get blocked.
Bye-bye.
Third Grand's coming into play. And all Jack has is another It'll
gosh.
Quench You and land in hand. So,
Wow.
I mean, it's a mull to 5.
Yeah.
You know, but
That's a rough one. It's a rough one indeed.
could not quench this fast enough. Even overpaid for it. Just
Yeah.
like, I don't care. Get that card out of there.
I don't blame you, Jack.
Yeah, mana bird for 1. I don't care.
Top decking now. Ashling flips more mana. 2, 4, 6 mana just for elementals here, or just big spells.
Yeah, so 9 mana available for elementals. And Monument was picked up there from Jack, so we're starting to do something if Jake just has nothing but air in hand.
Nope, that's a seer. That kills Granny. Bye-bye. Goodness. 3 grands down.
God. Seer on Grand, the Firebenders are back. Not cool. Not cool.
I see what you did there. Talk about firebenders. Here's Ashling Rekindled. She's on fire. And now, are we swinging? We're swinging.
Okay, that is nice. The Ashling Rekindled can coexist with
Yes,
each other
yeah.
if you have one on the backside. It seems impossible to ever flip either of them, though.
Yeah,
Because no matter what, the legend rule the other, right? So they have to stay like that?
Because, yeah, one will be, the trick will be on the stack, but they both go on the
Yeah.
stack at the same time. So one will resolve before, then they'll see each other.
I don't think
Yeah.
you can ever
They
flip
can never
them.
meet. This is like when you time travel, right? Don't ever meet yourself, because then you just throw off the whole space-time continuum. I don't know what sci-fi, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
I'll keep that advice
Yes.
in mind.
Yeah, don't meet yourself if you ever time travel.
I wouldn't want to meet me anyway, so yeah.
You're not that bad. Artist talent leveled up now, so spells are 1 cheaper. Non-creature spells, I should say.
Yeah, so got a loot there, but still not able to actually trigger Monument. And now all I want to see is 1 Wistfulness to be able to get like some double triggers here to deal with both of them. To really just show the power here of that Elemental in this matchup. But
Alas, no roaming throne.
yeah,
So we have 4 mana, or excuse me, 5 mana, as well as what's coming off of Ashling Rhymebound. If there's a 5 mana spell here. Hey, Vibrance!
okay, looked pretty strong here. And that's the thing, there's a combustion technique in hand, and like there's enough lessons where you could kill something, but with that Soul Guide Lantern in play, it just doesn't matter.
Soul Guide Lantern, so good against this archetype.
Yes.
Vibrance targeting the Artist talent? Question mark?
Yeah.
There's just a little bit of question here quickly. It looks like something has
Yeah.
gone awry.
I think that was, this is not the element that bounces something.
No. This is the one that either... Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It's,
Yeah,
it's
so-
either deals 3 damage or it's go fetch a land. Yeah, okay. So we got there too.
Yeah, so I don't think Jake
Ooh,
was
look at the
dealing...
wistfulness.
Yeah, Jake wasn't dealing 3 damage to that Artist talent.
No.
So finding a land, dealing 3 damage upstairs. Wow, searching your library for a land. You can get Cavern off that. That is sick. That is really sick, actually.
Are you going to become an Elementals gamer?
And you can get the 1 Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Yep.
Wow. There's also a bunch of random creature lands in here, Restless Spire, as well as Restless Vinestock. So, yeah, this deck's spicy.
I like it. Should go craft it up in Arena. We can do some battles.
I am in. I am 100% in. I dibs the elemental side, okay?
Why can't we both do it?
All right, elemental mirror coming at you.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Okay, sounds
If
great.
this deck keeps doing as well as it's doing in the hands of Jake Kunig here.
Yeah, and this matchup for me was kind of the stress test. Like, we saw Jake kind of beat control decks, beat cub decks. You know, the whole stress test for me was, can this deck stand up to lessons? And I don't think this matchup was really, this specific match was really answering that question because, well, Jack just mulliganed to 5.
Yeah.
This last game was not really a big game, you know, not the closest game, but it definitely showed me at least this matchup is not an absolute train wreck for the elemental side. So I'm all in. This looks awesome. Yeah, it looks like we picked up on a null. It's another red card, and it just really feels like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, at this point, Jack is so far behind. I don't know how he catches up here in a meaningful way. Jake has more mana than he probably knows what to do with. Seer going to take out a copy of Flame Breeder. Oh, no, he's going to take out Ashling Rhymebound.
Okay. That honestly isn't the worst deal here for Jake, as you're just able to flip the other one. Like, having 2 of those in play kind of seems not great. That's double accumulate wisdom.
Oh, okay, that's kind of nice, especially with the Soul Guide Lantern still sitting there.
Yeah, so one thing that Jack can do here is fire off accumulate wisdom. Jake is going to lantern in response, and then in response to that, you can accumulate wisdom to get the
actually get the 3.
To get 1 for 3 here. But then if there's a spell snare or something for Jake, it's just like, all right then.
Let's see. Accumulate wisdom in response to the activation, so we'll get the 3 cards. And then everything else will resolve.
Yeah. So now graveyard's gone. And now you get to anticipate. So still a great exchange from Jack, to be honest. Like, this was a turn that put him back into it.
Yeah. How many creatures are on the board now?
So that's
6 damage?
That's going to flip. We're going to have 6 damage coming in. Or excuse me, 5 damage coming in. So if there is 1 Vibrance, this game is over. There we go.
Boom.
3 damage upstairs.
That's it.
For Xaxis.
Jake Kunig picking up a pretty convincing victory there. Jack was doing his best to get back into it, but Jake just able to find the pressure and get over the finish line. So we know.
I mean, you just got to be thinking, if you're Jake and you're signing up for this tournament, you're filling out your deck list, be like, I have no idea if my deck is good or not, but it's going to be fun. Yeah. And then if you end up at 7-0, you know Jake is just having the greatest time of his life. Like, I know I would be.
There's nothing better than playing a deck you love and it's doing well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, all my big results I've ever had in my career are decks that I've loved to play. So it's a lot easier to, put yourself in a good spot in a tournament when you also enjoy the deck that you're playing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and I think Standard is in such a great place right now
So
that it is possible to play your pet deck. You can play some bizarre fringe one of, like, I don't know, that flail we saw earlier.
Yeah.
With the Rakdos list and do pretty well with them.
That is a good point. You know, it kind of reminds me like Modern a little bit in this format, where it's like it almost rewards you for mastering one deck and tuning it to the metagame, than just saying like, all right, I'm going to pick up Is It Lessons because it seems well positioned. Like, ideally, the best players in the world, all the pros watching right now to get ready for Pro Tour Lorwyn, they are proficient with all the decks, so they're going to pick up one of them that is, well positioned for the metagame for next week's Pro Tour.
It's nice. It's a fun guessing game that all the players will be trying to figure out what is the biggest threat for next weekend.
Yeah.
And we'll find out soon, I'm sure, as we
just found out. It's Vibrance.
Oh, it's Vibrance.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to jump into one of our other feature matches here, friends, just to see how things are shaking out on the other tables. So let's go on down there and see what's happening. Gabriel Michaels, Sultai Reanimator, up against Tristan Wild LaRue.
There we go. Okay, so Simic Ouroboros here on that side. Up against Sultai Reanimator. Tristan, of course, a big part in Team Handshake. Around there for a while, so no stranger to high-level competitive Magic, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Gabriel Michaels playing what I think is one of the coolest decks. Hey, Bloom Tender! Woo!
It just got a lot cooler, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, nice.
Bloom Tender is a card that, like, it feels like it should be really good in Standard, too. Like, messed around with some brews in the early access where you pair that with like Leyline of the Guild Pack, add 5 mana.
Icky.
Yeah, but either way, it is just 2 mana, add 1 or multiple mana.
Based on how many colors you have, yeah.
exactly. So it can be a very powerful card. Interesting to see.
Another mana dork to kill. Nature's Rhythm now from Tristan Wild LaRue. Let's see what he fetches up. I bet you it's going to be a Badgermole card.
I bet it is. That's what you search up very early on, and then when you flash it back, most of the time you try to find yourself a gigantic creature that's going to win the game.
You know, I don't think in our games together, at least, I've seen one Ouroboros.
Yeah.
I think we should have changed it to Simic Cub, honestly.
I was.
It's easier to say.
I was for that reason as well, but also it's a Cub deck at this point. It is the most powerful card in the deck, and Ouroboros is just a card that, if it goes unchecked, you're going to win the game, but you most of the time search for Cubs. I think you search for Behemoth more than you search for Ouroboros as well. So
We have a flying Cub now. Badgermole got some wings, courtesy of Mockingbird.
And right now, I like what Tristan is doing. Until Gabriel has submitted half of the combo, a.k.a. having a bringer into the graveyard, you're just not afraid. You just jam. And this looks like the turn from Gabriel where we see a Formidable Speaker. There's also a bringer in hand. So one of the good turns in air quotes is just play the Formidable Speaker, discard bringer, go find Superior Spider-Man. But the flip side is, am I just dead on board?
You might be.
It might just be dead on board because, I mean, think about the Nature's Rhythm going to get Craterhoof. Like, how far away are we from that? Like, 9 mana, 10 mana, plus you tap a Cub, that's 12, and just shows the Behemoth, and we're all done there.
That's so silly.
Heck of a card.
It's pretty
Heck
good.
of a card, that's for sure.
Oh, man. It kind of reminds me of Nyx Bloom Ancient.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm pretty sure you've encountered that in Commander. It's just like,
definitely.
It's about, everything's tapping for 3 now.
Except that card costs 7 and the Cub just costs just 2. No big deal.
It's busted.
Yeah.
Take a look here at the sideboards quickly, friends, of our players. Gabriel and Tristan both have a lot of options here. Bit of Triumph, one more extra Cavernous Souls, Dauntless Scrapbot, because why not? Glarb, Calamity's Augur, Keen-Eyed Curator, Meringue River Regent, Meogen, couple more Ouroboros in the Reanimator deck. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Requiting Hex, Rakshasa's Bargain, Tashana's Tidebinder, and Wistfulness.
Anything that kills a creature, Bitter Triumph, I'm really getting in there. Other than that, Requiting Hex looks great. That's about it.
Sideboard here for Tristan Wild LaRue, Clarion Conqueror, Glenelendra Guardian, Hell Fountain. Keen-Eyed Curator, Meld Strider's Resolve, Spider Sense, Soulguide Lantern, Scene Rip, Reclamation Sage, Ouroboros, Voice of Victory, and Wistfulness.
Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Soulguide Lanterns, and probably the 2 Spider Senses as well.
Yeah, let's get rid of some graveyard shenanigans on the other side of the table here. Tristan Wild LaRue picked up the win there, so now Gabriel's going to be on the play.
Yep, let's get on in here. Looks like the players are ready to go. Big game for these 2 players for sure.
Both at 6-0 still, so pretty darn good. We have a couple more cool events coming up, friends, if you want to join us for Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That would be sweet to see you there. Come grab some pizza with us. I'm sure there better be good pizza at this convention center. I'm just saying.
Kidding. No, wait, where's it at?
I don't know. Could we have the slide up of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles if our technology will behave? If not, though, let me find my schedule.
Good old Richmond.
Richmond. There you go. There you go. That's where we go next weekend.
It's going to be nice, yeah.
March 6th to 8th, SCG Richmond. That's what's going to be happening over there. A Spotlight series, so come and hang out and check out the new set with us.
Yeah, and I think by March they maybe should have the snow situation figured out after this weekend where it's going to be a torrential downpour for that area.
Well, not so much a downpour, I think. It's just, blizzard.
Yeah, blizzard, a little freezing over. Should be fun.
Underground Mortuary for Gabriel, off to the starting town, checking some lands away. Llanowar Elves for Tristan, so off to a decent start here.
So it looks like we do have the removal spell in hand from Gabriel, and we decided to not kill Llanowar. So trying to save it for Cub, it would look like.
Cub.
And I mean, that makes sense. That is the tough part. Like, most of the time it's always bolt the bird, kill the elf, whatever, and most of the time, and even in this situation, it was probably correct to do so. But Badger Mole Cub is just that powerful that if you kill Land of War Elf and they go Cub, animate a land, and you don't have something for it, all of a sudden you feel pretty terrible. But I still would have killed the Elf.
It would have prevented Formidable Speaker from coming down, that's for sure.
And now killing it when you know there's a Cub coming, like, I didn't love that. Because now, like, Tristan is able to go next turn, Cub on the land, add 2, use Formidable Speaker, untap the land, tap, and then you have 3 mana available. So next turn you get to play a Cub and still play a 3-drop from Tristan's side, and that just looks devastating for Gabriel.
It does indeed. Formidable Speaker number 2 hits the board here for Gabriel. Or at least on Gabriel's side, I should say. Goes to find... Ah, okay, there's an answer for little guys. Harvester of Misery.
And that's perfectly reasonable, you know. I mean, getting that into play or just killing 1 Cub with the ability looks decent. But Tristan is going to still be getting to the battlefield playing more than just a Cub, I imagine.
Yeah. Turn passes back now to Tristan Wildlaroo. When did we first see Tristan playing? It was like during COVID era, right?
Yeah.
He was playing a couple of the online...
Yeah, kind of dominated the online series and really established himself as well as some of the other members of Team Handshake.
Yeah.
And then really formed a team outside of COVID kind of thing. But yeah, I believe that was around the first time we saw him.
So he's definitely been
around for a while,
yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Now we see Harvester of Misery discarded to take care of the creature. Little Gene Pollinator getting taken out. Poor guy.
Poor Gene. But no 3rd land there from Tristan, so that is a very big deal. And now I think the one thing Gabriel is lacking there is the ability to get that bringer into the graveyard. But man, if that's a bitter triumph, and I think it is, that's devastating for Tristan. Gabriel's lining up a play where he's able to bitter triumph, discard the bringer on anything, and then Superior Spider-Man and bring it back. So, ooh, and that's the perfect.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean it's rough because now you don't want to discard the bringer.
Yeah. Because it's just gonna get eaten.
Yeah, you got to pay the 3 life here now. So that was a great counter to it.
Nice. Keen-eyed Curator, such a little trash panda.
Such a little trash panda.
It is. It's a raccoon. He goes digging in the bin and he gets big and fat because he's eating all your garbage.
Okay, fair enough.
It's canon.
That is pretty funny, actually. I don't think I've heard that before.
That's why he gets +4/+4, man.
That's just good design. And Ouroboros.
Hey! What are you doing in the not Ouroboros deck?
I mean, it's a nice juke.
Yeah.
It's a nice juke when, I mean, nobody's leaving in removal up against the Sultai Reanimator deck. It's just not a thing. So that's a good juke. Definitely more impactful when you're in a closed deckless tournament. Yeah.
All right, friends, we're going to have to bounce out here because we are jumping into our next round. Gabriel Michaels eventually ends up winning this. You can write your own conclusion to the story, but unfortunately we do have to keep up with the tournaments. So Tristan Wildlaroo taking his first loss there to Gabriel Michaels, who advances to 7-0. So
that game definitely looked like it was heading in the direction of Gabriel.
Yeah,
that's for sure. So
yeah, you could have just see Tristan sitting there with Ouroboros going,
How do I beat that card? I should be playing that card. Yeah.
Anyway, friends, we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have round number 8 here for you. So don't go anywhere. the coverage of the Regional Championship here in Portland. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister bringing you the rest of the action here today. We're in round number 8. Still 2 rounds to go, this one included. So, Corey, it's getting down to the wire now, bud.
Starting to heat up. You know, this is where these players are going to be starting to lock up their day 2. This is where players are fighting for undefeated. It always gets a little tense towards this part of the day. There's no more playing around with these gamers, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Let's take a look at our standings before we jump down into the feature match area. Take a look at our undefeateds. 5 of them remain. Jeff Jiao, Curtis Lamb, Michael Bird, Gabriel Michaels, and Jake Kunig playing that sweet Elementals deck that you and I are rooting for, Corey.
None of them that are undefeated here at the 7-0s are Simic or Boroid, or is it Lessons? So Sultai Reanimator putting 2 copies in, and then 2 decks firmly in the other category, and then Airbending, you know, which had a great weekend before. So this is really kind of just telling you that, sure, we have these big decks. We have Is It Lessons and Simic or Boroid, but you can kind of do whatever you want. We got Boros Dragons in 13th place.
What?
This metagame is just awesome. I love it.
That's so sweet. I imagine that's like Clarion Conqueror and the Nova Hellkites and a whole bunch of other stuff. So
it sure is.
Yeah, maybe if,
Momo.
What? In Dragons?
Yeah, Momo into Clarion Conqueror.
Momo is a Bleemer bat guy. Actually, that's pretty sick.
It is pretty sick, right?
Okay.
Nice Badgermole Cubs.
Yep. I'm sold. All right, well, that is a look at our standings for the purse page. Let's see if we have a second page to take a look at. See if there are any of your buddies, your friends, your brothers, sisters, whatever, able to make it into day number 2 here. All of these players on this list looking pretty darn good. They've locked it up. 6 wins is what you needed to make today 2.
Absolutely. We got Zevin Foust, Aaron Baric, 2 names that I definitely recognize. Nice to see Aaron Baric back. She's a phenomenal player. Really nice stuff here so far.
Yep. So that is our top 32. We'll obviously keep you updated with our standings. Our players are getting ready down in the feature match area, but we can tell you about them and the deck lists that you are going to encounter, friendos. It is going to be Mason Buenadonna up against Noah Brandis. So we've got the Leyline deck that we saw in action a little bit up against an Ouroboros deck in the hands of Mason.
Yeah, so Mason, fresh off a top 8. I guess maybe it's not that fresh, but fresh off a top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. So is kind of trained up on the Pro Tours. And then, hey, Mason had one heck of a tournament here in Spotlight Atlanta. Ended up top 16. But scooped to 2 friends that got into the top 8. So, you know, Mason was already qualified and was like, well, sure, I don't really need this top 8. And was playing Simic Ouroboros as well. As far as big changes to the deck, I mean, there is Oko in the main deck, which is definitely a nod to Is It Lessons. And only 3 Ouroboros. So a deck that is called Simic Ouroboros, when you're starting to cut that card, it's Simic Cub now.
It's Cub.
It's Cub now.
We're just going to petition for the Cub.
Yeah.
Our players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump on down and see how many times we see Cub played in this matchup. Mason is on a Malta 5. Woo-wee. Noah finds the late line and is going to get things off to a blisteringly fast start here. Mason's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a deck that can still handle a Malta 5. You know, it is a very powerful deck. If we go Cub into Cub next turn and have 1 Nature's Rhythm as your last card, Mason's going to be still doing quite well. Plus, they're both playing 4 Quantum Riddlers, so that just means you should really be mulliganing probably more when you have Riddler in your deck. It just always forgives the mulligan here. So let's go. Let's put Oko up on the screen. This is at least the first time that I think we've seen it.
This is a PG stream. I would just like to say, someone get this man a shirt. How is it not cold all the time?
Yeah,
Oko,
that's fair.
Orwin Liege able to keep the little otter at bay for the time being. Llanowar Elves. It's a very fancy Llanowar Elves. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And I got to say, I mean, watching all of the Spotlight here in Atlanta, Spotlight the Avatar, watching Mason play this deck was just incredible. It was kind of the version 2 of Simic Ouroboros. Everyone was kind of on version 1 that was just pretty stock, playing 4 Mockingbirds, that kind of thing. Mason was the first to kind of put these toolbox cards in, a main deck Rex Sage, Keen-Eyed Curator, that kind of thing. And seeing the evolution that he brought now is really fun to watch as well.
Noah being given a problem here in the Planeswalker of Oko, so Slickshot Show Off heads off towards the Planeswalker to try and get him off the battlefield here. The longer Oko sticks around, the worse it is for everyone, as we came to know in Throne of Eldraine.
For sure not as good as that one, I'll
No,
tell you that.
Thank
but
goodness. Thank goodness.
it is really powerful. So now we have the option to flip over Oko. If we can, let's get Oko on the screen.
Oko Shadowmoor Scion.
Yeah, and flipping it to that side, it is definitely better on that side. But either way, both sides are nothing's too impressive.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, when you're able to choose a creature type, if you're playing, you know, Kindred something or other, and they're all just massive, have Vigilance and Hexproof, it's kind of good. Yeah.
Yeah. I always kind of look at the Planeswalkers with the ultimate,
Yeah.
you know, kind of excluded because, yeah, the ultimate on every Planeswalker is going to be good. It's all about the plus or minus
Sure.
to see what's up, and they're just both okay.
Little value engine, you know, great for the grindier sections of games.
Yeah.
Talking about, oh boy, a mana advantage, though. Mason certainly has plenty mana to work with here. Spider Manifestation, Badgermole Cub, Llanowar Elves, a land, and then obviously we have Oko.
Getting Loco with Oko
Yo,
here.
boy, yes.
That's the thing is Mason does not have any other cards in hand, so if Noah's able to deal with this,
Riddler.
or honestly, Noah might just have this game over right now, depending on what we have. We see full bore, so double full bore on the Slickshot
Riddlers?
Show Off.
Why not on the Riddlers?
Oh, yeah, or on the Riddler, because you have the Cell Sword. So trying to go full bore on Slickshot and then
okay.
fling it. But either way, Noah's like worst play is warp a Riddler, full bore it, and you're dealing a ton of damage here. Now remember, the Spider Manifestation does have reach, though, so that is a factor for sure.
Full bore gives trample, right?
Sure does.
Yeehaw. +3/+2, trample and haste if it were a warped friend.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big deal, especially if you can put one of the copies on Slickshot Show Off. Just having the ability to make sure if the Spider Manifestation blocks, that it's just a chump block here.
All right, so Leyline will copy that. Single target spell.
Yeah, so only tramples if it's a warp creature.
So
the Riddler has trample, the Slickshot does not, but the Slickshot is gigantic. So I wouldn't be shocked if the Spider Manifestation just has to jump in front as a chump blocker here.
And the Slickshot gets triggers for both of the copies, right?
No, only the one
one
copy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a cast trigger.
Okay.
The copies do not generate those. So, you know, like what do we got now? We got 6 + 7, 13 damage. I would not be shocked to just see Mason say, I take it. If I top deck Nature's Rhythm, maybe I can win the game.
Yeah, play to your outs.
Yep.
Because
I like that.
If Noah gets another turn, it's pretty much game over anyway. So one of them was going to Oko.
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Oko totally fine to get rid of as well. Oko is going to be a card that it's going to not get sided up fast enough in a matchup like this. Like I would imagine at least.
So what are we down to 14 there for Mason?
We shall see. Unless both of those were going at Oko to just make sure it died, that would be a little wild. But
yeah. Hey,
all
okay.
right.
All right.
I mean, if any card gets you out of things, it's going to be something devastating like the Ouroboros here.
That's a pretty good. Was that a top deck?
Definitely. He didn't have any cards in hand.
Okay.
So.
Sweet. All right. Well, these creatures are now enormous.
Yeah, big game here. And now, I mean, do you just get busy attacking?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can't win in the air, especially if there's, trample in the equation.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see. Okay, so it looks like, Mason's up 14 based on Noah's life pad there. So then it's the fact that I think Mason's biggest question is, do I leave back Spider Manifestation, or do you attack with that as well?
Because how much damage we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? It's half his life total.
Yeah, 12, I believe you've attacked with everything, right?
We can't attack with the Ouroboros, right? It just can't.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep. So, yeah, do you just want to attack with the Manifestation or leave it back? You're pretty much presenting lethal next turn, whether you leave it back or you just attack with Cub, Llanowar Elf, and Forest. So, but Mason running the numbers here, deciding how much that he wants to risk.
Because he's at an effective 17 if he leaves the Spider Manifestation back to block a flyer.
Yeah, it's just so hard to like figure out exactly what you're at up against the Izzet Leyline deck because with a Leyline in play, you just can die in so many different ways.
So just getting in there for 7, down to 13. Goes Noah. These creatures are going to be massive next turn.
Yep, and
So
now we'll see if there is a turn. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if there is a turn.
Well, Leyline off the top has
that's
to be the
not what
worst.
You want to see? Boo.
And now with just the Cell Sword, it doesn't look like it's there right now to me. It looks like this Mold to 5 and a top deck Space Snake here. It's going to do some damage.
Excuse me, it's a plant worm.
Excuse me, yep.
I like Space Snake, though.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, warping a Riddler, hoping to top deck full bore,
Yeah.
maybe that's something. I don't even know if that's enough.
Otherwise, what? You got the little otter there, put counters on things.
Maybe Riddler to top deck into Impolite Entrance that then top decks into a removal spell. Like, we might be looking for that kind of, you know, Hail Mary type
I think
type
you're
of
just
effect.
asking for too much. Listen, you can have one more one time, okay?
Okay. Yeah, either way, kind of wild that off the mulligan here from Mason. On the draw, this game is still looking very much in his favor.
I have a question about the interaction here between Leyline and the Grove's Bounty, the adventure. It says distribute X 1/1 counters among any number of target creatures you control. If you only target one thing, does that still read as a one target? Or
I would assume, yeah. I would assume that would mean you can copy that, and if you target two things with then you can't. That's my understanding with it, but of course the old elusive otter Leyline of Resonance interaction is not necessarily one that we see a lot of, but yeah.
I'm curious about that. Noah would know best.
Yeah, either way, even if you just play that right now for X equals 1, you get to copy it.
Yeah.
Like, you're not doing a lot, and then the Cell Sword does do a little bit extra damage, but either way, it doesn't seem like it is even close to 14.
Especially not with a blocker left back. Come on, just YOLO off the top of the deck. Let's see. Let's go, Riddler. Let's go.
Yeah, when you're 6-1 here at a large tournament, maybe haven't been here that often. Definitely talking more on Noah's side, maybe a more relatively unknown. Mason in this spot plenty of times, makes his plays just like this is any other match because, well, it kind of is. Mason has played a lot of high-stakes matches, even in the last couple, months.
Yep.
Since Edge of Eternity, where he made the top 8 with Amulet Titan. And I talked to Mason before Spotlight Atlanta. It's just like, yeah, they let me play Amulet Titan in Standard too. This is great.
Oh, boy, that's hilarious.
Yep.
So didn't find what he was looking for, did Noah. He's going to have to hurry up his pace of play maybe just a little bit here, just to make sure that we can get all 3 games in between these 2 players. And now it does look like we're going to blow up our Quantum Riddler to take care of the Orboroid. Pretty good. That's a good call, I'd say.
Yeah, great play. I like that better than trying to try to win the game out of nowhere type thing because, well, you can this battlefield is pretty controlled without Orboroid on it.
Yeah.
So now it's just the question, Noah's like, do I attack into your Spider Manifestation or not?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 damage without anything added. So no, Noah's not interested. He's going to leave his critters back. Now these guys, they're not the best when it comes to blocking because without any mana up, they're not trading with anything.
Nope, bad blockers for sure. Noah's just looking to survive and hope that we can find some pump spells off the top. So I would not be too shocked that this is just, all right, I'll take it. Take 7, go to 8. And with Mason not playing anything pre-combat, you just got to assume it's an elf, land, one of the non-impactful top decks. Not a Nature's Rhythm, anything like that, I would imagine.
Your math is bad, friend.
Yeah?
Take 7, go to 6.
7, go to 6? What did I say?
7, go to 8.
All right.
I was like, that's not how that works. It's all right, though. You don't need to keep track. The players do. So down to 6 now. Can Noah find anything useful off the top of the library here? We did see an Emberheart Challenger. That is a way to dig through the top of the library, but without any like extra mana generation. Nothing really happening here.
Yeah, just drew a starting town off the top. That has to be a pretty horrible draw.
Yeah, definitely not the first 3 turns of the game, so that's entering tapped.
Yeah, either way, Noah's draw just kind of did not pan out, even though it looked like he was really far ahead early on. But
I mean, is there any decision he could have made differently? Not really, right?
Didn't seem like it, but always tough to, you know, see exactly what they should have done if you don't see their hand every step of the way.
For sure. So now we're going to see Grove's Bounty targeting the Slick Shot Show-Off, getting copied onto the Otter.
Yep, so there we go. We got our answer there. The single target does still do the copying and then plays the Elusive Otter as well. So as much shields up as possible from Noah. And, hey, making a 2-2 and a 2-3 actually it almost completely bricks Mason's board. So
yeah, this is better.
Yeah, now Mason needs a top deck here.
I don't think he got it based off this body language.
I would think so as well. Because an attack all out is only getting in 3 damage. So Noah's at an effective 2 right now. But also has a ton of mana to work with.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, we have 10 mana. Looks like it's a Botanical Sanctum in hand, though.
There is the option to level up the bounty, or excuse me, level the talents and get that full boar back.
Yeah.
That could be the game-ending line here for Noah. So
for sure.
Mason's just saying, screw it. Here we go. You deal with it.
Yep, and this is saying, well, no matter what, you have to put a blocker on 3 different creatures. And there's 2 3/3s getting in there that no matter what, there's no clean block there for Noah, as, you know, you just don't have a 3/4 or anything like that.
Yeah.
So now it's what do these blocks look like? Slick Shot Show-Off on the 2/2 Llanowar Elf is probably where I start because I want that creature alive.
Need that to start. The others are chumpers.
Yeah, and then it's just how can I stay alive, which I think it would be 2/2 Otter to either... No, 2/2 Otter to the Forest, and then you have to chump block one of the other creatures go to 1.
Jeez.
Not great, for sure.
It's not a fun spot to be in.
But I think it is the best block. So I agree with Noah. And then it's time to top deck some pump spells for Slick Shot off the top.
Because what, all you had in hand was Emberheart Challenger and the Leyline?
Emberheart Challenger, Leyline. If those were the last 2 cards, that's definitely the last 2 in hand. Yep, you are right. But, I mean, 1 full bore off the top or whatever is maybe just GG here.
Yeah, especially if you're able to get the mouse out and target it and get something off the top of the library. You know, that's a really good spot for Noah to be in. But, you know, first, just got to make sure I don't accidentally let 5 damage through.
Looks like going to conserve a little bit more life, go for a double chump block instead of trying to deal with the Forest. Sure. I would think I like the Otter on the Forest more and going to 1 instead of 2, but I think it's relatively close.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, is there much of a difference between 2 and 1? It's the last life point that matters.
Yep. Now I guess what that says is you can put 2 blockers in play from Noah and you can survive 1 more combat. So if we find another creature we can play.
All right, top of the deck. Ah, that's not
that
what you want to see.
That can't be a good one. When you're at
worst land.
I mean, Noah's last 3 draws were Leyline of Resonance, where you couldn't cast it, Starting Town, which came into play tapped, and now Multiversal Passage when you're at 2. So
you know what? I would have just played the land and been like, yeah, I paid the 2.
Yeah. This, those were some horrendous top decks here from Noah.
Man.
But hey, you know what Mason did in this game? Even though Mason mulled to 5, put himself in a position to win.
Hell yeah.
If Noah's hand was bad. Noah's hand was bad, and Mason was able to capitalize off of it. Those are the type of games where, you know, the really strong players will still win because they put themselves in a position to win.
Absolutely. So great play there by Mason to come back from behind. Take a look now at the sideboards. We'll start with Noah. Boomerang Basics, Pyroclasm, Stuck Up, Abrade, Disdainful Stroke, Fire Magic, Into the Floodmoor, Spell Snare, Turn Inside Out, I like that one, Soul Guide Lantern, and a Thundering Falls.
I like the Spell Snares. It is a Cub deck, so I think bringing those in is going to be very interesting. And it's also going to be interesting how much Mason walks into Spell Snare. So Spell Snare is an incredible card when you're just like on the draw, your opponent goes turn 2, 2-drop, and you're able to Spell Snare, untap, and play a 2-drop. When your opponent's like, okay, I could either play this 2-drop, or I could play a 3-drop off my Llanowar, and if they make that decision, sometimes your Spell Snares look horrendous. So I'm still bringing them in. I like Into the Floodmaw as well. Fire Magic looks good, as well as Pyroclasm. You can even consider a Braid to just do anything you can to kill Mason's creatures.
And then on Mason's side of things, we've got a Keen-Eyed Curator, Surak, Elusive Hunter, 2 Wistfulness, Disdainful Stroke, Into the Floodmoor, 2 Paw Patch Formation, a Spider Sense, Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 Mulstrider's Resolves, Unable to Scream, and Bossing Save.
I think Wistfulness looks pretty good, being able to deal with Leyline if it comes down. That seems very important. Paw Patch Formation seems awesome, dealing with either Slickshot Show-Off or the Leylines. Maelstrom's Resolve seems totally fine to me, as well as Unable to Scream. I think shutting down creatures and dealing with enchantments is going to be the name of the game.
Absolutely. Friends, if you would like to stay up to date with all the latest news in and around Magic, the competitive scene, or just any fun events that you'd like to go and take part in, sign up for the newsletter. You can do that on starcitygames.com/newsletter. You get all the latest information about the new sets like Lord Eclipsed, all the different sales that are on, and the upcoming events, which is Milwaukee in February 20th to 22nd.
Yeah, gotta love the newsletter. I've been subscribed for a long time, keeping yourself up to date on all this kind of stuff, everything having to do with, well, the game that we all love.
Hell yeah.
It's the spot to be.
So definitely go sign up for that as our players consult deck lists, sideboards, whatnot. We'll see if there's any other feature match we can go and peek in on. Both players in this match, 6-1. Let's jump over to one of our other tables. See who we got there. Michael Bird, Ban Airbending up against Evan Vetter on Jeskai Control. Hey, I was wondering when we were going to see a Jeskai Control.
So one of our only banned airbending player that is undefeated here, and the deck has still looked really great to me so far. So yeah, really nice stuff. The Jeskai Control matchup I think used to be a lot worse before the Interdimensional Web Watch. I think that card is so good against Control that I think it kind of flipped the script a little bit.
Try to say that 10 times fast.
Interdimensional Web Watch. All right.
Go on, keep going. That was 2.
I'd screw it up around 4 for sure.
Yeah, just being able to generate card advantage in some way is it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is very strong. But that being said, it does look like Michael is a little bit short on resources this game. So kind of has to deal with what he has here. And Jeskai Control, as long as you can get the battlefield at a spot of parity, that's where the control decks really need to be.
Oh, yeah. They start taking over from that point. As we do see a pretty busy battlefield. Got Airbender Ascension off to the right there. Seam Rip took care of a Bramble Familiar, I'm guessing that was.
Yep.
Tashana's Tidebinder switched something off. I'm not sure what.
Yep. And, you know, honestly, that is the thing. Like, I thought this matchup was going to be horrific for Ban Airbending. And then last event at Spotlight the Avatar, Kai Nelson played Jeskai Control in his 2 win-ins to get in and just kind of worked the matchup. So it looked a lot better than I thought it would be.
Coil and Catch, Meringue River Regents. It's not an adventure.
Yeah, shuffle that one back in. Really cool design on Meringue River Regent.
What are they called? Omens, that's the one.
There we go.
Omens.
Yeah, cool design, I gotta say. Shuffling it back in is pretty awesome.
I like it, yeah. Personally, I like having my big dragon after I've done the initial thing it does, right?
So greedy. So greedy. Just wants to have your cake and eat it too,
Why not?
huh?
Why shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah, I suppose not putting it on an adventure and shuffling it back, it's almost like, well, it just doesn't have an adventure side, but I still like the design of it.
Yeah, no, they are cool. Target Dragonstorm was another banger set from last year.
Yeah,
so.
it really was.
Actually, last year was a pretty great year for sets.
Yeah, some really strong ones, amazing limited sets.
Yeah.
Like, I thoroughly enjoyed pretty much every single set last year. Ooh, Aang at the Crossroads there is a big game, and it looks like it resolved. If you ever get Airbender's Ascension going where you're blinking out Aang at the Crossroad, it ends up being
gross.
nasty, and we're pretty close to it.
Doc
so.
Orlock too?
Yeah.
Oh boy, we're going to just combo off here?
I mean, Airbender Ascension is going to 3 here, so if you can get one more spell on the stack, you get a free
blink.
Aang at the Crossroad blink. It's pretty good.
This is the first attack that the players have made. Or unless the light totals aren't updating, but which is very possible.
Yeah.
All right. So plenty happening at the other tables in our feature match area. In our main feature match, both players finding their opening hands.
Yeah, let's see if there's a sweeper here for Evan. If not, well, Evan's in a lot of trouble, I would imagine.
Bye-bye, birdie.
Oh, I see a ley line in hand for our main feature. That's a big game.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's jump back in there and see how game number 2 here goes.
Yeah, looks like they've taken at least one mulligan here. We'll see if there is multiples. And I mean, hey, Mason's deck, I mean, honestly, both decks don't mulligan so bad. Because, well, they both play 4 Quantum Riddlers, you know? I mean, I'm the type of player that definitely tries to lean on if it's a close keep type thing. But when you play Riddler in your deck, it definitely changes that dynamic a little bit.
And then you almost want to mulligan. It's like,
Yeah, I'm going to start at 5, actually.
Yeah, I'll just go until I find a Riddler, and then I'll catch right back up with you, friend.
So it looks like Noah is probably on a mold to 5 here. The Leyline deck, of course, it still plays Riddler, so it mulligans okay, but all-in Leyline deck usually mulligans quite poorly.
2?
I think that might be 3 Leylines.
I think it was just 2.
Okay,
2 and a Slick Shot.
Slick Shot and is that full bore
think,
and 2 lands. So it looks like you have to put back 2, and it's like, well, do I put back a second Leyline, or do I put back one of the lands and try to get lucky? Either way, I definitely agree with putting the Storm Chaser's Talon on the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, man, if this was a Malta 6, this would be a sneep.
Yeah, or, I mean, God forbid, no mulligan at all. This would be just a beautiful hand. I think that's responsible.
Responsible, but no fun for us.
But, of course, got to sneak that one in.
Yes. Here we go, kicking things off. Leyline on the board before any actions are taken. A land apiece for both players. Mason deciding which dork is hitting the board first. It's going to be Gene Pollinator.
And a little behind-the-scenes look like we are getting our Is It Elemental player ready to go for a deck tech with Nick Miller. That one's going to be really fun to watch.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited for that one.
Aha, starting down off the top. He should have sent a land back, Corey.
Exactly.
Should have sent a land back.
Got to keep the double ley line draw.
Come on, that would have been sick.
Yeah, it looked so bad, though, if you break your second land.
Oh, yeah. Then it's just, I mean, I don't know. I probably would have been a fool and done that, but he's behind. What's not to risk it for the biscuit? Come on.
On the play, keeping a 1-lander and 2 ley lines, Ailey, that would be crazy.
It's fine. What could go wrong?
Absolutely madness.
Badgermel Cub hits the board now for Mason. No reactive spells for Noah. He is all in on this bird in.
And I saw at least a Mockingbird, so I think no matter what, Mason can go Mockingbird on Badgermel Cub.
Gross.
And that's, pretty much the best draw that you can have. It's if you want to save Mockingbird to copy some other things or what other options that Mason has. Regardless, looking like a fantastic start for Mason Buonadonna.
Yeah.
Wow, and says go.
What? What's
Is that
in?
into the Floodmaw?
Maybe.
Okay, so it's Llanowar Elf, Mockingbird, into the Floodmaw land. So what this is playing around is Pyroclasm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Fair. That's fair. That's responsible.
That is responsible.
Gonna have to talk about these. Have a talk with these players.
Yeah, start risking it more.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
There you go.
Play loose. Whoa,
we
okay.
go.
2 Llanowars hit the board.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much enough information. If you're not going to Pyroclasm away Gene Pollinator, Badgermole Cub, and Forest, you probably don't have it. So I like Mason's line there of like, all right, I'll play the Llanowar Elves, still not playing Mockingbird, and still leaving open the Into the Flood Mob because, well, you know, Mason doesn't know Noah's hand. One Slick Shot Show-Off with a couple of burn spells, you can easily die even if you're at 20.
That is very, very true indeed. So.
Yeah.
Let's see if Noah's able to cobble together a one-shot kill.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, fire magic.
Drew Fire Magic, so incredible stuff.
Yowza, that is a big blowout here for Mason.
Huge draw there from Noah.
Jeez.
And Mason played around it the first turn, and guess what? It wasn't there. And Mason just drew the Spider Sense off the top.
No.
And Noah did that at the upkeep. That was wild.
Wowza.
Wow. Noah's Spider Senses were tingling
Yeah,
for sure.
they sure were. And I love how Vivi still gets his own back here. He's just like, haha, you thought you were rid of me. But now we're going to see 2 of the Slick Shot Show-Offs just chipping away for 2 points of damage. Down to 18 goes Mason. Mockingbird copying a Slick Shot Show-Off?
Yep, that's
Sure, why
not great.
I mean, it's a flyer. It blocks.
Yeah, and Mason's big problem here this game was just all accelerants, no real payoff. And in my testing with the Simic Ouroboros decks, when you have the draw where you have the accelerants, then you have just one Nature's Rhythm, that's all you really need, the deck just looks unbeatable. But when you ever draw one half and you don't draw the other, the deck is very, very, you know, average, I would say.
Yeah. All ramp, no gas.
Exactly. Or all payoffs, no early accelerations, and you're just too slow. It can happen with the Simic deck for sure. And that's kind of why some players lean towards maybe playing Lessons over it, is because Lessons is a lot more consistent.
See a block here. Mockingbird, full bore on the unblocked bird.
I imagine
that will pump up.
Yeah, I imagine that'll be full bore on both of them.
Well, yes, yeah.
But, I mean, you could just go double full bore on one of them. And looks like...
Yeah, I mean, you want to get all the damage in that you could, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Well...
Spidey sensing here. Okay, no, it resolves. So, double, full bore. So, plus 6, 7, 8 on that bird.
Yeah, and it doesn't give trample, so putting it on the unblocked one makes sense. Plus, the Mockingbird will still... lose in combat here to the Slick Shot Show-Off. But this is one way to have it so the Mockingbird will trade with Slick Shot Show-Off and you bounce the other one. So
great play
great
there from
exchange.
Mason. And it's as if nothing happened.
Yep, and plot it again and try again.
That was sweet. Spider Manifestation. Hey, a way to catch a bird.
And now with just the Spider Sense in hand, you're able to counter a little bit of a spell from Noah. You can counter, you know, if you double it, you get to counter 1/2, which is not great.
Leyline decks are so sweet in that regard, you know. It's like, okay, cool, you counter my initial spell, but I still get the copy.
Yeah, and there's another Leyline off the top. Man, Noah's top of his deck has just been so bad.
Rude.
Yeah, so mean to him.
All right, we've got Spidey Sense, and what's it, Meldstride is resolved?
Looks like it, and that shows the nice restraint from Noah not just casting the Slick Shot Show-Off. I thought maybe it's time to just cast it, but it would have worked out much more poorly if he would have. Ooh, that is really nice.
What do you find?
I believe we found the Impolite Entrance.
Oh,
so
nice.
that is actually Ancestral Recall right now with 2 ley lines.
Yeah, you're right.
Plus Trample.
Yeah. Okay, Mason, do you want to respond?
And it's not great. The Spidey Sense can counter one of them. And the Resolve, of course, not able to interact in any profitable way.
Not at this point. I
like this. targeting the spider manifestation for the copies just so there's no kind of blowout scenario, aka if Slickshot Show Off were to get bounced. That's really nice play there from Noah. It wasn't there anyways, so it didn't matter too much. But now, this looks like GG here as long as Noah goes for it. We see a turn inside out, which is 3 turn inside out. And then there is the Callous Sellsword to finish this game off. I guess that one can be countered. But I think this turn inside out alone is probably enough.
Turn inside out doubled is just gross.
How about tripled?
Wow. Yeah, true.
So that is already 5 power. Now it's going to 7 power. Plus 9, that's 16 power. So it's going to trample over for 14 as it stands.
Ooh-wee.
And then the Spider Sense will counter the Sellsword, so it looks like this is not over this second. And then Noah will get to triple manifest.
That's pretty gross.
Is indeed gross. And I just don't think there's anything Mason can really do about this right now. And Spider Sense just has not looked great, but the one thing it would have looked great on is to counter... oh, wait, that tramples, though.
Yeah, the trample will kill him, won't it?
Yeah, I would think trample is exactly 16 now. Maybe I would have missed.
Did we math wrong?
I must have mathed wrong.
Down to 3, 13?
Down to 3, okay.
Turn inside out plus 3. Yeah?
Yeah.
3, 6, 9.
And there it is.
That's going to do it for game number 2 here. Noah picking up a win, courtesy of the Callous Sellsword and Burning Together. Game number 3 incoming here. Let's see which of our players can improve their record to 7-1. Any sideboard changes you want to see made here?
Not any big sideboard changes, but it seems like just whatever player molds to 5, that's the one that takes it down. So I think that's the key to victory so far.
Just be like, okay, I'm just mulliganing. I'm just going to send these two cards away.
Now, this is a matchup where you are just very much sideboarding in a certain way, dealing with creatures from both sides. So I wouldn't expect too much play draw differences, except maybe Mason would take out the counter spells and just be a little bit more all in on the play, but I could still see leaving in a couple Spider Senses as well.
Friends, the latest set has released. It's available, Lorwyn Eclipsed. It's an absolute banger of a set. Be sure to go and check it out. Go and get your orders in starcitygames.com/MTGECL. The Commander decks, also pretty sweet. Corey, you had a chance to play them?
I did, yeah.
Which one do you like most?
I mean, that Ashling the Limitless is incredibly powerful.
Yes.
That card
Yes,
is not real.
Imagine if that wasn't standard. Ew.
Our Izzet Elemental player would be, the powers would be limitless, that's for sure.
Over the moon. But yeah, super sweet sets. Plenty of, old school flavor if you played Magic. How many years ago was this released?
17 years ago.
Years ago.
Yeah, my very first Pro Tour in Hollywood in 08, I played Bitter Blossom in that deck. I got to play... which was Ancestral Recall at home at the time, the one that suspends. Now I'm already forgetting.
Bitter Blossom?
No, the Ancestral Recall.
Ancestral Visions?
Ancestral Visions, yeah.
Is that the right thing? I don't know.
I believe you're right, yeah. I got to play that. I got to play Bitter Blossom, Cryptic Command, Spell Stutter Strike. I mean, my deck was awesome. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, I had to have a parent or a guardian with me to be able to just attend that Pro Tour. That's how young I was. So.
Little baby Corey.
Pretty much, yeah.
So that is the latest set that's available, friends. Go check it out. It's really, really sweet. I think it's probably my favorite set of the year. And I don't even know what is in the rest of the year, honestly.
I was going to say, there's only been one set so far, so it's everyone's favorite set of the year.
Hell yeah. This is true. Looks like we got a mulligan here for Noah. Mason sitting pretty with his draw, so let's see what we got.
These are definitely two decks that mulligan pretty aggressively, but
yeah,
I gotta say, they've definitely taken that to heart. ship back a lot of hands.
Can't blame him. I mean, it hasn't worked out poorly for the person going down to 5, like you said. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Mason also taking a look at another hand here.
Oof, another mulligan there from Noah. I'm not sure if they're down to 5 already.
Could well be. Mason looks happy, so.
Mason's always pretty happy.
He's a pretty chill guy, huh?
Yeah, super chill, but just an incredibly powerful Magic player, you know? Just probably the person that impressed me the most out of Spotlight, the Avatar here a couple weekends ago, and didn't even make top 8, but just really was playing some clean Magic all the way around. So it was a really fun one. Go back and check that one out if you missed it.
I did miss it, so I will go do that.
You gotta. You gotta. It was great.
You got a hand you can keep? Are there any lands in there?
There's one with a couple of spell snares and just
spell snares in a dream.
Spell snares in a dream. At least you're on the draw, so you can find some more cards.
Yowza.
And that's the Otter. It's not even the Quantum Riddler in the back. That hand is bad, I will definitely say.
Okay, well, let's see.
All right, looks like that is a hand of 6, though. So if we don't find like a untapped blue source, shocking in a multiversal passage and passing the turn on blue feels bad. That is huge.
Vance got there.
Now Noah's double spell snare draw actually could come into play here. So yeah, a huge top deck there from Noah. Now we got ourselves a game.
Alrighty. Mason Bonadonna plays the second land. Let's see. Botanical Sanctum into what?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's going to counter it, I imagine.
You got to just think like,
No.
This was Mason just saying like, okay, I probably think you have a spell snare, but can I even play around it?
Yeah.
And I think you'd kind of have to just play into it.
Get it out of the hands. Don't be afraid of the counter spells. Make them use it.
Yeah.
Clear the way for the next thing you can play. Oh, did we drop something on the floor?
I'm not sure. But looks like Noah is just holding up the other spell snare. I love that instead of trying to like plot a slick shot show off. Now it's kind of disguised. Like it's not super obvious that there's another spell snare. So you very well might see Mason lead with a Badgermole Cub, which you would totally do into this battlefield if you knew your opponent didn't have a spell snare, but looks like he has it too.
As he sussed it out, that is the second copy of Badgermole Cub in hand. Couple of lands to the left there, I believe.
Yeah, or do you play Quantum Riddler here?
Yeah.
It's too tempting, and man, Spell Snare, putting 2 Cubs to the yard is just gigantic.
Man, all right, so this terrible hand might work out pretty well here for Noah. Oh, okay, Fire Magic, turn inside out. We have that Multiversal Passage as well, which was the first land, the only land in hand, and he's drawn 2.
Yeah, Noah's hand was a bit of a sketchy keep, but has just been awesome off the top, so
all right, maybe the deck is playing nicely with him now.
Seems like it. Now it's a question, does Noah just jam this Slick Shot show off into play?
Yes. Turn things sideways.
It's like, that one's not free.
That one's not free. I love that. Here, I'll help you with those. Multiversal Passage. That's going to be a good sign for Mason. He's like, okay, you didn't shock that in, so you're not going to get me again.
Yeah, have a third Spell Snare or whatever.
Is there a third Cub, though? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think we have 2 Spider Sense, 1 Patchwork from Formation, and then 1 Riddler. So this definitely feels like for Mason at least. Oh, that's awesome.
Sick. I love that.
I was just going to say next turn getting a Riddler into play and playing defense, but this looks much better.
Countered his own warp ability.
Yep.
That's cool. I haven't actually seen that done yet.
Yeah, me neither. That is a way of kind of cheating in your Quantum Riddler, and it looks pretty good right now. But now these 2 coming in and then turn inside out to be able to, you know, deal with the Riddler if it gets blocked. And Mason said no blocks.
Sometimes it's safer to say no blocks.
Yeah. Mason is trying to get a situation going where you can leave up Quantum Riddler, block, and then have a counter spell for whatever is going to happen. And, you know, the fact that Mason just snapped off no blocks there really shows the understanding of what's important.
Absolutely. Double Land War Elves hits the board here now for Mason.
This is huge. So now, no matter what, Mason is going to fire off the Paw Patch formation at end step because, well, then Mason will be down to 1 card. Riddler will draw 2. That's a big game.
Okay. Fire magic on the stack here, it looks like, for Noah.
Yeah.
Wants to try and kill these little one-ones.
Yep, totally fine. And I would think Mason is just like, yeah, no problem. Had the ability to Spider Sense this, but just recognizes, hey, these creatures are coming in. Now I'm going to block a Slick Shot Show Off. If you go to pump it, in response, I Paw Patch formation it. And now Noah's facial expression says it all. I'll be like, uh-oh, what have I walked into? And this is just, once again, Mason playing beautifully into this. Now not only are you going to get to kill a Slick Shot Show Off, but then you're going to get to draw 2. And if Noah didn't go for it, you still just get to kill it at end step. So
nice. Sweet. Sweet play here.
Masterfully played there from Mason Buonadonna.
Absolutely. Ends up taking, what, 3, 4?
8.
8?
I think 8, right? Because we had the fire magic plus that. Double prowess on the otter. Yeah. So still a big hit, but whatever. Mason's just going to say, all right, untap, draw 2. I have a counter spell, go.
Love it. We love to draw 2 for your draw step.
Ooh, okay. So Spider Manifestation, Gene Pollinator. So Mason has the choice right now. Play Gene Pollinator and attack. And then you can still web sling in.
Yeah.
If you need to counter it. I love this play.
Sweet.
Because now you're still putting yourself in a position where no matter what, Mason's going to draw 2 in the draw step again. And you can still block with Spider Manifestation onto the Slick Shot Show Off.
Yep.
And if things get hairy, where you
Spider
really
sense.
got to do something, you can bounce your own Riddler, even though Mason would love to not do that right now.
What, you don't want to draw 2 more cards?
You're already gonna in your draw step.
I know, but you can get even more cards.
Yeah, I mean, Mason would be a lot happier with just your opponent plays Leyline and
Leyline
does
prowess
this.
does trigger, though, so okay. Sure. So just stepping back there a little bit hasty for Noah.
Yeah.
Gotta declare where you're going.
Yep, so I think Spider Manifestation into Slick Shot Show Off as a blocker looks perfectly fine to me. And now Mason's just thinking, okay, how does this game look if I lose? And it's usually some kind of combination of Callous Sellsword doing the burn together aspect. So I would think all those roads would lead me to wanting to trade my Spider Manifestation for the Slick Shot.
Yeah, that's the biggest threat on the board right now. The little otter is just, it's cute.
Yeah, you could chump the otter too, but wow, that's surprising.
So taking
to me.
3 then, going down to 3?
I don't see why. Okay.
Wouldn't it have traded with the?
It would have, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely playing around something else here.
Cup.
And now you just hold back Quantum Riddler basically forever. Keep drawing 2 cards. Hold up that counter spell.
Yep.
You can attack with a Gene Pollinator if you really want.
Gene on the land getting in there.
Yep, and you can attack with both too because you can web sling back a land or a Pollinator and still counter something. So there is the Sellsword, I believe.
Ooh, well.
And now, is there anything to back it up?
Spider Sense counters the burn together off the Callous Sellsword, so protecting himself.
And yeah, that is brutal.
And he attacked with it anyway? Wait, how did that, what happened there? Did he have to sacrifice it regardless?
I'm not sure there on that. So it's the deal damage you get to counter.
Oh.
So you let the sacrifice, you just counter the actual dealing of the damage.
2 separate things, yes.
Yeah.
Then sacrifice it.
Brutal.
Insult to injury, pretty much.
Yeah, no kidding.
Unable to scream makes Sellsword just a little 1/1.
A 1/3.
Sure.
It's a nice blocker right now, that's for sure. And a multiversal passage off the top isn't going to be great for Noah. This has been a crazy game 3.
It has been, huh? There's been a lot going on here.
Yep.
So many weird little interactions.
And I mean, the creature can still attack.
Yeah.
That has Unable to Scream on it.
Yes.
So this toy can still get busy.
Where did it get the counter from?
I'm not sure. Oh, when it enters, yeah. From the ability on itself.
Oh, yes.
Yep. If a creature died.
Right, fair.
Which it helped die, that's for sure.
It doesn't get cost all that often,
Yeah,
so
exactly,
forgive us for not
exactly.
knowing what the heck it does when it actually gets here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay.
Big thinks, and now...
Big thanks and math time, yeah.
I mean, we are getting to the spot of the clock now, too, so 3 minutes left.
Well, this game's going to be over real soon.
I would think so regardless, but so far Quantum Riddler has drawn an extra, 8 cards.
Insanely good creature.
It has been phenomenal. And, I mean, we got to look back at this game. This was a game where 2 Badger Mole Cubs got double spell snared, but that's the nice thing about this Simic deck is, sure, if your opponent deals with all your threats on a one-for-one basis, Quantum Riddler comes in to just clean up the game, and
Absolutely.
now you find Nature's Rhythm, and you get to just do some absolutely nasty things here.
What are we going to fetch?
I would think Badger Mole Cub number 2, and then that combined gets Craterhoof Behemoth, and you win the game. That's what I would do, but...
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Seems good.
And now it's just...
That seems greedy, honestly.
It's just trying to do the math if you can do such a thing, because you tap your Riddler to reduce the cost by 4. I think that Breeding Pool should be untapped.
The land?
Yeah, the one with the
counter on.
Yeah, unless they're just doing this for 4 for Ouroboros, which would probably be enough as well. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, for 4 for Ouroboros, put your counters on everything, attack with the team is 7 damage as well.
There you
So
go.
that'll do it.
Alrighty, that's going to do it. Mason Bonadonna piloting this deck excellently. Some really, really sweet plays here from Mason.
Yeah.
And kudos to Noah as well. That was a sick matchup to watch.
That was a really sick matchup. I think, all the games were pretty close.
Yeah.
The players that won the first 2 mulled to 5, and then that last game was just a scrappy Quantum Riddler game where Spellsnare actually looked amazing for the Cubs.
It was great, but then Quantum Riddler just flipped the script entirely.
Exactly. And the fact that Quantum Riddler, when you warp it, it doesn't get spell snared, so you can't really, spell snare that aspect of it. Turns out Quantum Riddler's a good card.
It is a very, very good card, friends. So, yeah, if you didn't pick up any Edge of Eternities, go do that because that set was also really good.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to jump into another matchup, I believe. Oh, no, we are actually going to head to a break because we have one more round to bring you, and we're going to get right back into that as soon as we're back. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship, coming to you from Portland, Oregon. I'm Ailey, that's Corey. You know us by now, you're probably sick of us too. We have one more round to get through, friends, so let's do it. Let's see who ends the day undefeated, Corey.
Yeah, it looks like we're either going to have 1 or 2 undefeated players. I think we have 3 going into the standings here, and no, looks like we are just going to have 1 truly undefeated player. If you count the draw, we could have some more. So, yeah, going to be a really exciting matchup.
Sweet.
That if you would have said to me at the beginning, you know, like this is going to be our undefeated matchup and it's a Simic Omniscience deck against Sultai Reanimator,
I would have laughed you off the stage.
I would have laughed off the stage as well. So pretty wild there. And oh no, our Elemental player took a loss down to 15th place. But still pretty awesome stuff. But one big picture I will look at here is I see one Is It Lessons deck. I see a heck of a lot more Simic Ouroboros deck.
Yeah.
So maybe Is It Lessons?
I think the Space Snake, as you called it, is proving its dominance here.
It's doing some good stuff. Let's take a look at the second page, see if there's any other big surprises here. All these players, though, of course, are having a fantastic weekend. 6-1-1 here, all the way out the bottom. Still looking really good. And here's a couple more lessons. There's 3 more lessons on this stage, so still probably having a fine weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see, you know, as the round ends up, you know, we'll be able to analyze all the data and pull a Frank Carson and be like, yeah, this is how they converted into day 2. So
Nick's already running the numbers. So
who is actually the most successful archetype here this weekend? We'll be able to tell you that tomorrow morning, probably.
Yep, and one other player I want to give a call out here is 20th place. There's Zevin Foust playing a Zorius Flash. That deck looked really cool as well, and then we see someone who we just saw in the last round play masterfully, Mason Buonadonna here in 19th place as well. So some great players at the tippy top.
Hell yeah, plenty of great players to follow along with here. Our feature match, though, is going to be our undefeated players, and these lists are pretty darn sweet. So if we can take a look at them, we will do so. But it is going to be Jeff Jiao up against Curtis Lamb. Let's take a look at Curtis's list here first. Sultai Reanimator, what's this deck doing, Corey?
Yeah, this is just trying to get your Bringer of the Last Gift into the graveyard and then cast Superior Spider-Man to be able to, well, copy it. Then you actually get the Bringer back as well. You stack the triggers in the correct way, where you get the Bringer back. Your opponent loses all their creatures, kind of a living end / living death type of spell here, however far back you want to go is with your references. But some of the new stuff we have here, the Requiting Hex there, a new Fatal Push aspect there, as well as some of our new Elemental Incarnations and the JED special Formidable Speaker here. So Reanimator deck well and truly in action, but playing 7 of the new Elementals. So the one interaction I want to point out that might not be as obvious is when you do have either your Wistfulness or your Deceit here in the graveyard, if you cast Superior Spider-Man with the mana spent, the correct mana, you do get the abilities if you copy one of those Elemental Incarnations. So maybe not the most obvious interaction here, but it's a really nice one in this list.
Sweet. So powerful.
Yeah, it's a good plan B. Like, you still want to be, you know, casting and copying Bringer of the Last Gift, but if you can't and you just get a 4 mana Wistfulness that you get the abilities, that seems great.
I mean, I'm not going to complain about that.
I won't.
Anything with a powerful enters effect, you are more than happy to copy with Superior Spider-Man.
Yep.
If we can, we'll take a look now at Jeff Jiao's list. Simic Omniscience. This deck, we haven't seen too much on camera, but what's it trying to do?
Yeah, we haven't seen much of this at all. This is a deck that is, well, once again, using Formidable Speakers. The 2 undefeated players has a little JED aspect of it. You know, John Emmanuel Duprat is watching and is like, let's go. But you're trying to find Kona Rescue Beastie here, trying to tap it with one of these planet lands. Turn it sideways, so then you go to your post-combat, and then you get to put a spell into play for free. It's Omniscience that you want to put into play for free, and then if you have something like, you know, a Roiling Dragonstorm or 2, plus 1 Meringue River Regent, you kind of get to go through your whole deck. Eventually, you put Terror of the Peaks into play, and you will kill your opponent pretty easily. Also gets to play Lost in the Maze, which is a pretty cool interaction, where you flash that into play at end step on your turn 3, and then you play Kona, tap it. it's unable to be targeted because that ability is not interactable, and then you play Omniscience, and your opponent really can't do anything about it. A hilarious sideboard as well.
Yeah,
Just
it's great.
4 Spell Snare, 4 Spell Pierce, 4 Essence Scatter, 3 Soul Guide Lantern. I love it.
Simple yet effective. Our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's get on down there and see who remains undefeated here at our regional championship. So let's go. Jeff Jiao up at the top of your screen, playing the Omniscience list.
Yeah.
Curtis Lamb down at the bottom.
It's going to be an interesting matchup. I got to give the advantage to the Omniscience deck, I would think. But this isn't exactly a matchup that we see a lot of. So, you know, I could really see it going either way. And just impressive work here from both players to be at an undefeated record no matter what.
Sometimes the Sultai Reanimator deck is playing a copy of Terror of the Peaks, but that's found its way into the other list. So that's something that, you know, Curtis has to be a little careful of. Make sure that that's not in the graveyard before you send it off.
Yeah, it looks like these Sultai Reanimator decks are definitely trying to just be, hey, a deck where I'm going to bring back a bunch of stuff most of the time against a lot of aggro decks. That's going to be too much to come back from anyways. But there are certain matchups where not winning the turn you do the thing can be a big problem. So
Dispelling Exile, taking care of a JED. Formidable Speaker hits the graveyard, so Curtis Lamb unable to fetch up his combo. Does he have the Bringer in hand? Let's see if we can spy it.
Yeah, the Formidable Speaker is a very important card for Sultai Reanimator, and it's like a perfect card.
Oh,
if you have that Bringer in your hand, you get to discard it and get Superior Spider-Man. I mean, it kind of does it all in that aspect.
Rolling Dragonstorm now. Nice little piece of card advantage here for Jeff.
And I see Kona in hand. I don't necessarily see the planet or anything to be able to turn it sideways, but
I did see a Vendo in his hand.
okay,
he has
perfect.
Haven, yeah.
So we could be ready to win the game next turn already.
I would like to see that.
Yeah,
please.
that'd be impressive.
Turn passes back to Curtis now. So Evendo Waking Haven. Such pretty lands too.
Yeah.
Oh man, the lands in that set were just chef's kiss.
They were gorgeous, that's for sure. Especially the full art lands and stuff. Full art lands and space just seem to go together.
So good.
So one thing I do want to point out is I think both of these decks right now, one thing that they have in common is they seem like they go way over the top of spot removal from the Is It Lessons deck. You know, Sultai Reanimator, we saw Ken make the top 8 of it, didn't end up beating Lessons in the end, but, you know, all the Lessons players were very much saying, hey, I don't want to play against the Reanimator deck. And, you know, this Simic Omniscience deck, I just picture my opponent having Firebending Lessons and, you know, all these kind of small removal spells. And what Simic Omniscience is doing is way over the top of that deck as well. So I would imagine both of these decks have a good Lesson matchup.
Well, I can tell you that Jeff has not faced Lessons just yet. Curtis faced one Lessons player in round 2.
Okay. Well, clearly beat it.
All the others, yep.
Clearly beat it. But, yeah, interesting. I could, of course, be wrong on that as well.
I mean, doubtless they will play Lessons players tomorrow.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely. But once again, like, you look at the metagame and you see that Lessons is the most played deck, but it's the most played deck at like 16%. If you do the math based on your 9 rounds, you're going to play it like 1 or 2 times. And that just all points to Standard just being a great format right now.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
So there's Cavern. You could play an uncounterable Kona, tap it, and then you just think, okay, what kind of interaction could Curtis possibly have? And there are plenty. You know, you just have the ability to have one of your 3 bitter triumphs, and that is it. But now it's just, do you want to play into what could be a, you know, kind of obvious bitter triumph? We're going to find out.
Kona Rescue Beastie hits the board. Does Curtis have a response? Otherwise, Evendo is going to station up.
Yep. It's like, may I enter my second main phase, pretty please?
Yeah. Pretty much.
And I don't think Curtis has it.
I don't think so.
And
Do
now
we have Omniscience?
Even if you don't, even if you just get to like play a Meringue River region, I mean, that's not that good,
well,
but
it bounces the Dragon Storm, right?
yeah, definitely does that.
Yeah, but then you really want the omniscience.
Yes, definitely. May put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield.
Oh, Terror of the Peaks is in hand.
Yeah, there's a red card. It can only be one thing, but very clearly not an omniscience. Otherwise, you're kind of windmill slamming that.
Yeah.
And the one thing is, Curtis doesn't have the bringer in the yard, so you don't have to like really be that afraid of your opponent doing the thing.
Yeah.
They haven't put you in essentially check yet. When that's in the graveyard, at any point, you could expect all your creatures to go away. So.
Yeah. All right, so just Meringue River Regent hitting the board there. Didn't bounce anything.
Nope, just 10 power. Solid play, but yeah, no omniscience to really get it going. It is interesting because you could just play Terror of the Peaks as well.
Nah.
Yeah, whatever.
Terror's the exclamation mark at the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, though.
I think no
Ooh,
matter
deceit.
what, whether you play Terror or Meringue River region, it's not lethal next turn. So taking a peek at the hand.
2 Dragon Storms. We've got Terror, another Meringue River Regent. And then the Lost in the Maze. You mentioned there's some cool little interactions with that.
And it is just discarding the card, so getting it into the graveyard, no exile. And that's the thing is, if you make your opponent discard Terror of the Peaks, it might not work out too well for you if you do the bringer of the last gift type thing. Might be the last gift you get.
Yeah. Especially with the power of the creatures that Jeff has in the deck. You definitely don't want Terror of the Peaks to be in the equation.
Yeah. So now it looks like Kona could very well be getting another interaction, which means Curtis would take a total of 10. And yeah, tough to see what you want to take here. Looks like we're taking the
Lost in
maze.
the maze, yep. And that hand is pretty rough as well. We got Arden in hand, I saw.
Yeah, looks like we're probably going for Awaken the Honored Dead. That would be pretty face up here. And now, the Curtis just has to deal with the one Meringue River Regent. And that looks pretty reasonable to me.
Just the one.
The one thing that Jeff can do that's pretty nice is going Rolling Dragonstorm and just putting that Terror of the Peak into the graveyard. Then if you do start bringing things back, be like, well, you're going to take 12. So that is the one way to kind of fight back against this Reanimator deck. It's just put some good creatures in your yard.
As soon as I saw that Terror of the Peaks, I was like, oh, that could be a problem.
That really could. Terror of the Peaks is never not a problem. Let's get real.
It's such a good card.
Very powerful.
But if you're playing Dragons in Commander, you don't have to put it in every single deck, okay? You don't have to go and tutor it up every time either, please. Second copy of Vivendo is getting binned.
Interesting to not put the Terror into the yard. Because it's pretty tough to cast.
Terror?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's
from
almost impossible.
Jeff's side. Yeah, it's not fully impossible, but it is tough. Do have caverns.
Yeah. But yeah, that's not a card he came here to cast. He wants to he's playing that for free.
The one thing that's kind of nice with the interaction with Formidable Speaker is even one red source is 2 red sources.
True.
As you can just untap it.
Yeah. Good point.
Or of course the easier way, Kona and putting it into play, but still.
We would like to do that, but Jeff could be thinking about that in a future turn. But for now, what's he got?
So now we're stocking up, and if Curtis does go like Awaken the Honored Dead mills over a bringer of the last gift, all of a sudden you're going to be kind of kicking yourself that you didn't discard the Terror of the Peak, but looks like we haven't seen it so far.
Faded it this time once again. Bookworm and Formidable Speaker in the yard alongside Requiting Hex.
Requiting Hex, definitely going to be a card we're going to be siding out here.
But why?
It has 0 targets.
0?
0. 0 targets.
Goodness me.
Not great.
Here comes Deceit once again. Evoking it out. Take a look at the hand and discard something.
No omniscience to be found. Yeah, another Lost in the Maze if you're interested in taking that one.
That's where omniscience is. It's Lost in the Maze.
It is totally lost.
No, that's a different card.
Ah, okay. So now the Meringue River Regent likely to connect for 6 again, but Curtis can definitely take one more hit.
Yep. And then the third chapter of Awaken the Undead brings a creature back, right?
Yeah, you can discard and then bring a creature back.
To hand, okay.
So, I mean, one play that Jeff can do is just play the Meringue River Regent, bounce both permanents. Not the best, not the worst. For sure attacking for 6 points here, and Curtis very clearly doesn't have a removal spell, as you would have cast that proactively just in case Jeff drew a counterspell, or, of course, another Lost in the Maze.
So, combat, Meringue River Regent, get the easy thing out of the way, in for 6. Down Curtis goes to 4. Curtis needs to find an answer for this dragon, or he's dead next turn. Cavern of Souls hits the board now. What are we naming this time? Dwagon! Hey!
There we go.
Is it dragon time? What are we tapping at? Oh, the Meringue River Regent. Yeah, okay.
River Regent, see what we want to bounce. Makes sense that you got to kind of bounce that, even though bouncing that does just kill your Meringue River Regent that you just cast.
Sure.
If you can let one of them live, you feel pretty good. But if that Chapter 3 just gets back Formidable Speaker, you're able to, go fetch up Superior Spider-Man. That could be really good.
And Curtis doesn't find an answer for these big dragons, so Jeff not getting to do the Omniscience thing, but you know what? 2 Meringue River Regents certainly get your opponents dead pretty quick.
Ain't that the truth?
Sideboard time. Well, Jeff has 4 options. What's he going for?
I feel like we haven't seen a sideboard with only 4 cards
clean.
in so long. Like, it is clean. I very much appreciate it. And that being said, I would think 3 Soul Guide Lanterns is the only thing that really jumps off the page. Looking at a Spell Snare amount of targets, it's not great. There's Oblivious Bookworm. The Evoke creatures, you're not really spell snaring that. No, so you get to spell snare Bitter Triumph. So I'm really only liking Soul Guide Lantern here from Jeff's side.
And then on the other side of things, a bit more of decisions, a bit more decision to be made here. Intimidation Tactics, Kaito Bane of Nightmares, Oko Lorwyn Liege, Soul Guide Lantern, Torpor Orbs, Urgent Necropsy, Wistfulness, and 0 Point Ballad.
The Kaito is very interesting as well, I must say. I would definitely want the Intimidation Tactics. That looks great. Deals with Kona. Outside of that, Torpor Orb technically does kind of stop your opponent from winning the game with the Omniscience combo. But the one thing that Jeff can do is just play Omniscience and just play a bunch of creatures. And then Torpor Orb, isn't the most impactful. I could still see it coming in because the hexes, you definitely need to take those out. Those are pretty bad. The Harvester of Misery, you don't really want. And then it'll be interesting to see if you want, Wistfulness, even though, sure, you can destroy Omniscience, but after it's already in play for a turn, the damage is probably already done. So
at that point, your opponent's just run out of cards to play.
So I would keep in cards like Bitter Triumph, though, because the one way to interact with Kona profitably is just, torch the tower. It is excellent. Or just killing it within combat and not letting it go to second main phase. Usually an easier way to deal with it. But, of course, Lost in the Maze says no to that.
We'll see if we have any other of our feature matches to jump into quickly while our players sideboard here. Also, friends, just a reminder, if you have any cards that you want to sell, if you have a collection you've been hanging on to for who knows how long, you can sell your cards at starcitygames.com. You get great prices, 30% bonus trade credits. So yeah, definitely go and check that out. Check out their hot list. They usually have a list of, we would really like these cards, please.
Yes, yes.
And you usually get a little bit of extra for those too. So check them out.
I use their service non-stop. Luckily, I live in Roanoke, so I just go in when I'm about to film with them, sell some cards, get some trade-in bonus, go home and order myself some more Magic cards.
I bet you feel so smart.
I do.
Smart play for smart players.
Yeah, there we go.
Jeff Jiao and Curtis Lamb shuffling up here. Take a look at Brian Ferguson up against Sophie Seeley or Soleil. I'm probably butchering that. Apologies. Demir Midrange up against Jeskai Control.
All right. Looks awesome. This is the interaction with Gwen, where you can where you can use the dragon to bring back the flip side of Gwen.
Yes, you can. It's so gross.
Yeah, we saw this at the Pro Tour a little bit. It was awesome.
That's the smallest one Shitong I've seen in a while.
Yeah, no
He's
kidding.
so little.
Just a sad 2/2 vigilance. Not going to look great there, but these players are ready to go. And looks like intimidation tactics was brought in. It makes sense. It's phenomenal
absolutely.
here.
Yeah, and exiling the things, so you don't have to worry about any graveyard nonsense.
Yeah,
Perfect.
when you bring things back like that card is really perfect in this deck, I must say.
Perfect. Well, at least we get a good look at the hand here, too. We got Essence Scatter stock up. We got Consult the Star Charts, which I still think is one of the best card advantage cards out there at the moment.
It doesn't suck, that's for sure.
It does not suck. It's so good.
So that is a hand full of reaction. So now Curtis kind of knows exactly what to play around. But, oh, that was one of the cards that wasn't there.
Hey.
That's what Intimidation Tactics is there to get. It's Soul Guide Lantern, so the fact that you just got to shut it down here is gigantic.
Can't interact at the top of the deck.
Oh, and then bricks off the Overlord. Curtis is like, okay.
Well, farts, I bet, is what he's thinking.
That's probably exactly what's going on, yeah. It's always brutal when that misses, because you do have just so many creatures in the Sultai Reanimator side.
2 lands, another piece of hand disruption, and a removal spell. Boo.
Yeah, and now with the Soul Guide Lantern, it got to eat 1 card, which wasn't that impactful, but now the fact that just any time your opponent plays Superior Spider-Man, you have the ability to interact, and we saw a plethora of counterspells here that this formidable speaker, if Jeff doesn't want it to be around, it won't be.
No, Essence Scatter was in hand there. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't want to counter this.
Yeah, the Dispelling Exhale was there too, I believe, plus Consult the Star Charts, so I'm for sure countering that. It's just which one do I want to counter it with. And it is a little bit of mind games. When your opponent has seen the hand, they know that you can counter this.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out which one you want to deal with. So looks like the Essence Scatters came in as well. Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, that gets to counter Superior Spider-Man. Now, there are caverns, so it's not perfect, but that is a strong card as well.
Yeah, well, they have to draw the cavern and not mill it over.
Yep, exactly.
Sorry, Overlord, you did your best. I'm sure you can do better next time.
Yeah, there you go.
Breeding Pool, owie. 6 points of damage. Curtis done all to himself.
Life total does not matter at all from Curtis's side. You are going to lose by a lot, or, you know, the chip shot damage type of game that we actually did see in Game 1 does not come up often in this matchup. Can this Overlord brick again? No,
We'll
it cannot.
Looks like Jeff deciding if it resolves. It sure does. Okay, Spider-Man in the bin as long as Deceit.
As well as the formidable speaker, so plenty of options now.
Yes, yeah. Overlord of the Bellmerk having the cool clause that says it can be from any card in any card in your graveyard. Doesn't just have to be what it milled over.
That card really got put over the edge by that
So
small
good.
change. You know, like the fact that you don't have to hit in those top 4. You don't have to design your deck in such a way where you have to be so creature dense. So that is a big game for sure.
No.
The Bookworm is here, so there's still a counterspell available from Jeff. We know that Dispelling Exhale is still there, and you know, you gotta have a plan for this Bookworm.
Yeah.
You
Otherwise, this thing is a good little engine.
It is pretty amazing there, and both of these Overlords, they're coming down eventually here. Jeff's has done a great job of controlling the game so far, but has to do something proactive. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see exactly this, a stock up to try to find maybe the planet, find Kona. There's Kona at least.
And a Meringue River Regent.
As well as a cavern.
Yeah. Ooh,
so depending what's in hand from Jeff, pretty tempted to take Kona and Cavern here. But it's all contextual to the hand.
Yeah. Looks like he agrees with you on the cavern call there.
No Kona. Took Meringue River Region as well as Cavern, it looks like. And makes sense. I just saw a green card in Jeff's hand, and yeah, there's not many of those. It was Kona.
Spoilers.
Yeah, there's formidable speakers in the list too, but
yeah.
Kona definitely in hand.
Curtis gets the turn back now. That Soul Guide Lantern just sitting ready and waiting to exile that graveyard. Watery Grave, 2 more points of damage.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about having Soul Guide Lantern against this deck is just you can tap out and still, you know, reliably be able to interact with your opponent, especially when you don't have a creature in your graveyard. 4 mana, 4/4.
Yep.
Your go. Okay, this is the turn. We know Kona's there, but no way to tap it. And not sure if Curtis has any piece of interaction for 1 mana. I don't actually see any. So
Not
if
blue or green, no.
Jeff can do the thing, it's online. But the thing is, you need a planet land, you need Kona, and you need Omniscience. It's a lot. And we see Kona, no tap land, and no Omniscience, just a bunch of charts, and Meringue River Regent plus land 5. So, yeah, looks like a solid. I'm going to draw some cards to start.
It's always a good place to start. You can consult the start charts.
Not playing a land first, an interesting choice. Looking to maybe hit a tap land of some variety.
Maybe a planet, per se.
Yeah, planets
There's
will do.
one. Uthros, I think it's called.
So, planet online for next turn.
Titanic Godcore.
Still have to see if we can find Omniscience as well, and if Curtis doesn't have the interaction for it already.
Four getting in for some damage now. Going to try and even up the life totals here. Jeff Jiao down to 15, 14. There we go. And Curtis, what is the follow-up here? No graveyard to speak of, just the 4/4 Spider-Man at the moment. We do have one of the Overlords coming off of impending soon. Hey, okay. Wistfulness.
Okay.
Neat.
Wistfulness, not as impressive when there's no target to exile, but still a powerful creature. And now all of a sudden, Curtis's battlefield is gigantic, but the planet is there, Kona's there. If we can find Omniscience, very well could be the last game of these two's days. Let's see.
Can we find it?
So there's also consult the star charts here. So what Kona, or what Jeff can do is play Kona, can play a consult the star charts to just look at the top 6, say, is Omniscience there? And then kind of go off. Because there is a Meringue River Regent. There might be nothing else. And if that's the case, you know, you don't necessarily have the infinite aspect all locked up.
Yeah, definitely want that. You know, you need to be able to get the Meringue River regions down, as well as having the Roiling Dragonstorm just to be able to go off. But Dragon is called here on Consult the Star, on Cavern of Souls.
This would be an interesting
in hand.
This would be an interesting choice, because Jeff can just like play consistent and kind of safe here and just put a Meringue River region into play. Or you can shoot for the moon here, or shoot for the stars with a Consult the Star charts to find Omniscience, and I love it.
Let's go. Let's see. Can he find it?
Omniscience. Nope.
3 Evendos? What?
That's an Essence Scatter, unless it's that back card, which I don't think it is. So that was a swing and a miss. But the one nice thing for Jeff is you still get to put the River region into play, bounce Wistfulness as well as Overlord, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, just get these creatures under control a little bit here for Jeff.
You can see Curtis laughed. They're both laughing a bit, be like, well, you clearly don't have Omniscience. Because it would be in play. That's what the deck wants to be doing 100% of the time.
Yeah, it'd be nice if that was the case, if the deck just did the thing it's meant to do.
You know, and that's the thing. It probably has done the thing it needs to do a lot if you're 8-0 so far.
Oh, for sure.
But it's always funny when you get on camera and you're like, now my deck doesn't doesn't cooperate.
They still maintain Omniscience, lost in the maze. We'll find it, though. Don't
Yep.
worry.
And now it is interesting. How much do you want to bounce? Like, because if you do bounce Overlord, and Overlord does find a creature that kills Kona, you know, that feels a little bad, but I think you do got to stop the pressure a little bit. And now Definitely up to Curtis to be able to push back, kill the river region, and of course kill the Kona. The Kona is a big problem as well.
Ow. That's 10. Half of his life has been his own lands. Here comes the seat now. Going to bounce the river region back to hand?
I was just saying the same thing. Like, yeah, that's fine, but it's also sad.
Yeah.
And I do believe they happen in order, right?
Yes.
So it's
in
first you
order.
bounce, and so no matter what, they're all in order like that.
Yep.
So bouncing and then getting to take the card you bounce?
Yes.
Pretty nice.
Yep.
Deceit would be a lot worse if those were flipped around.
Yes, it would be. It would probably be unplayable. Turn
Also-
passes back here now. It's Jeff. Can he find Omniscience? What's up?
Is that a creepy crab or is that
It's a crab fish. It's one of those angler fish because you can see the little
Okay.
like bob thingy.
either way it'd be
Hey, Dragon's
terrifying
Yes.
coming right at you, you know?
Yeah, they're all pretty terrifying.
All right, Omniscience checked, still not there, but we
What?
did find stock up and I think consult the star charts. So, I mean, Jeff gets to look at like the top 14 cards. Like if you can't find it at this point, but here's the thing is, well, if you find it, what do you have for a follow-up?
Yeah.
So it looks like stock up. If you can find Omniscience plus River Region,
Yeah.
you probably got this, but
Come on.
those aren't Omniscience. Those are not Omniscience. That's River Region.
Again?
Okay, so
Wow.
that's half of the combo. So now if Jeff does have land 7, which he does, land 7, consult the star charts, look at the top 7, and if you brick again, it's just like, okay.
Did he side them out? And did he just forget that he sided them out?
You know, if Jeff sided out the Omniscience, I
That
would
be hilarious.
very shocked.
It's like taking out Badger Milk Cup.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, man. Will a Rush Verge.
This is funny. Is like,
Oh.
is Jeff going to even try to consult the star charts here or just hold up a counter spell and play River Region? I actually like this play if Jeff goes for it. Just flash in River Region, bounce your things, and then hold up a counter spell. And, well, you have 10 power now. And remember
That's
when I was
enough.
saying all damage doesn't matter in this
Yeah,
matchup?
yeah.
I take it all back.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, yes, I absolutely said damage matters in this matchup. Look how big these creatures are.
That is basically what I'm saying, but in a different way.
Oh, boy. We will have the Overlord of the Belmerk to deal with, so if Jeff is able to
Yeah.
deal with that,
Yeah, I don't
clear the way.
even know if this is the better play because like Omniscience might have just still won you the game here. And at this point, like it's got to be in the top 7, right? You just look through half your deck already.
You would hope so. You would think so. Let's see. Maybe he's just the unluckiest Omniscience player here.
Yeah.
As he goes to 9-0, I say. All right, Curtis, what you got, bud?
Looked like Curtis was just about to windmill slam that card and just recast something and then was like, yeah, I probably can't just tap out and get countered.
Meringue River Regent. Massive threat in the air. Probably the best of the Dragon cycle that we saw.
This is taking a peek at the hand first.
No. Takes these backsies. What are we doing here, friend?
Yeah, tough spot. Either way you slice it, it really seems like Jeff has just been in control this entire match. Even though Jeff's draw has been relatively bad, if you look like how many opportunities Jeff had to put Omniscience into play,
Yeah.
Kona basically never lives this long in
No.
any matchup.
He's like instant kill.
Yeah,
lightning rod.
yeah. Most of the time, if Kona's hanging around for 2 turns, this game's usually not close, but
It's been a bit of a funny one, huh?
yeah, as it stands.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That one's getting
That's
countered. Overlord's coming, and now I think we have 2 consult the star charts. So if we cannot find an Omniscience here, when we're going to look at the top like 14 cards, 15 with a draw step, I will be very shocked.
Let's find out. Can we find an Omniscience? Chat.
Yeah.
That is the question.
If we can't find Omniscience here, Ailey will eat her shoe.
No, I don't want to eat my shoe.
Okay, all right.
Why am I eating? You eat yours. Crikey. Anywho. All right. To start things off here, we're kicking this. We're going to find out if we can find Omniscience. It has to be there, right?
It has to be. No. It needs to be this last card. Oh, my goodness.
Did he not find it again?
I don't think we found it. The thing is, you can go get a stock up as well and look at the top 5 more cards.
This is redonkulous.
Yeah. Jeff is thinking the same. Like, at some point, you just have to think, like, what are the actual odds I could miss? Like, it's starting to be so unlikely that we'll need Frank to run the numbers here on this.
Chat's on it, I'm sure. Someone's figuring it out for us.
Yeah. Looks like we're picking up a lantern just in case.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
it looks like we can stock up. If we brick again, at least just play a lantern.
Yep.
Now the land is, I guess, fully stocked up here. Doesn't really have any text when it gets to 12, though. Add 1 for each artifact you control. Not relevant.
It's here to tap target Kona.
Yeah. All right, and we didn't go for any more trying to find Omniscience. Just saying this is probably good enough. Have another counterspell available. Cast a lantern so no graveyard shenanigans are going to happen. Jeff playing very conservative, even though, like,
Which is
what
fair.
are the odds? It's got to be in the top 5 more, right?
You know, but at this point, it's so late. Like, the rest of the team has done the job. And
Yeah.
it's just going to come in here and take the spotlight? No, that's not how that happens.
Yeah, and this is 10 more power, ready to go with a presumed counterspell, Essence Scatter or something to counter a spell. And these Essence Scatters have looked phenomenal. They'll either look phenomenal or horrendous if a cavern is drawn, you know?
Haven't seen any, though. Just a whole lot of lands that hurt.
Yeah. And now Curtis is probably thinking, if you have a counterspell and I go for a big creature, I lose, but can I go for anything else? And we're going to find that out. There's a counterspell.
Yep.
And does
That
Curtis
is
have...
Belmerk taken care of.
Okay.
Go for him. Okay, it's something.
You can technically not die, but Jeff just, I mean, basically anything to win this game here.
I'm sure he'll find another region to bounce this and win.
Yeah, that...
That seems most likely at this point. Omniscience. No? Yes? Did he find it?
I think we finally found it.
Hey! We did it, chat. We got there. Woo!
Right on time, but now...
It's too late.
Now you can actually just attack.
Yeah.
You have to force the chump block.
Boom. Got there.
We were getting so close to just actually casting it.
Yeah, we could have. What's
Yeah.
it, 8 mana? Easy. Dragon Storm. Now we just get to pop off, keep replaying dragons, keep returning the Dragon Storm to hand, and just go absolutely nuts.
Yeah, let's see if it's fully locked up. That is
Another
Omniscience number 2.
Why not? Just in case.
And doesn't have it ready to actually win.
Unbelievable. I almost went Afrikaans there and said ongelooflijk, because that's just what this is right now.
This has been a strange game. It's still, all signs are pointing to Jeff,
Oh, yeah.
you know, taking this down.
I mean, what could Curtis have here? A hard cost bringer? No, he can't even.
No.
Okay.
All right, Wistfulness to be able to deal with Soul Guide Lantern. No, this is just to draw cards.
Yeah, we just digging now.
Simic Omniscience, maybe about to be
Our only
undefeated.
Yeah, right?
It seems pretty sweet because I would imagine its Lessons matchup is good, and I could believe it if the Simic or Boraid matchup is good. I could also see it being bad. We'll see, and we'll get that information tomorrow as Jeff plays, or maybe we know exactly if Jeff already played against Simic.
I will tell you right now. He has played against one Oribroid deck.
Okay.
Okay.
Clearly won, so.
Clearly won.
Behold my dragon. I'd like to counter Superior Spider-Man.
And that is going to do it. Jeff picking up the win here in a pretty convincing fashion, albeit extremely late for this Omniscience to arrive. But yeah, 9-0. That's got to feel pretty damn good. Playing a deck that isn't one of the top here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely not one of the top decks. And, you know, Jeff just had a pretty, very average draw there. Not finding Omniscience in, like, the top I would
30
say,
cards.
over half of the deck,
Yeah.
it looked like, and still won that game. So, you know, sometimes when the deck just does its thing, you have the maze on 3,
Yep.
turn 4 Yukona into Omniscience, and you just win. I mean, the ceiling on this deck is through the roof. So, really, really awesome deck. It's going to be fun to keep an eye on that tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So very much looking forward to seeing how our players do. I'm not sure if we're going to a backup match. We'll find out shortly, friends. But yeah, great games so far.
Yeah.
This weekend, 9 rounds today. We started with around, 900 players?
Yeah, I think
As things
around
kicked off, 880 something.
885 or so, which is, pretty standard for regional championships, maybe
Yeah.
slightly less. And yeah, these tournaments are not easy, that's for sure.
It's a long day.
Being able to just make day 2 of one of these things is great. We're going to see around 350 players or so tomorrow. And tomorrow is definitely where it heats up.
Oh, yeah.
When you are playing for top 32 getting to the Pro Tour, it gets very, very intense towards the top tables, that's for sure. Yeah.
It sure does,
Yeah.
friends. So just want to say thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. Doesn't look like if we're going to a feature match, just trying to confirm. All right, we're going to go to break, or are we ending? Ending. There we go. All righty, friends. That's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Until then.